Jeffrey hated jack-o'-lanterns. This was a problem since his hometown was known as the jack-o'-lantern capital of the United States. Every year, the town was host to thousands, if not millions, of carved horrors. It had become a point of pride for the small Midwestern town. The town had been full of pumpkins since it was founded back in the 1800s, and the town was filled with glowing, grinning gourds from September till April. The public commons had 3 large greenhouses that grew pumpkins during the cold months, and no citizen had to pay for a pumpkin. Jeffrey was pretty sure that it had come out of their taxes, along with road work and the police force. Jeffrey had grown up carving, eating, and hating pumpkins with a red-hot fury. As a child, the glowing gourds had frightened him. His parents were never sure why, but he was terrified of them. Until he was 7, Jeffrey had refused to even carve one, and he remembered getting in trouble several times for pushing them off the front porch. It never stopped the new one from appearing where the old one had been, but they always came with a stern talking to about wasting pumpkins. Pumpkins were a hot commodity in the town, and were not something to be squandered. By the time he was 17, his fear had turned into a deep hatred. A hatred that had brought him to this moment. Jeffrey was sitting on the commons with his friends when he got an idea. Hey, what if we pulled a prank on Halloween? Like, a big prank. Chris looked up, cigarette smoke curling over his face, while Kevin leaned over his handlebars and grinned stupidly at Jeffrey. What kind of prank? Asked Chris, the cigarette hanging from his mouth like a modern-day cowboy. Jeffrey was your typical greasy teenage troublemaker. He was decked out in a leather jacket, ripped jeans, and black boots, and a constant need to smoke the cigarettes he usually lifted from his dad. Chris likely believed himself to be some kind of badass, and Jeffrey had seen him make good on many of the less-than-ideal threats Chris often made. Chris was also the most stable of Jeffrey's friends, and he made quite the contrast to the grinning idiot leaning on his handlebars. Something big. Something that will never be forgotten, Jeffrey said, grinning hugely. Jeffrey was watching them unload a wagon of pumpkins from the greenhouse as they loitered on the commons. Jeffrey wanted nothing so much as to watch them all become compost. Maybe some soap in the fountain again? Kevin suggested. Kevin was the polar opposite of Chris. If Chris looked like a greaser, Kevin looked like a generic Chad. Blonde hair, blue eyes, tap-out shirt, gold chain, wind pants, a lot of pictures on his phone of his well-crafted physique. Kevin and Chris had been Jeffrey's friends for a long time, but the truth was that he mostly just used them as muscle. He wanted them in on this in case things went south, and something like this had the potential to go very wrong very quickly. No, Kevin, something a little bigger this time. I'm thinking about smashing some pumpkins on Halloween night. Kevin grinned, but Chris raised a piercing eyebrow at him. Are you kidding? You know how anal this town is about those damn pumpkins? If we go around people's houses and smash up their jack-o'-lanterns, I'm not talking about the ones at people's houses. I want to smash all the pumpkins. The ones at the houses, the shops, and the display on the commons, too. The two of them looked at him in stunned silence. By morning, I don't want a single jack-o'-lantern in the whole town unpulped. Kevin grinned like a shot fox, nodding his head and raising his hand for a high five. Jeffrey obliged him, holding his hand up to Chris next. Chris didn't say anything, though. His lips were slowly creeping into a distinctively evil grin as he thought over the implications, and he slapped his own palm against Jeffrey's. Chris was smart, probably smarter than anyone Jeffrey knew, but he loved a good trick as much as anyone. The idea of all the townspeople seeing their pumpkins smashed, their town pride destroyed, made him feel like the Grinch at the end of the movie, sans the change of heart. We'll be legends, more than legends, we'll be infamous, Chris said as he pulled his hand into a raised fist. Jeffrey laughed. Boys, I guarantee that the day after Halloween will go down in history when we're done. As they sat on the commons and started to flesh out their plans, Jeffrey had no idea how right he was. They stood in Jeffrey's garage later that day and made plans. Halloween was 5 days away, and they had to make sure they could commit their prank and get away with it unscathed. Being arrested for a stunt like that would only elevate their street cred, but Jeffrey was honestly a little worried about how the town would take what they were getting ready to do. As the three rode their bikes towards Jeffrey's house, they had passed through downtown and saw the shops littered with pumpkins. The plaque that commemorated when the world's largest pumpkin had come through with their fair one year showed resplendently on the front of the town hall. The display tables of pumpkins outside the jack-o'-lantern museum made the tables sag under their orange mass. Jeffrey thought again about how vital the stupid things were to the town. They could get in real trouble for this. So the first order of business would be masks. They need to be full face masks, too, Chris put in when Jeffrey brought it up. I don't want them to see our hair or our noses and identify us somehow. Kevin laughed. Easy, my bro and I are heading to Seaver Friday night. You guys slide me some cash for masks, I'll bring back some quality stuff. Jeffrey looked at Chris, and he looked back at him. This was a big ask from Kevin, a guy who still got lost on his way to school sometimes. Kevin's role in the gang was muscle, that was obvious, and trusting him with something like this was a stretch. If he got distracted when he and his bro got to Seaver, they could be out of money and have no masks for this caper. Chris was right when he said that full face masks would be a must, and the shops in town wouldn't have what they were looking for. Kevin must have noticed the look because he got a little flustered. Oh, come on, guys, I can do this. Do you want good masks or not? Chris shrugged at Jeffrey at her side as he took out his wallet and handed Kevin 20. Kevin looked at Chris, opening and closing his hand as he crumpled Jeffrey's 20 with each grip. Chris dropped his motorcycle boots off the table and rolled his eyes, pulling a 20 out of his pocket and adding it to the pile. Kevin reached into his wind pants and took out a 20 of his own, adding it to the pile before pushing the whole wad into his pocket. They were taking a big chance on Kevin, and both made sure he damn well knew it. The next 5 days were agony for Jeffrey. He couldn't tell anyone what they were planning to do. That would ruin the prank. But they still had to make sure that they had an alibi. Providence threw them a bone on that one because their friend Mark was having a Halloween party that night. One RSVP later, and they made the party part of their plans. People would see them, they would remember that they had been there, and Jeffrey and his friends could sneak out at 9:30 and be back before any of the booze-soaked brains at the party had time to miss them. It was the perfect plan, and promised to give the boys maximum deniability if questioned. Even so, Jeffrey didn't sleep well that week. He was plagued with dreams. Dreams that he would stagger awake from and then fall back into as soon as he closed his eyes. Jeffrey saw himself smashing jack-o'-lantern after jack-o'-lantern, a deep fog surrounding everything as he moved from gourd to gourd. All the while, something watched him from that haze. Jeffrey couldn't see it, but it was big. Its red eyes seemed pleased by what he was doing. Now and again, Jeffrey would raise his bat to salute to the mysterious figure, then it would rear back and cackle like a demon. These dreams terrified him, but Jeffrey always woke up feeling elated at the regard of this creature. The three seemed to plan constantly that week. They would use their bikes as transportation. Jeffrey figured they could cut around on their bikes with less notice than a car, and they'd be faster than moving on foot. Jeffrey figured that they would have about an hour and a half to pull this off before the devastation was noticed, and speed would be critical to the operation. Kevin had some baseball bats in his shed they planned to use, and the three began to map their route. As long as Kevin got their masks, they'd be home free. He winked at them Friday afternoon as his brother came to pick him up from school. Don't forget, Jeffrey reminded him. I've got this, guys, Kevin scoffed, hopping into the Jeep as the two peeled off for Seaver. Chris and Jeffrey parted ways then, hoping against hope that they would have the last piece of their puzzle soon. Chris sent him a text later that night saying, "Still haven't heard from Kevin." Jeffrey sighed as he buried his face against the pillow. Kevin better not have messed this up. Chris came over the following day and found Jeffrey in the garage. He was oiling the chain on his bike when Chris pulled up. He was preparing for tonight. And Chris looked put out. Jeffrey could guess the source of his anger. Kevin had been radio silent since yesterday after school. Not a text, not a call, nothing. He forgot. He forgot, and you know it, Chris said. We don't know that yet, Jeffrey said, trying to remain positive. Though brilliant, Chris could be volatile and was prone to moodiness sometimes. Jeffrey didn't want him bailing out at the last minute. Won't return my texts. His phone goes straight to voicemail. If he and his brother spend the night in Seaver, we could be screwed. Jeffrey started to speak, but at that moment a familiar Jeep pulled up in his driveway. Kevin leaned in to say something to his brother, taking a brown paper sack from the back seat as the Jeep drove off and Kevin approached the pair. He was all smiles, not reading the room at all. And as Chris walked toward him, he spread his arms as he prepared to wrap him in one of his annoying bro hugs when Chris socked him in the gut instead. Kevin's grin faded as he groaned and fell to his knees. Jeffrey pulled him back up, but Kevin took it in stride as Jeffrey tried to pull the greaser away from him. "What was that for?" Kevin gasped, not really hurt, but definitely startled. "That's for bugging out and going radio silent for the last 24 hours. I dropped my phone in a puddle about 5 minutes after we got there. I didn't realize you two were so worried about me." Chris balled up his fist, straining against Jeffrey as he tried to hit Kevin again. Jeffrey pushed the greaser into a nearby recliner, kicking up a cloud of dust as he tried to settle him. "No worries, as long as you got the masks," Jeffrey said, still not holding out hope for the scratch-brained musclehead. Kevin's grin threatened to cut his head in half. "Oh, I got the masks. Think you're gonna find them very fitting, too." Jeffrey took the bag from Kevin, feeling the thick rubber masks inside the plain gray grocery bag. He reached in and pulled out a ghoulish orange mask that made him grin as wide as Kevin. The plastic thing looked like a demented jack-o'-lantern, its gaping black mouth cut into a frightening double row of teeth. Its black eyes were angled with malice, and Jeffrey could see a big plastic roach crawling from its nostril as he took it in. It was perfect. Jeffrey couldn't believe that Kevin had picked this out. It'd be fitting to attack the town's established idols with their very likeness adorning their faces. He tossed a second mask to Chris, and the greaser goggled at the ghoulish thing as he grinned like a fool. Jeffrey could feel a lot of anxiety melt away, and when he raised his hand this time, it was to give Kevin a hearty high five. "Kev, these are perfect. Act like I'd bring back anything less," Kevin said with no small amount of swagger. Jeffrey pulled the mask on, feeling the plastic sit on his face like a second skin. "Tonight, we're gonna make history." As the sun began to set and the trick-or-treaters started to gather on the sidewalk, the three set off on their bikes. They had their bats and masks stored in their backpacks, along with the required 6-packs of beer to get them to the party. They had dressed darkly in black pants and hoodies, and they were prepared to ride the streets like phantoms after dark. They arrived at Mark's party around 7, the festivities already in full swing. It was a typical high school underage drinking party. Lots of people making out in the living room, a collective of smoke clouds around the back or front porch, people dancing around to loud music, and a kitchen that was 5 parts wet bar, 5 parts buffet. Mark's parents were out of town. They always seemed to be out of town, and Mark's house was typically the place where parties happened. The three stood around and sipped warm beer, keeping an eye on their watches, their nerves turned up to 1,000,000,000. They didn't want to be there too long, just long enough to be noticed. They would say hi to some people from school, play a few rounds of beer pong, and at 9:45, they'd slip out and take their bikes off quietly. They had been going over their individual routes for days. Chris would take 1st through 6th Street, Kevin would take 7th through 10th, and Jeffrey would take 11th through 15th. There were roughly 5 to 10 houses per street, and everyone would meet up downtown when they were done. If everyone got done early, they would start smashing pumpkins downtown and wait for the others. If the cops came, they would run. The person discovered would lead them away so the others could keep smashing and then meet back up when they lost the cops. They would not assume the vandals were organized. They would think that they were holiday pranksters out for fun, and if they grabbed one of them, the other two could finish the night's work before anyone was the wiser. When Jeffrey's watch jangled to let them know that it was 9:45, the three of them snuck out the back and rode off into the night. They split off at 10 o'clock. The front porch is dark save for the glow of the jacks, and the streets were mostly free of trick-or-treaters. Jeffrey slipped on his mask as he came to 11th Street, grinning beneath as he pulled his bat from his pack. The first gourd he hit exploded in a shower of orange skin and wet innards. He smiled beneath his mask, smashing the other two and moving on to the next. The pumpkins were old by now, starting to rot, and his bat made quick work of them. Jeffrey had finished with the street in no time, his arm burning from the effort, but his desire for more burning hotter still. He had seen people peeking from their windows, but no blue and whites came to chase him away. The work seemed too easy. The jack-o'-lanterns flew apart with a single swing of the bat, and Jeffrey reveled in the feel of his anger and fear being satiated. He would look back on that feeling throughout the year and feel deep shame. But tonight, it was all about his revenge on the source of his terror. Jeffrey was not challenged until 12th Street. He had gotten cocky halfway through his culling. He wasn't content to just smash the pumpkins anymore, oh no. Jeffrey had started throwing them against trees, mailboxes, and the houses they sat as silent guardians over. No one came out to challenge him, their love for their pumpkins going only so far, and Jeffrey felt untouchable as he shattered his latest gourd against the door of 3608 12th Street. When the man lumbered from beside the porch, laying hands on Jeffrey as the boy grabbed for another pumpkin, Jeffrey was terrified for a half-second. The mask had become turned during his efforts, and he hadn't seen the man as he came sneaking towards him. The light was poor, but Jeffrey was pretty sure it was Mr. Basque, his English teacher. He was standing in his bathrobe and asking Jeffrey what the hell he thought he was doing as he tried to wrestle the last of his pumpkins from him. Jeffrey had a short and squashy tug of war with Mr. Basque, and finally just had the bright idea to let go of the hateful gourd. Jeffrey's fingers had started to slide through the thin skin at the pumpkin's base anyway, and the last thing he wanted was slime all over his hands. The older man stumbled backward as Jeffrey released his hold and fell on his backside as the pumpkin spattered against him, covering him in soupy guts and rotten seeds. He looked at Jeffrey for a moment, so lost and afraid of this pumpkin demon who had visited its wrath on his house. And for a moment, Jeffrey came to his senses. He started towards him, wanting to help him up. But then the shadow fell across him, and he looked up to find a true demon standing on the sidewalk. He was standing in the shadow of a giant inflatable pumpkin, and the streetlight seemed loath to touch him. He was massive, a huge shadowed figure of steel and green. When he sliced the inflatable with the axe or sword or whatever he carried, it sputtered into death as it puddled on the lawn. Jeffrey was frozen by him for a moment, his terror and anger at the pumpkins paling compared to his madness at the sight of this creature. When it spoke, the voice of winter, and he was once again filled with that potent fire. To hell with him. Your work must be fulfilled. Jeffrey nodded, mounting his bike and riding off without a second glance at the prone man he'd left behind. By the time Jeffrey finished his work, it was nearly midnight. How had it taken so long? He had been so taken by the act of destruction that Jeffrey had lost track of time. He was surprised that no one else had come out to challenge him and wondered how no one had called the police yet. Jeffrey's clothes were spattered with pumpkin, his mask caked with dried seeds and goopy rind, but he didn't feel tired in the least bit. Quite the contrary. Jeffrey felt an almost maniacal need to see more pumpkins squashed beneath his bat. He rode downtown, feeling the cool breeze drive him forward, the chill stoking his blaze of revenge. The fell breeze felt like oncoming winter, and it seemed to lend Jeffrey its power. As Jeffrey rode into downtown, he passed the remains of many smashed jack-o'-lanterns on his way. Chris and Kevin had been busy, it would seem. Tables had been overturned, and the gaping holes from the pumpkins greeted him as he rode. They had thrown them in the street, smashed windows on the storefronts, and scattered guts of numerous gourds everywhere. If Jeffrey had been in his right mind, it would have doubtlessly seemed like a little much. They hadn't agreed on this level of vandalism, nothing even close to this magnitude, but at the same moment, Jeffrey was emboldened by the sight of so much destruction. This was his will, so Jeffrey thought, and he would reward them for their efforts. Jeffrey felt the mist gathering over the town as much as he saw it. Its icy fingers were making chill bumps pop out on his arms, and he found himself looking for the figure from the sidewalk. Jeffrey expected him to appear in the mist and cackle, congratulating Jeffrey for orchestrating such a fine bit of mischief. But if he were there, he was staying hidden for now. Jeffrey found Kevin and Chris on the commons. It seemed that this was where the police had been. The cruiser's blue and white lights were cutting through the fog, but they couldn't hold a candle to the blaze that burned on the commons. Jeffrey gawked at it, speechless, at the towering bonfire the two had created. They had set the greenhouses on fire. They They had set a pyre and called the police right to them. In his wonder and disbelief, though, Jeffrey forgot to keep an eye peeled for trouble. Someone pushed him suddenly, spilling him onto the street. They fell on him as they wrenched his arms painfully behind his back, and the fall had knocked the wind out of him. He didn't have any strength to fight them off, and when they lifted Jeffrey to his feet, they shouted for him to stop resisting. Jeffrey was shoved towards the strobing vehicle and pushed into the back seat. He shimmied to the other side, wanting to see if his friends would escape, but what Jeffrey saw was far from what he had expected. Outside, Kevin and Chris were backing into the thick fog that swirled around the commons. The police were moving in, nightsticks in hand, and the cop that had cuffed Jeffrey was moving up behind them as he yelled into his radio. He didn't seem to be reaching the person he wanted, though, because Jeffrey saw him jerk his head away as it crackled and sparked on his shoulder. He cursed and pulled it off, stomping on the box as it caught fire, and looked away from his fellow officers as he tried to put it out. That's why he didn't notice the figure when he came riding out of the fog. Jeffrey saw him, though. He saw his red eyes first, glowing from high in the fog as he came up behind his friends. He was tall, nearly 10 feet, and Jeffrey saw the other two officers freeze as they noticed him. He came between Chris and Kevin, a single hoof, stepping from the fog as his horse parted the mist. His armored form came next. His armor forest green, his horned helm the color of moss, his sword shrieking like a wildcat as he drew it out. Kevin and Chris didn't even look at him. Their pumpkin heads were still fixed on the officers. He was far more fantastic than Jeffrey could have imagined. Neither his dream nor the phantom on the sidewalk had done him justice, and when he charged, the officers broke like quail. Jeffrey heard him laugh, that bitter cackle that had haunted his dreams. When he sliced down at the first officer, the man tried to impose his flimsy nightstick into the path of the vorpal blade. It sheared through the nightsticks and the man's ballistic vest, and finally, through his flesh. He fell to the ground in pieces, and the other two cops looked at those twitching pieces a little too long. The figure laid into them with gusto, and Jeffrey jumped as a head bounced off the front glass and rested on the hood. The rider slew them all, rode them down like children, and when he rode towards the cruiser, Jeffrey knew that he had arrived. The Green Man had returned. He leapt the car and rode into town. Chris and Kevin followed mutely behind him. Jeffrey pivoted in the seat, screaming for them to let him out. He kicked the door, kicked the glass until it splintered into a cascade of spidery cracks. But the rider and his grotesque minions were already disappearing into the fog. They left them there with the bodies. They left him there to take the blame. Jeffrey kicked until his legs ached. He screamed until his throat felt like it would break. He pulled on the cuffs until his wrists bled. In the end, though, it didn't matter in the slightest. More cops arrived as the mist dissipated. Jeffrey was taken to jail, his mask removed, and his identity discovered. He was thrown in a jail cell alone, while the cops tried to sort out the havoc that was going on around town. Calls were coming in from all over the town, and 17 more deaths were reported that night. Fires were blazing in several homes. Broken sprinklers and fire hydrants that had been turned into a bloodbath, and the kids that had escaped were saying that it was a guy with a sword and two guys in pumpkin masks with bats. Through it all, Jeffrey just sat in a dejected state in his cell. They had left him. He had been found unworthy, and now he would rot like one of the pumpkins he shattered into so much useless paste. At some point, Jeffrey must have dozed off, because when he returned to himself, the sheriff was leaning against the bars of his cell, sipping coffee from a styrofoam cup. "Good. You're awake." Jeffrey said nothing. "Funny how everything seemed to go to hell the second I decided to leave town for an evening. My granddaughter wanted me to take her trick-or-treating, so I drove to the next town over to oblige her, and come back to a whole mess of problems. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, son?" Jeffrey said nothing. "Funny how you decided to smash up only the pumpkins. You know why the early citizens carved those pumpkins, don't you?" Jeffrey said nothing. "Well, sure you do. The mural in the museum. You've probably seen it 1,000 times and never really thought much of it. The settlers that found this place came fleeing something they prayed they'd left in the old country. That image on the mural with the tide riding down on us, that's not English invaders, as we sometimes pretend for the tourists. Granddad said his granddad told him that it was stories of the Green Man, spirit of winter who sought sacrifice and punished those who would not give him his due. Jeffrey said nothing. That's why we light the jack-o'-lanterns. That's why the tradition's still here today. We light them so we might forget that demon that once haunted us. We light them because they keep him away. You left us naked in the breeze, boy. You burned our greenhouses, smashed our talismans, and now there'd be nothing to stop him from coming back tonight. The sheriff's eyes bore into him, but Jeffrey said nothing. Did you see him, boy? Did you see that devil? He wrung his hands over the bars like a drowning man treading water, but Jeffrey refused to answer him. After he'd wrung those bars for a few minutes, the sheriff left. Jeffrey never saw him again. Jeffrey never saw much of anyone again. When he heard the creak and groan of pavement and metal being separated, Jeffrey smiled. He knew they'd come back for him. And when the bars on the street parted from the cement, he looked up to see Kevin and Chris had returned for him. They were still wearing their masks, but Jeffrey had an idea that those masks weren't rubber anymore. Jeffrey had an idea that those masks were permanent now, and his would be too once he slipped it on. Jeffrey crawled onto street level, falling to his knees when he saw that he was with them. The voice in his head told him that he needed one more. These two imps needed a leader. The rider tossed something rubber to the pavement at Jeffrey's feet, and with trembling hands, Jeffrey slid the grotesque pumpkin mask back on. The voice told him that he had work to do. The Green Man called Jeffrey to action. And who was he to deny him? Last year, Bloody Disgusting gave it 4 out of 5 screams. Fangoria magazine touted it as the most original haunted concept on the market. But you shouldn't believe the reviews. No, really. Don't, okay? Full Moon Flights is not what it seems. According to the brochure, they are a modern haunted house for fans of fear, a departure from the ordinary and a journey into the unknown where nightmares are inescapable. Quote, "We don't allow guests to book flights. Instead, we let those who have the courage and curiosity to come find us." Unquote. The blurb. Everything about it screams a publicity stunt to me, Private jetliner filled with costumed actors, jump scares designed to give people an adrenaline rush all night long. The latest event was this Halloween near me, and since I couldn't think of a better way to spend the evening, I decided to take a drive out to the provided coordinates where the plane was said to land. Departure time was scheduled for precisely 12:01 a.m., so I got there early, intent on documenting each and every aspect of the experience. Besides myself, there were about 6 other cars parked at an old airstrip, a fitting place for the spooky flight to land, I thought, as I looked about the dilapidated buildings. No one had used this place in a very long time, if ever. I grabbed my cell and small backpack filled with emergency supplies and gear, everything that I thought I would need for the night. But then, from the looks of some of the other patrons' gear, it seemed I was the one underprepared. First time, a woman wearing a Freddy Krueger shirt asked as she offered me a small capsule. Yeah. What's this for?" I asked. "Helps keep your head in the game. For a little while, anyway," she said, as she stared up at the sky. "Guess they want to be fashionably late, like usual." "How many times have you been a passenger?" I asked. I remembered reading that some claimed the event had staff hidden amongst the guests to try and boost interest, so everything she told me I took with a grain of salt at first. 5 times? Maybe 6? It's a hell of a ride, I'll tell you what," she answered, as she extended her hand and added, "I'm Isabella. Nice to meet you." "Max. Same here." "When are they supposed to arrive?" I asked, noticing the other passengers were getting antsy. I couldn't see any signs of a plane in the sky. I wonder what sort of showy entrance the proprietor had in mind to dazzle us. Don't know. These things are unpredictable. She lit a smoke and wandered towards the other passengers. She tried to sell you one of those pills too, eh? A man with an Australian accent asked as I looked down at my palm where the red and white tablet was at. Is it some kind of hallucinogenic? I whispered. Dunno, mate, but I personally wouldn't risk it. This night's probably going to be crazy enough as it is, he told me. You came all the way from around the world just for this? I asked. He didn't respond, but his eyes showed a story of pain and heartache. He was searching for something, but didn't dare disclose what. The others were not as fascinating. 2 twins from Manchester were here for a birthday present to each other, and a couple of young reporters finished up our group. Considering the price of tickets for the event, I knew that to get their money's worth, they all expected an extreme fright. 20 minutes passed and the flight still hadn't arrived, so the taller twin, Tanya, started to make a fuss. This is so unprofessional, she said, as she walked toward the wide hangar bay. I gathered she was hoping to find someone to complain to, and it was the first time I noticed that we were the only ones here. I had read online the flights were always packed to the gills, so why were there only 6 of us? What do you suppose is going on? Isabella asked. She wasn't as chatty either. In fact, the whole group seemed on edge as we followed Tanya to the other side of the airfield. Even the wind had stopped blowing. Something about the night just seemed even more sinister. As we turned to go back towards where we had parked, a sharp burst of air pierced the darkness, and all of us felt it nearly knock us down. Tom and the Aussie lost his hat and actually tumbled over as I looked up and saw the large passenger plane seemingly appear out of nowhere. It was about the size of a Delta airline jetliner, with at least the capacity of 150 passengers or more, and painted entirely black to match the dark sky. A rumble of thunder crackled across the backdrop of the plane as I noted there were only a few windows and only one entrance, further showing that they intended for you to have an immersive experience once aboard. I knew it hadn't been there moments ago. Now all of a sudden, it had landed. The ramp to the first-class seating area was already lowered, as though they had been the ones waiting for us, rather than the other way around. Isabella gave me a nudge and said nervously, "Told you they know how to make an entrance." I nodded and grabbed my things heading towards the plane as I spotted one of the stewardesses gathering luggage from the other passengers. Tom was the first in line, eager to be aboard. "Welcome, Mr. Bradley. Always a pleasure having you flying with us," the pale blonde employee said. Her face looked so perfect I half thought she was robotic. So pristine and exact. Tom became red in the face, apparently not anticipating that they would give away his apparent frequent flyer status, and then dashed up the steps to find a seat before any of us had a chance to open a conversation about it. "Do you have your tickets?" the stewardess asked, focusing on the twins next. Riley, the shorter one, took them out of her pocket, and both of them eagerly entered without much fanfare. I was next. "Welcome, Mr. Declan. I see you came prepared this time," the stewardess said as I took out my ticket. I gave her a look of confusion. "This is my first time," I told her. The stewardess didn't blink as she ripped the ticket and told me, "Of course it is. Yes. I must have confused you with someone else." I didn't bother asking any more questions, as I figured it was probably part of the show, and boarded the plane as well. At the front, before the first-class cabin area, 2 more blonde stewardesses that looked almost identical to the one that I had seen outside greeted me outside the pilot's chamber and offered me a warm drink, which resembled some sort of raspberry tonic. "Before we take off, we recommend all passengers drink this mixture. It'll prevent any sort of nausea or displacement," the first woman told me. I knew it was likely they wouldn't let me board unless I downed the concoction, so I downed it hurriedly and then pushed open the curtains to look at the interior of the cabin. Much to my surprise, it looked like an ordinary jetliner would, with rows of compartments above the seats for luggage and about 5 seats on either side of the aisle, most of which were empty. I checked my stub to see where I was supposed to sit. Economy, row C, seat 3. The Aussie was the only other one of us in first class, and I almost envied his deep pockets, wondering if his experience would be entirely different from my own. Back in economy, I immediately felt a bit more cramped and claustrophobic, especially due to the dim lighting. Was that for aesthetics, I wondered, as I moved to my seat and noted I was near a window that appeared to be sealed shut. A moment later, an Asian businessman appeared from the curtain and nodded, sitting down next to me. "Did you get here late?" I asked, not recalling him in the crowd outside. He responded in his native tongue and took the seat beside me, nervously fidgeting with his wedding ring as more passengers boarded. "Bloody hell, where are all these people coming from?" I asked, noticing a whole family pass us to go to third class. I reached over to my window to try to see if maybe a large group had shown up at the last minute, but then Isabella reached from the row behind me and kept me from opening it. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," she warned. I snatched my hand away, tired of her games, and pulled the shutter to the window up anyway. The airfield didn't look familiar anymore. Instead, it seemed as though we had landed somewhere in a busy city district like Hong Kong or Seoul. Nowhere near the same rustic countryside of Midwest America. "What the hell?" I whispered as Isabel shut it back. "We're about to take off. Trust me, you want these closed," she warned. This time, I decided to listen. Another stewardess appeared near the front of the cabin and grabbed a small speaker connected to the compartment beside her to give us a few guidelines. I couldn't help but notice how the plane was seemingly packed full of people. "Good evening. On behalf of all of us here at Full Moon Flights, we'd like to thank you again for joining us on this amazing journey. The captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign at this time as we go over a few instructions in the event of emergency," she said in a sing-song voice. Honestly, she seemed a bit too chipper given the information she next presented. "As you may have noticed during your arrival, there are no emergency exits or equipment aboard the flight. We had optimized the cabin to be entirely for the experience into the unknown. That being said, should we encounter any unanticipated turbulence, we ask all passengers to remain seated. The safest bet for us to reach our destination will be your full cooperation in these circumstances." Can't believe what I was hearing, especially how dangerous it sounded. I heard one man behind me cuss profusely as the stewardesses next explained there was no emergency oxygen on the airline either. "Rest assured that what you will be dealing with tonight will take your breath away, but if you can face it, you will get to your destination as intended," she said as she finished her announcement, and then disappeared to the front of the plane. Something about the way she spoke made me very uneasy. Her choice of words felt intentionally vague. A clamor of gossip stirred as we all wondered what the hell we signed up for. "That must be to just get us nervous," a young girl said a few rows up. "I heard they intentionally make this intense before the show starts," another man said. It made me a little calmer to hear these rumors swirl around, but I still had no idea what I expected. Behind me, Isabella squeezed my shoulder and muttered, "Buckle up, Max." I obeyed her and listened as a new voice came over the intercom. This one was gruff and sounded distorted, almost inhuman. "This is your captain speaking. We're T-minus 3 minutes to take off." Not sure why, but the succinct way he spoke, coupled with the way my stomach was twisting into a knot, made me very uneasy. There was no turning back. No escape, I realized. Then, the plane began to move. Instinctively, I gripped the seat cushion as I felt the engines begin to roar and the plane shake and pick up speed. The Asian businessman next to me did the same, closing his eyes and seemingly chanting. Was he praying? I could hear the wheels skid against the runway, and the noise grew louder as I was pushed into the seat a bit by the thrust of the engines. Then we began to ascend. The roar got louder as I looked about at some of the other passengers to see their reaction. Some were grabbing bags to puke in, clearly new flyers, while others were excitedly counting the seconds as we kept on going higher. I wasn't sure which category I fit in, but I was ready for the flight to stop its rush into the heavens. The plane shook again as we reached what I assumed was the highest altitude, and the light above my seat told me I could move about the cabin freely. Immediately I turned to Isabel to get some clear understanding of what to expect, only to find she had already unbuckled and left to the third-class cabin. I sighed in frustration, trying to get the attention of a stewardess, but the women were now standing towards the front, like statues, unblinking and looking on towards us. It was bizarre, but exactly what I expected in this sort of thing. I took a few breaths and calmed down, reminding myself that I should be trying to enjoy the experience, as I saw the curtain behind the stewardesses open and a woman wearing a geisha dress and kabuki mask enter, dancing amid the aisle towards my row. Immediately, the Asian man next to me tensed up. I saw his face had a look of panic. Is this someone he knew? Had the flight personnel secretly allowed them to board? Was he in danger? The woman got closer and then bowed respectfully towards me, clearly wanting to sit beside the businessman. I'm not sure why, but I felt obligated to let her in and moved out towards the aisle. The businessman started to shout something in alarm and tried to unbuckle, then the woman straddled his lap. It almost looked like she wanted to make out with him as I watched her gently touch his face. He started to shout louder, and I watched as the woman leaned in for a kiss. Someone squeezed my shoulder again, and I turned to see Isabella standing there. "Come with me," she ordered. I half wanted to see what would happen to the man that I was sitting next to, but I obeyed. Clearly, she knew more about this flight than me. As we entered third class, I found myself taking a moment to adjust to the darkness in the room. There weren't any windows back here. The only dim light was coming from the screens on the back of each of the seats. Miniature flat-screen televisions that all the passengers were glued to like zombies. "What is this?" I whispered, worried that our voices would break some sort of trance. "I believe they're doing something to them. Brainwashing or something. I'm not sure. I was hoping you can help me get the luggage in the compartment overhead," she said as we made it to the middle of the aisle. I noticed that the expression on the people's faces seemed contorted with terror or dread, as though whatever they were watching was driving them mad. "Sure, but before I do that, I need you to be honest with me. Why are you really here?" Isabel bit her lip and glanced towards the door. "We don't have time for that. The stewardesses will be here any moment, so can you help me break this open or not?" I huffed and looked at the lock, realizing I actually did have something that could open it up. "Yeah, sure. Let me get back to my luggage." Isabella told me to hurry as I returned to economy class and saw the stewardess were now removing something from the seat near me. It looked like the shriveled up remains of the businessman. It looked like a corpse. "Mr. Declan, your in-flight movie is about to start," the first stewardess said, as I noticed that now there was a mini TV in front of my seat as well. Wait, had that always been here? "What happened to the man sitting beside me?" I asked. I now noticed there seemed to be red, dark stains on the seat. Blood. "It's best for you to keep your journey to yourself, and not worry about others," the stewardess said with a pleasant smile. She stood there waiting for me to comply with her instructions. Hesitantly, I sat down and put on the headphones. Everything about this was beginning to grow increasingly stranger and stranger. Not what I signed up for at all. As I activated the screen in front of me, a burst of white noise pierced my ears, and I nearly knocked the headphones off. Then, crashing waves filled the screen, and I froze. What I was seeing didn't seem possible. It showed me memories of my time as a child near the beach. Memories I'd never shared with anyone. I watched in amazement as I saw my own mother in the waves. This was the moment that she had taken her own life, I thought. A secret that I had wanted to take to my grave. How could this flight know? The noise grew louder as I heard whispers amidst the waves. Something was speaking to me, telling me its own secrets. Chills ran down my spine as every moment played out exactly as I remembered it. My mother was just walking into the water, unconcerned with my cries as the waves crashed over her body. The whispers got louder. It sounded just like her. "Join me," it croaked. Then shots rang out amid the cabin. I jolted back to reality and saw Tom entering economy class, waving a pistol about. The stewardess was his victim. Her lifeless body sprawled in the aisle in front of me, except there was no blood. She just looked like a mannequin now. "What the hell, man?" I shouted, standing up as he neared my seat. "Don't let him harvest you, Max. You're too good for that. We can make it through this together, but you have to help me, you hear?" he said. Other passengers were screaming as he waved the gun around, warning them to stay back. "The hell is wrong with you? They're bloody frightened of you," I shouted. "It's exactly what they want you to think. Now take me to that stupid chick you talked to earlier, the frequent flyer," he ordered. I raised my hands up defensively, and we walked together toward third class. "Look, okay, whatever this is, it's not... These are just actors," I told him as we entered the dark room. Even when I said that, I didn't fully believe it. Something deep in the pit of my stomach told me that none of this was normal. I planned to use the sudden shift in light to take advantage of him, but I never made it that far. Instead, the entire plane started to shake due to turbulence, and he lost his gun, It slid across the floor as he fell on me, and I shouted to Isabella to find it. She obeyed, and I turned to punch Tom straight in the jaw as the lights in the cabin began to flicker. Then all the passengers around us started to convulse and go into shock, seemingly being driven to a stroke due to the sudden power loss. Amid the chaos, somehow, Isabella found the weapon and aimed it towards me. Tom had already produced a knife, and I shouted for her to shoot him. Instead, she aimed at the luggage compartment over our heads. A single bullet caused the lock to blast off, and several small bags fell, causing Tom's knife to become lodged in my shoulder. "Shit!" I said, as I looked across at some of the passengers, begging them to help. Instead, they were beginning to attack each other. One man was mauling out his son's eyes and eating them. A woman was digging straight into her face, trying to rip skin off, and 2 children were smashing each other in the stomach constantly with sharp forks. Any hope I had that this was all an act died at that moment. Isabella scrambled to search amidst the bags as Tom got his bearings. Then she found what she was looking for. It looked like a small briefcase. "Don't!" Tom shouted. I frowned, trying to figure out what the hell was happening as she put in the correct key code and the latches unbolted. Inside were 6 vials filled with yellow serum. She grabbed one and rushed towards the Aussie. I crawled out of the way into one of the seats as she lunged and pierced his neck, forcing the needle in all the way. I saw Tom's eyes dilate and then go completely black. And he fell to the floor unconscious. I snatched up his knife, just in case things got crazier from here. It was a smart call. Before I got a chance to even ask Isabella what the hell she was doing, she was through the curtain to economy class. I slowly stood up, trying to catch my breath, when one of the mutilated passengers grabbed a hold of me, forcing me to stare into its hollow, sunken eyes. There wasn't even a face there anymore, just a maw with endless teeth. Somehow they had transformed into nightmarish beings. I pushed it away and tumbled over Tom to get back to economy class, pausing between the 2 cabins to go into the restroom. The small room felt so much more claustrophobic than usual as I locked the door and looked at my reflection in the mirror. Splashing water on my face, I tried to get a hold of myself and chanted, "It's all in your head, Max. It's all in your head." I gripped the sink for a minute and felt my breathing return to normal, hoping that maybe I was able to come back to normalcy. And then I noticed something shimmer in the mirror. I looked at it for a short moment, frowning in concern. Then my reflection smiled wickedly towards me. A second later, a strong, icy hand emerged from the mirror and gripped my neck. I was gasping for breath as I felt my reflection strangle me, and I reached into my pocket where Tom's knife was still hidden away. I sliced it across the doppelganger's arm, causing strange black slime to bleed out from him as he loosened his grip, and I escaped to the main cabin. I was still trying to make heads or tails of what was happening when I caught sight of the twins. After all that had just happened, I could hardly remember their names. Riley... Tanya? All I knew for sure was they were both covered in blood, hobbling towards me with heads, knives in their hands, having carved off each other's skulls, blocking my way to first class. I could hear Isabella shouting something to a stewardess as I looked back towards third class. The jetliner was shaking violently again, and I heard the captain announce something overhead. "Attention, esteemed guests. We are entering a rough patch and advise you to buckle up," he said, in a voice that sounded too excited for the coming maelstrom. Suddenly, I was thrust to the ceiling. The twins fell upward as well, their bloody bodies toppling like ragdolls as I found myself unable to avoid sliding into them. The airliner shook, and I slowly moved toward the aisle where this all began, trying desperately to regain my footing. Then I heard a large growl from the third-class cabin. I shouldn't have looked. Tom's head peered out of the curtain, but what followed it was not human. It had a long neck like a giraffe without skin, and legs that were as wide as the entire cabin, stretching out towards passengers and stepping on them like ants. The legs had mouths like a Venus flytrap, shrieking as the strange creature twisted its body like a contortionist. It clung to the ceiling, Tom's pure black eyes looking straight at me as his chest opened up and hundreds of miniature spidery creatures skittered towards me. "Holy shit!" Isabella shouted as she entered the room. Tom leapt towards her, shrieking as his mandibles ripped into her chest. The plane started to level again, and I moved down to my seat, desperately trying to find some way off. All I could think to do was break the window. I still had Tom's knife, and my rattled brain told me to give it a try. Reaching towards the window, I raised it up, even as I heard Isabella scream for me to stop. I was expecting to see the darkness of the night. Instead, it was a blinding light hitting me right in the face as I covered my eyes and tried to hit the window. I heard the glass crack, and I kept going as hard as I could. Suddenly, the screams in the cabin were replaced by a roar of a void. Whatever was beyond the window, I had managed to reach it, and now we were all about to be sucked out. I gripped my seat as hard as I could as alarms began to blare. Tom's gargantuan body was the first to go. It was like watching a camel being shoved through a needle hole. His face contorted, and I heard the breaking of bones. He tried to grab a hold of me, his tongue lapping out and sliding against my face as I heard him mindlessly groan. His front claw grabbed at my hand and I lost my grip, my legs hitting the shattered glass as I felt the roar of the plane against my body. It felt like I was a puppet being dragged by a massive child. I was gripping the window, looking towards the heavens. I can't describe the impossible things I saw in that sky. This was not our Earth, not our reality. It was like a kaleidoscope of universes, crashing into one another, exploding in rainbows of color that I couldn't comprehend. From the endless ethereal streaks of light and dark, massive tentacles wrapped around the plane like vines, suffocating it. I could see something just beyond the horizon, a maw, the jaws of eternal damnation themselves, ready to swallow me whole. Isabella reached out the window to grab my hand and struggled to pull me in. I was lost in the gaze of eyes, of the demonic entity that awaited us. As soon as I was inside, I saw that she had another serum prepared, this time for me. You really should have taken that pill, bud, she warned as she stabbed me in my arm. Before I could get a chance to react, the world spun. I saw her face begin to melt away. In its place, first was the twins, growing two necks and forming a single monster to grin devilishly at me. Then it faded and showed the geisha woman, except this time her kabuki mask was made of flesh, the remains of her husband. Her long, claw-like fingernails dragged at my chest as she removed the mask, and I saw my own mother. Her lifeless eyes locked with my own as I fell into a deep ocean of sleep. I can't remember what happened next. Felt like I was having an out-of-body experience. I was above the plane now, watching as the tentacles of the monster crushed it and swallowed it whole. The shrieks of passengers, not just hundreds, but millions from all across reality, being fed into this hungry monster's jaws. Then I was back in my seat. The unfasten your seatbelt sign flashed on, and I gripped my cushion, looking towards the Asian businessman who was now seemingly alive. How was I alive? I looked down at my arm, rubbing the place where Isabella had injected me. It still felt sore. This hadn't been a dream, I realized as I looked around the cabin. The overhead intercom came on again. Attention passengers, we're about to arrive at our destination. Please remain seated to enjoy the full experience. I felt a squeeze on my shoulder. Then Isabella whispered in my ear, "Everything you just experienced is real. It just hasn't happened here yet. You need to find Tom and get off this flight. Now." I was about to turn to her when she squeezed my sore spot harder and snapped at me. "Don't look back. Don't hesitate. Just run." Then she passed me a gun. Was it the same one that Tom had used earlier? I wasn't sure. My heart starts pumping fast as I unbuckled and moved towards first class. The stewardesses were there blocking my way. For some reason, I knew they would try to stop me, so I swung the hammer of the weapon straight towards the left one. The two of them slammed into each other, and it sounded like two dummies collapsing against one another in a store. I pushed past them to enter first class. Most of the passengers here were rich upper class, just like any other normal flight. But as I moved down the aisle, I couldn't help but to notice the color was drained from their faces. They were trapped in their seats, unable to move. I reached towards one man, trying to wake him up, and his skin became as brittle as ash. "They're husks," a voice said in front of me. I turned to look to see a man standing there, wearing a pilot uniform, but nothing about him made me feel that he was human. He might have been once, but now all that remained was this memory. "What are you doing to them?" I asked, my voice trembling as I searched the cabin for Tom. Isabella's warning was ringing in my head, but I still needed to know more. Only what they signed up for. What you've already experienced. You've cheated, Max. Seen the end of the journey and managed to make it back. But it doesn't matter. The fear we can harvest from your soul is endless. You'll never truly leave this flight, he said, taking a step towards me. I clenched my fists and cocked the weapon towards him, letting loose a few rounds into his body. It didn't deter the specter. Not even sure why I tried after all I'd seen. But it did get Tom's attention. He stood up and moved towards me. "What are you doing, man? You want to get us both killed?" he shouted. I looked towards the gun, my hand shaking as I saw a scar was beginning to form on my arm. How had I gotten there? "I think we might already be dead," I said, passing him the weapon. The ghost pilot was gone temporarily, but Tom warned it wouldn't matter. God, my head hurts. That drug really did a number on me, he said, rubbing the spot where Isabella had injected him. "How is any of this possible?" I said, my mouth dry as he led me back through to economy class. This time I saw my doppelganger again, sitting there staring out the window and watching as the jetliner began to shake again. Tom was rattling off an explanation or an interpretation of events to me as we moved. From what I understand, the plane moves beyond the realm of space and time that we know, past the horizon into a new endless dimension, one where pure chaos is born. The people, if they are that, who run this contraption, they're feeding a creature, trying to birth it into reality. This reality that we know of, it's growing stronger, Max. Every new flight is harvesting more memories of reality and fear into it, he said. We were almost to the back of the plane now. No one had stopped us. His explanation made some sense to me as we stood there, and he started to look among the things before commenting. Probably have a dozen other questions about this mess, like how I know all this and why Isabella, if that is her real name, is helping us. I don't know. I came on board for my wife. She boarded a flight 3 years ago. I'm gonna find her. He paused and passed me the weapon along with a parachute. That isn't how your journey ends, Max. You got a chance to get out. Warn the world if you can. Just don't worry about me. If your wife is trapped here, you'll need to get her the serum that we both took. He nodded, nodding me adieu as he left to search the plane. The luggage compartment was oddly silent as the jetliner shook again and I put on the backpack. I slowly walked towards the back of the plane, near to where the landing gear was stored. It'd be the safest place to jump, I realized. I crouched down and gently kicked at the shutters beneath the gear, wondering how strong they were. Then I heard a faint whisper. Someone was there with me. Instinctively, I jolted and cocked the weapon. "Show yourself!" From amid the luggage, I saw a shadow move and slither towards me. Eventually, it formed a shape. The ghost pilot. No. It was a doppelganger of my own mother. "Don't come any closer," I warned her. Her eyes looked watery and full of pain. "Max, it's me. Unreal. This is real, all of it," she whispered to me. "It can't be. You're dead," I shouted back. "I saw you die." "That was just one way my journey ended. It doesn't have to be that way anymore," she said with a genuine smile. "The journey has shown me so much. We can live together. Endless amounts of lives." I heard another rustle amidst the luggage. It was Isabella coming to check on me. "Max, don't listen to her. You have to leave." "You can't leave, Max. No one can. Board the flight. You're part of the ship." Another voice cackled amidst the rafters. My mother raised a welcoming hand towards me. "This can be the life we never got together," she pleaded with me. I knew it was a trap, but it felt so inviting. To be able to escape into an endless cacophony of realities where I could experience the love of a mom that I never knew. But none of it would be real. I steadied my aim and fired straight at her head. The shadow screamed and blurred into 1,000 slithering eels as Isabella shouted for me to go. I turned and slammed my foot against the landing gear again and again. The black slime oozed towards me, the screeching eels rapidly closing in for a chokehold. Then finally the metal gave way and I could see clouds beneath my feet. Come with me, I shouted to Isabella. After all she had done for me, it felt like helping her was the right thing to do. It's too late for me. I'm part of the ship already, but I'll be here to help people get off every damn time, she responded. I reached for her, ignoring her insistence that she was doomed, but instead the shadows ensnared her, and I watched as black slime poured into her eyes and mouth. The shadow began to eat away at her body, and I knew I had to leave. Crawling down to the landing gear, the rush of air beneath the plane was overwhelming. I heard the screams from the flight roar, and I didn't hesitate this time. I jumped. Spiraling into the air, I heard the roar of white noise and looked up to see an empty sky. Like it had never been there at all. The force of my fall began to increase, and I pulled at my parachute cord, feeling it tug and jolt me up into the air. And then everything began to slow. I was drifting in the atmosphere. Gradually, I made my way to the surface, tumbling about in the soft ground as I got my bearings. I was back at the airfield. Standing up, I checked my watch and realized that not a minute had passed since I boarded. I shook off the parachute and I stumbled towards the road, watching as some cars approached. I covered my eyes as one car parked in front of me and a man dressed as a British explorer stepped out. What the devil have you just been through, my good man? He added, clearly startled at my appearance. I saw a couple behind him holding tickets, apparently awaiting an upcoming flight. I opened my mouth to warn them, and then I saw a familiar face in the crowd. Isabella. I moved towards her, grabbing a hold of her arm and muttering, Are you real? Is this real? Hey, hands off! What's gotten into you, bud? She said, shaking me off like she didn't know me. I still felt like my head was spinning. You're here for full moon flight? I asked, trying to understand and carefully choose my words. Yeah, first time. I heard there a scream. You bet on one yourself? Isabella asked. I didn't see a hint of deception in her eyes. Slowly I nodded, reaching into my pocket and passing her the pill she had given me right before I boarded. Only she hadn't done that yet. Do you need this for the trip? I told her. She gave me a look of puzzlement, and I walked off without another word. I knew there was nothing I could say to even explain how I understood her role now for this. A moment later, I felt a rush of wind, and the dark jetliner appeared right behind the hangar bay, like it had done before. A journey into the unknown, an experience like no other. That's what the review says. But that isn't what mine's gonna say. This is my review for Full Moon Flights. Don't believe the hype. This event is a killer. And you don't want to become a frequent flyer. Like me. Check these out. Cassidy waved a set of pink paper fingernails under my nose. Bet you can't catch me with these customized nails. I picked up my 11-year-old niece Cassidy from track practice after my warehouse shift on weekdays. At first, I'd only agreed to it to help my brother, who was barely keeping his head above water between his family and work, but I'd come to appreciate the daily car ride with my niece. She took care of all the conversation herself, and something about listening to her helped me decompress, even if I didn't understand half of what she talked about. Cassidy's latest obsession was making fake fingernails out of literally anything, from tape and post-it notes to screws or snack chips. I figured it was some dumb trend from TikTok, but still, it creeped me the hell out. Pulling up to Cassidy's middle school and seeing all those packs of kids walking around with what looked like homemade claws. After a few days, though, I got used to Cassidy's fake paper fingernails. And when she showed up without them, I noticed. For once, Cassidy didn't start talking right away. She slammed the car door and stared at her pinched tight knees. What's wrong? I asked. Where are your, fingernails? Lost them. Cassidy shrugged. It was the only thing she said during the whole ride home. The knees of Cassidy's jeans were dirty, and there was a scrape on her palm. The next day, Cassidy wasn't standing where I usually picked her up, by the corner of the middle school. I rolled down the window to call for her, but as I did, I heard a young girl's cackling laughter. 3 girls I thought I recognized from Cassidy's class came striding around the corner, giving me the stink eye as they crossed to the park. A few minutes later, Cassidy came storming around the corner and got into my car. This time, she didn't say anything. "Cass? What's going on?" I tried again. My niece shook her head. "I know something's wrong. Cass, you gotta talk to me." When I grabbed her chin and made her look up, I saw tears streaming down her cheeks. "Those girls?" Cassidy sniffed. By the fence at the entrance of the park, one of the girls waved to us with Cassidy's hot pink paper nails. "Hey!" I got out of the car, hands on my hips, too angry to think straight. The 3 girls scattered, giggling, and I realized the position I was in. I'm a 6'3" heavyset guy with a beard. What was I gonna do? Chase some 12-year-old girl through a park? I clenched my fist and I got back into the car. When I dropped Cassidy off at home, I talked to my brother Sam about what I'd seen, but he was so tired I don't think he even heard me. No matter how much I pleaded, Cassidy refused to name the girls, but I could see the light and joy going out of her day by day. It had been a long time since I'd felt so powerless. Until today. This afternoon, Cassidy practically skipped to the car and started telling me about her day as soon as she hopped inside. The change was almost frightening. Then again, I hadn't seen any of those girls around either. I figured that might be the cause of my niece's sudden cheerfulness. "But Alexis won't be bothering any of us anymore now that she's suspended," Cassidy was rambling. I realized that she just accidentally dropped the name of one of her bullies. "Oh?" I tried to sound uninterested. "How'd that happen?" "I gave her some new nails and she got in trouble," Cassidy shrugged. If she was trying to look innocent, I wasn't fooled. There was more to the story than that, but I didn't get anything else out of her until we pulled into my brother's driveway. Both of her parents met us at the door for a change. "My God, honey, are you all right?" My sister-in-law grabbed Cass's face, caressed her hair. "Did you see it?" my brother asked. "See what?" I was completely confused. "Some kid scratched the hell out of Cass's teacher. She's in the hospital with these gouge marks all over her, like she was attacked by a damn mountain lion. It's all over the news." I shot Cassidy a dark glance. "Do you know which teacher got hurt?" my sister-in-law wondered out loud. "Mrs. Kurtz," Cassidy responded. And I remember that name. The math teacher, the one who Cassidy said was always picking on her. "Was it Alexis who hurt Mrs. Kurtz?" I demanded. Cass went pale. "Yeah." Now she was trying to sound casual. "Yeah, that's right." I gave her some new nails and she got in trouble. "Cassidy," I began, "can you show me those new nails you gave Alexis?" "Well, I mean, I could, but like, why? You don't care about stuff like that." Cassidy clenched her backpack and tried to go inside the house, but my brother blocked her. "Let's see him, Cass." Reluctantly, Cass took out a small oval box from her bag. It was peach, the color of bright light shining through skin, and uncomfortably warm to the touch. I wondered where on earth Cassidy had found such a thing. The ivory clasp gave way beneath my thumb. Inside was a multicolored variety of high-end fake nails. I was fascinated with them. The blue nails were the color of the sky on the last day of summer. The red one had a golden pattern I'd seen before on the dress of a woman in a dream. The green ones? "Who gave you these?" my sister-in-law continued her interrogation. "A woman," Cassidy whispered. Something in her voice snapped me out of my reverie. "What woman?" "The woman in the woods behind the school. She said if I give them to Alexis and those girls, they'd never bother me again." I felt the blood rush out of my face. Behind Cassidy's middle school was nothing but forest. There was no reason for any adult to be back there. Not unless... "I don't have time for this," my brother rubbed his forehead in irritation. "Give them to me," I sighed. "I'll look into it." Driving home, my eyes kept drifting to the weird oval box in my passenger seat. The whole situation was just too strange. Cassidy hadn't been able to tell us anything more about the woman behind the school. In fact, she said she couldn't even remember when she'd met her or what she looked like. And I knew my Cass. There was No lie in her wide, haunted blue eyes. When I got home, I left the box of fingernails in the bathroom and did some digging. Apparently Alexis's mother, Sarah Homestead, was active in the Parent-Teacher Association, and her phone number was listed on Facebook. "What do you want?" A hoarse voice picked up on the phone on the second ring. "My daughter and I aren't giving any interviews, and I don't give a damn about your goddamn opinion about this family," Alexis's mother sobbed. "Mrs. Homestead," I ventured, I don't think what happened was Alexis's fault." That got me a long silence. "I'm Cassidy Lang's uncle." "Oh, Cassidy." There was another long pause. "Look, Mr. Lang, I'm aware that our girls aren't exactly friends. Alexis is a firecracker. I've told her time and again to be more thoughtful about how she treats people, but this..." Sarah Homestead burst into tears again. "The police say that poor woman will be permanently disfigured. They want to press criminal charges." What did Alexis have to say about what happened? "She was horrified. She says it wasn't her, that she put on these fake nails, and they just acted on their own." "Honey," my girlfriend Kate called from the bathroom. "Where did you get these? They're really cute." She walked into the living room with a shining set of lilac clip-on nails on her fingers. "I'll call you back," I whispered into the phone, then turned to my girlfriend. "Where did you get those?" "The box in the bathroom," Kate said at the kitchen table, blowing on her tea. "What's the big deal?" She drummed her new nails irritably on the formica. Or did she? Kate was staring at her hand. Her fingernails tapped against the table again. Something about the way they moved reminded me of a rabid dog straining against its chain. "I'm not..." Kate stammered, suddenly tugging on her new nails. "They won't come off." Kate's fingers writhed like tentacles of some deep-sea creature as they tried to evade her other hand. Just watching it made me feel sick. I pressed her hand to the table and tried to keep her squirming fingers still. I finally caught a nail, and as the others dug into my hand, I pulled. "No!" Kate screamed. "They're connected!" Looking closer, I saw that she was right. The lilac clip-on had tunneled through her cuticle somehow, and even her veins had turned a faint shade of purple. But I was more concerned with freeing my hand from the razor-sharp fingertips that had disappeared inside the flesh of my palm. It was only with a scream and a sickening spatter that I was able to pull away. I put all my weight onto Kate's hand, but I couldn't hold her down. Once free, Kate's lilac nails slashed and stabbed at me like 5 tiny knives. They dragged Kate around the kitchen after me while she tried to hold back her own hand. The situation would have been funny if it wasn't so terrifying. I blocked those glistening, blood-spattered purple claws with a bamboo cutting board, but another swipe flung it away. I shoved Kate away with a stool and dived into the living room, putting a solid wooden door between my girlfriend's insane new fingers and I. No sooner had I shoved against it than raking blows began to hammer it from the other side. With each strike, the hinges splintered a little more, and Kate screamed. The nails didn't care how much pain they put her through in their attempt to get to me. On the other side of the door, the pounding finally stopped. It was followed by a low, sick gurgle. I never heard anything like it before. I knew I'd be a fool to open the door, but the silence from Kate was more frightening than her screaming had been. What the hell could have made that noise? "Kate?" I ventured. But that sick burbling noise only intensified. I couldn't take it anymore. With only a mop handle to protect myself with, I burst back into the kitchen. I found Kate slumped against the wall with her own fingers buried in her throat. Up to the knuckle. With an awful squelching sound, Kate's hand pulled itself away from her throat and began dragging her limp body towards me. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. I backed out through the laundry room towards the garage, stumbling over my unwashed work clothes and the fallen mop bucket, barely seeing where I was going as I fled to my car. "Were there any more?" I screamed into the speakerphone of my brother as I sped towards his home on the other side of town. "Did Cassidy give out any more fake nails?" I'll ask," my brother groaned. I'd clearly woken him up. "She's in her room all night, says she felt sick ever since she met that woman behind the school. You sound bad, man. Are you all right?" "Just ask her," I hissed, and counted the heartbeats until my brother came back to the phone. "Cass says she gave him to 2 other girls. Alexis's friends. Why? What's going on? Get their addresses, call the police. I'll be there in 10 minutes. When I arrived, Cassidy was groggy. She said she'd never heard about any woman in the woods or given out any strange clip-on nails. It was just a thing on TikTok, she mumbled, then rolled over and went back to sleep. By morning, even the nails themselves were gone. Gone from the bloody, mutilated fingers of Alexis and her friends. Gone from Kate's corpse. Even the weird peach-colored box had disappeared from my bathroom. After a syrup pancake breakfast, Cassidy was humming cheerfully. She didn't remember a thing. Sleepless and numb, I looked up from my cup of black coffee and shared a silent nod with my brother. And we'd make sure that no one found out, not ever. That's why I've changed the names, ages, and occupations of the people involved. But I still feel I have to share the warnings while I still can. If you find a pair of fake nails that aren't yours, leave them where they are. Have a good night, sweetie. We'll be back after midnight, my mom said. Don't forget, we left extra candy in the basement in case you run out. I know, you told me like 6 times. Just go, have fun, I'll be fine. They gave me one last worried look. As a 15-year-old, I had only been left home alone on rare occasions. My dad was giving me a distrustful sideways glance as if he didn't believe in my ability to remember basic instructions. Reluctantly, they began to descend the front steps and walk towards the car, wearing their couple's grease costumes. They were going to a Halloween party, which made what my dad said next slightly ironic. Okay, we're going. Remember, no parties, no girls, no drinking or drugs. Do lots of drugs, have unprotected sex, invite people over, get drunk. Got it, thanks. I shut the door behind them and was left alone. Mercifully, finally, peacefully alone. If you've ever been 15 years old, maybe you'll remember that wonderful feeling when your parents finally go out for the night and leave you alone to your own devices. It's magical. The sun had recently set, and it was dark outside on the moonless night. Trick-or-treaters would be out soon, coming to the door in droves. It was my first night handing out candy, and I made sure to turn the porch light on so kids knew it was all right to come to the door. It was kind of exciting to be on this side of things for a change. I could eat as much candy as I wanted all night long while watching scary movies and playing video games. I had several horror flicks on my Netflix playlist ready to go. I tried to decide what to watch first, The Babysitter, Scary Movie, or The Ring. The night was still young, and I decided I didn't feel like committing to a movie just yet, so I sat down on my dad's comfortable faux leather recliner with a bowl of Halloween candy in my lap and pulled out my phone. I figured I'd watch new TikToks, then pick up a movie after that. I opened the app with one finger while nimbly unwrapping a Reese's cup with my remaining digits. The video which popped up on my feed was dark, difficult to make out. It looked like the person recording it was in a forest. Then I saw concrete stairs and the familiar-looking wooden boards of a deck or a porch. I almost scrolled past it. But then I noticed the deck looking familiar. As did the front door in the video. Ding dong, ding dong! I paused the clip. The Reese's cup remained uneaten in my hand. I put it up to my lips to take a bite, thinking the kids outside would wait a minute. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding. I got up from my chair. The piece of candy still whole and stalked angrily to the door. Damn kids couldn't just wait a minute. They'll break the doorbell if they keep attacking it like that. Swinging the door open, ready to yell at the brats, I looked down to see there was absolutely nobody there. Glancing around, I saw there was no trick-or-treaters anywhere nearby. No other houses were decorated either, I noticed for the first time. Mine was the only one. It was pitch black outside. The porch light had apparently burnt out within the last few minutes, since it had been working when I saw my parents off for the night. I closed the door and I walked back to the recliner. My heartbeat now ticking just a little faster in my chest. Sitting down, I felt like I couldn't relax. My muscles were tense and stiff. A floorboard creaked above me from the second floor, and I jumped and told myself that I was being foolish. It was probably just kids outside playing tricks. I leaned back in the recliner and I tried to breathe. We had moved into that house that summer, and it still felt strange and new to me. I had to get used to its quirks, the wheezing, moaning noises it made in the dead of night, sounding ghostly and possessed. The whistling eaves and rattling shutters which sealed off the attic, sounding like bones shaking in the wind sometimes, or like muffled screams. Holding my phone in my hand again, I unpaused the TikTok I'd been watching. It had been close to the end of the video. The camera panned upwards, and I saw the person raising a black-gloved finger up to press a doorbell. Ding dong! Ding dong! The familiar sound rang out through my cell phone speaker. In the video, nobody came to the door. They began to press the bell again and again and again, faster and faster and faster. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. It was too similar for me not to notice the coincidence. It sounded like what had just happened at my own front door just moments before, although it was possible I was mistaken. Looking down at the bottom left corner of the screen, I saw it was a user who was unknown to me. The title of the video was Halloween Takeover. It had just been posted a couple minutes before. Another creaking noise could be heard above me from the second floor, this time sounding more distinctly like footsteps bending the squeaky wooden floorboards. My heart began to pound faster and harder. I could feel it in my jugular and in my temple. My throat and mouth were dry. I felt anxious and panicked, more and more with each passing second. With a trembling finger, I scrolled up on my TikTok feed, getting rid of the video and moving on to something else, anything else. It had just been a coincidence, nothing more. I refused to acknowledge the possibility of it being something more sinister. That was next to impossible, right? The following video was a live feed, I noticed. Had the previous one been one as well? I wasn't sure. It seemed highly possible it could have been, and I just hadn't noticed. As it played, I noticed the familiar look of the person recording, looking at their black-shoed feet and the shadowy grass. Then suddenly they were standing on the stone tile porch at someone's back door. Someone else's house, I hoped, holding my breath. But those stone tiles looked very familiar, just like the wooden deck in the previous video had. This time there was no doorbell, so they knocked with a heavy fist. Bang, 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 bang. Jumping up from my seat, I heard the sound coming out of the back door for a few moments before I heard it on the app, as if there was a slight delay as it traveled through the cellular network. There's no doubting it. They were at my back door. The same person who was recording the TikTok was outside my house. Feeling suddenly full of righteous indignation, I ran to the back door to give the asshole a piece of my mind. There's probably some punk kid from my school trying to mess with me. I was pissed off they had gotten me so good. Swinging open the back door with a stinging retort ready on my lips, I looked outside into the night and saw... Once again, there was nobody there. I stepped out of my bare feet, walking onto the grass and looking around for the person responsible. The door hung open behind me and I paid no attention to it as I yelled out into the night. Hey! Hey, I know what you're doing! You don't scare me, asshole! Alright, come and get me! The last statement was one that I would come to regret. Going back inside, I closed the door and locked it behind me. From where I stood, the stairs to the basement were just to the right, the stairs to the main floor straight ahead. The darkness down to my right teased me with its unknown horrors and the possibilities of what lurked within it, drenched in blackness as it was. But I ignored it and went up to the main floor, shuddering and closing the basement door behind me as quickly as I possibly could, feeling as if something would grab my ankle with a cold hand if I lingered for too long. There was a flimsy steel chain lock on the door, separating the main floor from the rear exit and from the cold dampness of the basement. We never used it, but this time I slotted it into position with my hands shaking badly. At least it would offer a modicum of security, but from what? That I still didn't know. It was beginning to occur to me that it wasn't necessarily a kid from my class doing this. Could be anyone, could be a murderer. My knees buckled slightly as that thought crossed my mind. I went back to the living room and took a deep breath before sitting down in the recliner. Holding the phone in my hands, I debated calling my parents. I thought about how it would sound if I did. Hi, Mom. I was on TikTok. I saw a scary video. They rang the doorbell in the video, and then our doorbell rang a second later. And there was nobody there, and then somebody knocked at the back door, and there was nobody there, and... I sounded delusional. Paranoid. They'd come home, and she would say to my dad, I guess you were right. He really isn't ready to be home alone by himself, maybe next year. There's no way I was going to let that happen. Whoever it was, I could handle them. Getting up, I went down the hall to my room to grab my baseball bat. And as soon as I got there, I had it in my hands, and the lights went out. The entire house was suddenly completely dark. Eerily quiet. Lacking all machine noise, and of course, I had left my cell phone in the living room. With the bat in my hand, I started to feel my way along the wall, finding the doorway and going out of the room into the hallway. The entire house was quiet, dark, and empty as far as I could tell, but then, why did I keep hearing the soft squeak of footsteps above me, coming from the second floor? That decided it for me. I was going to call the police as soon as I got back to my phone. Slowly moving through the blackened space, I felt for the edges of the walls until I was in the kitchen, then moved past the locked basement door, feeling a sense of disquiet as I did so, as if there was someone just on the other side. When I was right up against the basement door, I heard the sound of the knob turning, and goosebumps ran up my spine and covered my entire body. They were inside the house. The flimsy chain would only hold back just the barest effort, judging by the looks of it. I didn't have much time. Whoever was on the other side of that door was not a kid from my school. I had a very strong feeling about that. They sounded angry and insistent as they turned the knob back and forth and began to hammer and bang on the door. It rattled and shook in its frame. Running as fast as I could, no longer caring if I hurt myself at this point, I ducked out of the kitchen and over my seat to where I left my phone. My intention was to grab it and call 911, but I didn't even get the chance. A loud crash echoed through my house, and I heard the sound of footsteps on the second floor, clearly now running towards the stairs that led to the ground floor. There was more than one of them in the house. My phone was blinking from where it lay on the recliner's armrest. I ran over to it in the pitch-black darkness, bashing my shins against the leg of a dining chair on the way. I finally reached it and unlocked it, just as I heard the basement door creak open with a loud bang. The only thing I could think to do at that moment was to turn on the flashlight. I needed to see what the hell I was dealing with. Luckily, I got it on quickly, using a shortcut from the home screen, and it turned on, casting the room in a harsh white light. Walking over to the broken door, I saw there was nobody behind it. No culprit who could have caused the damage. My phone dinged, and I looked at the screen to see that I had received a text message from someone. A link to a TikTok. "Sorry about your door," a voice was saying in the video. It sounded ghostly. "Do you have any more candy?" Bag in the basement was mostly Tootsie Rolls and licorice. I hate licorice. My parents opened the door and found me shaking in the recliner. All the lights turned off, staring at my phone, watching that same video over and over. It was our basement, our candy stash. "Really? You sat here all night with the lights off, eating candy and watching TikTok on your phone?" my mom asked incredulously. "We're going to have to talk about cutting back on your phone time. I would have thought you would at least give out candy to kids, maybe watch a scary movie, something." My dad sounded a bit upset, but I was barely registering what he was saying. My mom was going down to the basement, I realized with a start. Mom, don't go down there," I yelled. But it was too late. "Yep, ate all the candy down here too. You were in so much trouble, mister. I thought you didn't even like Tootsie Rolls." And that was the night that I learned that ghosts are real. And that once a year on Halloween, they return to their earthly homes, to the places where they spent their fondest days. Our family had purchased that house from a couple who was downsizing after their kids passed away in a freak accident on a school trip. The son apparently loved TikTok. He loved playing pranks on people. And also, he really loved candy. Just not licorice, I guess. The daughter usually played upstairs in her room. Was quiet, didn't cause any trouble. Greg and Alice, that was their names. Found out from my parents, who had found out from the neighbors. They found out some other details too. Other past owners of the house. Some more controversial than others. It's not Greg and Alice who keep me up at night on Halloween, terrified to sleep. It's the other one. The one Greg told me about. He's up in the attic. That's why it was boarded up. he whispered to me in the darkness after my parents had gone to sleep. I didn't find out how scary he was until I crossed the veil. I can see him up there, waiting. Just don't ever unlock those doors or open those blinds. All he needs is a little breathing room, and he'll be out of there next Halloween. And you do not want to run into him. There's a reason he was locked up there to begin with. Halloween will be here again soon. It's just a couple of weeks. And my dad just decided to start renovations on the attic. The shutters are off for the first time in decades. The doors hanging wide open. He did it while I was at school. We gotta let it air out, my dad told me with an unrecognizable grin, looking very much unlike himself. We gotta let it breathe. Hey there, guys and ghouls. I have a good deal for you. I know it's nearly Halloween and everyone's looking to get spookified, so I figured it would be a perfect time to offer some bargain tours of my very own, bona fide, authentic, haunted house. You heard that right, folks. While most places claim to offer spirits and ghouls, I've got the goods to put them all to shame. Not only is my haunted house built on some cursed reservation land, I've gone through the extra effort of making a deal with the devil himself to throw in a few demons to boot. And seriously, I'm in some deep shit, and I think my life is on the line. Well, this sounds too good to be true, right? Let me tell you, when I first bought the place, I didn't believe it either. And truth be told, I thought the realtor was making the whole "this place makes Amity look like paradise" thing up when we spoke. I mean, we all know that shit is fictional, right? Sure, I'm a God-fearing good old boy, but I'm not gonna mess around with real demons. I don't want to lose my ticket to the pearly gates. The house seemed quiet, and I figured it was all just hype. But I'm an entrepreneur, and a struggling one at that. So I figured with spooky season just a few months away, I could hire a few actors, get my money back in no time. Little did I realize that after signing the contract, I was up to my neck in ghosts. Help me, please. Well, I'll take that back. They didn't actually show up at first. I didn't realize it until it was too late. Dear God, or even a dear God, please help. Which is probably why I thought the haunting was a hoax. I checked every nook and cranny after the realtor tucked their tail and ran. Nothing to scare about here, except roaches and a few unsightly drapes only my grandma would be okay with. Or so I thought. So I decided to start things off with a bang and offer tours that same weekend. Hairy haunts and hijinks. Catchy, right? I even made a few posters and distributed them around town. That was when I first heard rumors of the truth about this place from the old-timers in the local community, the ones that offered a few words of wisdom about that property. Shit's haunted, all right. Can't get much better testimonials than that, right? Of course, I didn't listen to them. Classic dumb protagonist here. I thought I knew better. I'd checked, double-checked, and even had a priest stop by to bless it. It's good to me, mate, he said. I knew it had to be legit because he didn't give me that review until after I paid him. Plus, he had several 3-star reviews online. Demons exorcised or your money back. That's how a business should be run. Anyway, once that was out of the way and I got a few more naysayers to tell me I was just causing trouble, I realized I still wasn't selling any tickets. Apparently the town actually believed this haunted crap. What if they were right? Oh Lord, what have I gotten into? I was going to be up a creek without a paddle if I couldn't get any kind of return on my investment, though. I had to do something. And then, one day, while sitting on the shitter, I had an epiphany. Online advertising. That was the wave of the future. I had a little money left to do that, so I figured I'd just make this old house sparkle and shine and get some young, dumb kids in here for a few bucks. I decided Facebook was the place to start off, and I spent about $20 to get the crowds coming my way. Now all I needed was something to really sell. Now, I know that sounds like putting the cart before the horse, but I figured that if I could just get someone, anyone, in the house, my fast talking could do the rest. Ain't no shame in my game. And once the ad was up, I figured all I needed to do was sit and wait, like catching flies with honey. Then a day passed, maybe 2. No business, not even a blip on the radar. There's one fella that had a flat tire out in my driveway. I almost got him inside, almost. My over-eagerness must have scared him off. I figured, that really should have counted as a sale. So scary you won't want to come back. Should have told him to review me on Facebook, damn. Thankfully, though, the next day I did get my first customer. Young, pudgy lad named Todd. Looked lost, which was perfect for me, so I invited him inside. Got anything to eat at this bed and breakfast? He asked me as he picked his nose in my lobby. Sure, we do have some tacos, I told him as I glanced over at my half-eaten Sonic burrito. Oh man, I don't know, that stuff goes right through me. But I could see he had a little bit of drool on his lip. He was sold. I grabbed at the burrito and took him upstairs to give him a look at the rooms. This place needs a little TLC, Todd said with a burp as he licked his dusty fingers. Well, it's supposed to look like, old and decaying. Disgusting architecture is part of the aesthetic, I told him. He started to do the potty dance and asked me for the nearest toilet. Little did I know that by letting him in there, I would unleash a force on this earth that had been dormant for 20 millennia. I stood outside the toilet, hoping to find a way to sell him some novelty ghost rags, when I heard the entire house shake. Everything okay in there? You gotta jiggle the handle. And then I heard an explosion. Immediately I unlatched the door, and I found myself staring at the most disgusting sight. Todd was sitting there, his butt half ripped apart, covered in piss. And standing behind him was a massive skeletal creature with talons digging into his back and horns stuck in my bathroom ceiling. The demon slurped up what little brains Todd had and then looked up at me, cackling madly as I slipped on the bloody floor. Holy shit, I exclaimed. Unholy, actually. Get your grammar right, boy, the demon said as he ripped Todd's head off and then chucked it out the window. What is going on here? I said as the stranger climbed off the toilet and used what was left of Todd's bones to start cleaning his teeth. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think your pudgy friend here just successfully woke me up from a 50-million-year coma with his farts, the demon commented. You're the devil, I realized. I was trying my best not to shake as I said it. Guilty as charged, but my friends call me Bobby, he said, extending a fiery red hoof towards me. Bobby. That's right, son, and you best not forget it, now that we will be working together. Well, hold on a second. I remember agreeing to that. In his left hand, a glowing contract appeared, and Bobby put on his spectacles to read the real estate title word for word. Should the party in question come to find out that his or her new property is demon-infested, he or she agrees for total compensation from all proceeds to be split evenly to any and all manifestations found within. Well, it really says that? Next time, read the fine print, Bobby advised. But nobody reads the terms and conditions. Look, I'm not here to debate this. Honestly, I have no interest in money anyway. But what I do need is souls. Souls? Yeah, you know. The things most people have. He gave me a look and sniffed my shirt. Yeah, you got one. It's a little musty, but it's there. I can't just bring you souls. That's murder, and I would be out of business, I objected. Okay, fine. Then I can settle for just dragging you back to hell with me, he snarled, his hair blazing as he pinned me against the wall. My heart was pounding. I don't want to die. I'm too young. I'm too nice. I'm too... me, I cried. Then it sounds like we'll be doing business together, Bobby decided. I was shaking as I followed him. This had to be a bad fever dream. I kept pinching myself to wake up. No dice. We were down in the main foyer now, and he was scrutinizing the decorations and commented, First things first, this place is a dump. How are you going to even get people in here without a little sprucing up? On the way down, though, as sleazy as I am, I had resolved I wasn't going to lure in innocent people to this place. I just want to make some money, but I'll be at a loss if that means that I have to save a few folks, I said to the devil. Are you still harping on that? Look, son, you ain't got a choice.
In fact, just to make sure you don't try any funny business."
He paused and conjured up a red blade that was covered in ash and raked it against my left palm. Immediately my skin was on fire, dripping blood as I screamed, and he began to chant. It sounded like Latin. Maybe Pig Latin. The whole room was beginning to spin. It felt like I was having an instant hangover. And when he was done, the first thing I could do was vomit. Bobby looked at me with utter disgust.
"First time being cursed, huh?"
I wiped sweat off my brow, trying to sound brave. "You kidding? That was nothing. You should meet my ex-wife," I responded, as I gasped for breath. He snorted and put the blade away.
"I displaced a truth spell on you. Now, no matter how hard you try, you can't lie. It's not exactly 100% accurate, but it will keep you from being a hero," Bobby said.
"That's diabolical," I replied. He looked pleased with himself.
"All right, now, son. Let's get this place in tip-top shape. We've got souls to snatch."
So, that's how this whole mess got started, and why I'm so desperate to get a few people in here for a tour. I hate this job. I hate this curse. And I really, really, really hate the Halloween season. But 'tis the season, and merry it will be for all demons involved. So what are you waiting for? Seriously. Please send me someone. Anyone. And no duplicate coupons allowed. I'll start from the beginning. This might be a little rambly. I need to organize my thoughts. I went on a date a few weeks back with a woman. I'll call her Anna. We were talking about conspiracies. Stalkers, these famous criminals, astrology, witchcraft, typical date stuff. Then she asked me, "Have you had dreams with a red door in it?" Something I should put out there, right? I don't believe in the supernatural. The world is just a boring place. We're just meat that thinks. It's been nothing but trouble ever since. That said, I enjoy the paranormal. I enjoy ghosts, aliens, all that shit. And maybe it's because I don't have a visual imagination. I've never experienced anything that couldn't be explained outside of dreams. I don't dream every time I sleep. And it's even rarer for me to remember, but about a year ago, I started noticing randomly in my dreams this red door. I stopped eating my fries and I asked, "A bright red door? So red it almost glows." In mine, it's metal, but yeah, that color for sure. I don't remember most of the conversation exactly. The gist of it was that she's been seeing this door in her dreams since she was a kid, and she only knows 3 other people who've had that experience. Neither of us have interacted with it as far as we know. I didn't know if I believed her at that point, but I was definitely curious now. A couple days after that date, I had a dream. Normally the door is just a distracting background element. I don't even notice till I wake up. But this time my dream went from a third-person flyover a grocery store smash cut to a first-person view of the door, almost like it was a shot from a horror movie. I remember there I was just standing in front of it, and then I woke up. I texted Anna about my dream, and she said she was jealous. She asked if I touched the door. I said hell no. "Why not, Mr. Science? Scared of a dream?" Anna teased. At the time I agreed. It was weird for me to be scared. "It's Dr. Science, thank you," I said. "I see that stupid smug grin through your texts," Anna said. "But seriously, why not?" "Look, I just want my 4.5 hours of sleep in peace, no adventure." So there was a prompt on my dating profile. I mentioned something about lucid dreaming, I think. It's the thing that Anna brought up when she matched with me, so I wasn't fully surprised when she said, "Why don't I just come over to your place tonight and you show me how to lucid dream?" So, obviously, I said yes. That night, I explained to her how I lucid dream. And really, there's only 3 rules. First, you want to put something in the dream that you immediately recognize it's a dream. It could be anything, as long as it stands out enough to remind you that you're dreaming. It's not 100% necessary, but it does get you in control sooner. And second, you always want to be aware of where your consciousness is. You can drift out of your body if you're not careful, and it's back to normal dreaming. And finally, most importantly, you need to monitor your emotions. See, if you lose control of your emotions, you lose control of the dream. First thing I remember about this dream was the location. At first I thought that we were at a university, some sort of college campus, but the architecture was off. Everything was both old and new, like Gothic cathedrals built by Apple, flying buttresses and steeples of glass and pearl white plastic. The first person I saw was Anna. And since I didn't find any copies of Pets for the Nintendo DS around, I think I made her my anchor by accident. I wondered, maybe she did the same. I never dreamed with someone else before. The way she smiled, played with her hair out of boredom, it was hard to remember this was just a dream. Right, back to the dream. We looked around for a while, no other people, no dream monsters, all doors were solidly monochromatic. I think this was when I brought up how this is from me playing too much Bloodborne, and then explaining what Bloodborne was to Dream Anna in excruciating detail. But then Anna said, "But that doesn't make sense. This is my dream." Before I could argue, there it is. In the middle of a promenade flanked by white arches in front of a white sandy beach, with a blue ocean that stretched across the horizon. I remember just standing there. Those moments felt way different than the rest of the dream. I was physically present in my own body in a way that I'd never felt while asleep. "Yeah, there it is." Anna looked at me, almost expecting me to say something. Was it actually her? I walked closer, hearing the sound of my steps as they moved from pavement to clay tile of the promenade. I reached out and touched the door. It's warm. Solid. "I think this is good enough. You go ahead and touch it in your own dream." As I looked back at Anna, she was right behind me, turning the handle of the door. Oh shit! The door yields open as Anna twists the handle. I jump back on instinct. I felt my heart racing even though I'm in my dream. "Anna!" I yelled out. A light engulfs her then. I'm at the start of my dream, but now there are people walking from building to building. The only thing, whenever I look toward a person, they immediately mirror my gaze, everyone, and with that same horrified expression. I close my eyes. I'm losing it. I'm losing control. And then, "Wake up!" Anna's voice brought me back. I was awake. I looked over at the clock. 5 a.m. We compared dreams as I brewed some coffee. She occupied my cat's attention. Her dream started at a construction site near her old high school, but once we reached the promenade, things were weirdly similar. Anna thought otherwise. "I told you, I have," she waved her arms around erratically, "gifts." Yeah, doubt that. I remember thinking if Anna dreamt that Bloodborne conversation or something similarly nerdy, then I would be more willing to coincide, but honestly, it wasn't worth bringing up. Besides, in her dream, I was weirdly more serious and stoic. "What about this?" Anna turned around and grabbed something from my shelf. "You wouldn't shut up about this video game." She turned around with a PS4 game in her hand. Man with a hacksaw and a gothic city that reached up to the sky. Shit. I don't have a funny quip. And the moment she saw it on my face, she had the widest smile. She got me. "Whatever. Did you open the door, though?" I asked before taking a sip of coffee. Anna looked away from me before speaking. "Yeah, I think I woke up as soon as it opened." I noticed something was on her mind, something she didn't want to say. "Did you see what was inside?" I think I should go home. I'll text you later." We didn't talk about dreams for the next week or so. I hadn't had any I remembered since then. It wasn't until our next date that Anna brought it up. Do you ever see things? Anna asked in a hushed tone. We were at a boba shop in the arts district, downtown. Strange conversations happen here all the time, so I knew something was up. Not really, I said. I told her I have aphantasia, zero visual imagination. The only time I see things that aren't real is in my dreams. Why do you ask? I see it when I'm awake. See what? The door. So I don't know if I made the right call, but I invited her to stay at my place for a while. I knew Anna had been through some shit. She's had her own mental issues with not that great a support system in the city. Not that it mattered. This woman was basically the complete package. Weird, smart, hot, everything you could ask for, but also I felt responsible for this mess in the first place. I realized immediately Anna wasn't sleeping, at least not deeply. She'd get up all through the night. The third night we had a conversation, and finally, she told me what she saw in that dream 3 weeks ago. I was in your room. It's not that I woke up. I opened the door and I was in your room. I took a pause to search how I should react. Well, I guess on a technical level, that's pretty unnerving, but I wasn't alone. I feel someone watching me. It was then that we made a plan. We were going to go in again, and this time we'd enter the door together. As we were getting ready to sleep, I held her hand and I looked into her eyes. Best case scenario, a night of real sleep might help. Worst case scenario, whatever happens, we'll handle it together. Promise. This dream was a little different. It took a while to become aware. I made Anna my anchor this time intentionally, but the first part of the dream I don't remember. But when I saw Anna sitting at a bus stop, tapping her feet, twirling her hair, I knew I was in the right place. Did I keep you waiting long? I asked. Oh, so you believe that I'm real now? Anna asked. I looked around. There was a great ocean view. White buildings, blue roofs. We were in Santorini, Greece. I don't know. Maybe. This is definitely too normal for one of my dreams. We started off looking for the door, but as time passed, we just decided to go sightseeing. The weather was nice. It was a festival going on, but it wasn't too crowded. We spent all day talking and walking around the city. I almost forgot this was a dream. There it is! Anna squeezed my arm like a vice, and suddenly, that feeling again. Hyper-presence. I wondered if our dreams were in sync again. Part of me hoped that we did share the whole experience somehow. Right, I can't be getting distracted in my own dream. We made our way to the door, together reaching for the handle, when a familiar voice calls my name. Wouldn't do that, kid. Don't know how deep this thing goes. I freeze. Was that my dad? Anna looks at me unsure. I turn to look, standing about 9 or 12 feet away. I 100% recognize that man as my father. From the bald head to the leather sandals, but it's too correct. His smile's a little too wide. Who are you? I grab Anna a little tighter. A friend, the man says. We need to talk. Just us. I take a second, looking at the man in the shape of my father, the ominous red door, and Anna. Go. Go! I twist the knob and we both fall through into a bright, waking light, and just like Anna said, I stumbled into the room I fell asleep in. Alone. The next 24 hours I spent all day calling, texting, trying to figure out... Look, trust me, I'm not crazy, okay? I didn't make up a girlfriend for a story, but I checked her belongings, no ID, her car, no registration, but her things are here. They're still here. It's been 2 months. I've exhausted all my other leads, no social media, no missing persons. I haven't told anyone until now. I don't know what to believe, but everything that happened. The only thing left is that door. The red door. I haven't been able to dream at all since then, but there's at least 3 other people out there who can. Listen closely. Do any of you remember a dream with a red door? See you soon. That's what my fiancée Mandy said before she left for work that Tuesday morning. I never saw her again. I didn't know that it was even possible for a 27-year-old woman to have a heart attack, but the doctors told me that 1 in 5 cardiac events happens to people under the age of 40. If only Mandy had been walking down a busier street instead of a shady alley that she took to work. If only she'd been able to get her phone out of her pocket to call for help. If only. Those words felt tattooed on my brain. We'd been planning to open a bakery in November, but I couldn't manage it without her. And besides, like most things that reminded me of Mandy, our business idea now left a bitter taste in my mouth. Without realizing it, I transformed my apartment into a sort of shrine to our relationship. I spent my days working grueling 10-hour shifts as a package handler. And when I returned home, I wallowed in Mandy's photos, clothing, books, and records. I'd watch her favorite movies with a tall drink in hand, sipping until my mind drifted off far away and granted me a sort of ecstasy through oblivion. 2 years of my life passed by that way, like booze poured into a bottomless pit. It wasn't until I met Christina that things began to change. Well, for starters, she got me out of my apartment and away from the bottle. She understood that I had a drinking problem long before I did, and it wasn't until the 4th or 5th time I saw that I realized our dates, for lack of a better word, never involved alcohol. We'd go to a carnival by the beach, a picnic in the hills, old video game arcade. Christine was full of ideas. Of course, even 2 years later, I felt like I was doing something wrong by falling for someone else. Someone who wasn't Mandy. It was almost eerie how well Christina understood me. She knew I needed time, she took things slowly, didn't even hold my hand until our 2nd month of going on excursions together. One morning, Christina came over without calling. She'd brought sturdy black trash cans and cleaning supplies. When I saw her standing on my doormat with that determined expression, I knew it was time. My apartment got its first deep clean in 2 years, and Christina helped me to get rid of the remnants that I just didn't have the strength to throw away. In the end, I only kept one picture of Mandy. An image of her baking bread with me in the kitchen. Her black clothes covered in flour. Smile wide on her face. I felt a little guilty keeping it for a time. I forgot about it altogether. It was like I could breathe again. Like I'd woken up from a nightmare-ridden nap. The first breath of air when I woke up tasted fresher somehow, and I felt blessed that Christina had seen me for who I had become instead of the depressing alcoholic that I'd been when we met. Not long after we moved in together, Christina took me to a candlelit concert and a romantic dinner. When I asked what we were celebrating, she made a toast to the health of my future business. Even after all I'd been through, she knew I still dreamed of being an entrepreneur, and that night was her way of pledging to support me while I set out on what would probably be a rough and uncertain road. Without Christina's help, I never would have reached out to my old contacts in the business world or attended so many startup conventions. Somehow, other entrepreneurs and investors seemed to take me so much more seriously with Christina by my side. With 2 others, I eventually launched a small IT consulting firm It was a far cry from the bakery I'd once imagined, but I was finally my own boss. Every year brought more success, and I knew I had Christina to thank for that. Her bright green eyes and warm smile were all I could think about as I stood in front of the jewelry stand, trying to decide on an engagement ring. Something with emeralds, I thought, to match her eyes. My phone rang. The number was unknown, but as a consultant, I was used to getting calls from strangers. At first, I heard only the sound of roaring winds, as though the speaker was calling from inside of a sandstorm. They kept repeating the same phrase over and over, but I couldn't understand it, not at first. Maybe I didn't want to understand it because I knew those words. That voice. See you soon. Mandy's voice grew louder and louder until it felt like her lips were less than an inch away, screaming into my ear. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. See you soon. I flung my phone away like it burned me. When I retrieved it from the carpet, the mysterious call had ended. Throughout the rainy drive home, I wondered who would play such a cruel trick. Old bully from high school, maybe? A dissatisfied client? It didn't make sense. In the end, I settled on 2 simple golden bands, purchased from a different jeweler. After the strange call, the other shop seemed tainted somehow. Just driving past it gave me the shivers. Christina said yes, as I knew she would, and everything went fine right up until the moment we got ready to cut the wedding cake. Words appeared in the white frosting as though traced by an invisible finger. S-E-E-Y-O-U-S-O. Acting on instinct, I grabbed a fistful of the icing letters and pressed it over Christina's mouth, to laughter and applause. Maybe it was a bad move. I mean, after all, Christina's one request for our wedding was that we're not doing the cake thing. But I didn't think that justified the look of pure disgust and hate she gave me in that moment. I'd never seen Christina so angry. Was Mandy trying to wreck my relationship from beyond the grave? Christina forced herself to sigh and smile and gave me a taste of my own medicine. The cloying sweetness of cake on my lips forced the insane thought out of my mind. The band began to play, and the night went on without any further incidents. Christina and I signed our documents, filed out our life insurance forms, got listed on each other's bank accounts, and set out for our honeymoon. Yet Mandy's messages, if that's what they were, didn't stop. They showed up in the shower-steamed mirror, in my alphabet breakfast cereal, even the magnets on the refrigerator. It was unexplainable. There was no doubt about it, but once I got over the initial shock of seeing those hateful words, I realized that they could be ignored as well. I mean, after all, they were just words. I had moved on and needed to as well, ghost or not. A few weeks after Christina and I returned to California from our honeymoon in Italy, I had my first near-death experience. That morning, I was scheduled to meet a client at a restaurant along Highway 1, beautiful but dangerous route that skirts the stormy, cliff-lined coast. Maybe it was a trick of the mist, but I was turning out of the neighborhood. I swear I saw someone standing in the middle of the road. It was like a black shape in the white fog, but it looked familiar. It looked like Mandy. I slammed on my brakes, or tried to. No matter how hard I pressed on the pedal, nothing happened. Rolled to a stop in a suburban yard and looked nervously out of the window with an emergency flasher blaring. There was nothing out there but mist. Later, the mechanics would tell me that my brake line had been set up to fail. The phone calls and the inexplicable writing had been one thing. Now, however, it seemed that Mandy's vengeful ghost was actually trying to kill me. Christina could tell that something was wrong. There was concern in her eyes when I got home that night. She did her best to cheer me up with red wine, a romantic evening by the fireplace, a steak dinner, but I was too exhausted to enjoy it. Supposed it was the accumulated stress of the haunting. For that's what it was. I no longer had any doubts. The haunting that caused me to drift off to sleep so quickly after dinner. When I did, I dreamed about Mandy. We were back in the rundown hardwood apartment that we'd shared back when I was still working on opening the bakery. It was a beautiful spring morning. Golden light shone through the open balcony doors. I turned over in the rumpled sheets, and even in my dream, I felt my blood run cold as I recognized Mandy's naked back beside me. Her messy brown hair, the rose tattoo on her spine, the scar on her shoulder from a bike accident. At the foot of the bed, the closet creaked open just a crack. I scrambled backwards in bed. The closet door opened wider, and the morning light seemed to dim. The darkness inside the closet seemed hungry. A pair of green eyes stared hatefully out at me from its depths. Beside me, Mandy pointed to the balcony window. She held a finger to her lips. See you soon. The closet door opened wide. Something enormous skittered forward. The hairy black legs of an enormous spider. Its hideous bulk hungrily towards me. The spider had Christina's face. I woke up slumped in the passenger seat of the rental car that the mechanic had given me. I was in the garage with the door shut and the motor running. My head ached from the fumes. I turned off the ignition, opened the garage door, and staggered into the house. If Mandy could manipulate my dreams, could she also move my body in my sleep? Christina slipped an arm under my shoulder and helped me to the kitchen table before disappearing to prepare some tea and to call emergency services. Alone with my thoughts, I realized that I had to tell my wife what I was going through. Christina placed a warm cup of tea in front of me, and I took a small sip, willing my foggy brain to put the words together in a way that wouldn't sound completely insane. Suddenly, my arm exploded in pain. Bloody letters appeared carved into my skin by an unseen force. See you soon. Where was emergency services? Hadn't Christina called them? My brain was too addled by the fumes. I couldn't think straight. And why was Christina holding a knife? As the bloody words had appeared on my arm, my hand had flailed wildly, knocking over the teacup. A faint scent of bitter almonds rose from the spilled liquid, and I finally realized the truth. It wasn't Mandy who'd tampered with the brakes. It wasn't Mandy who'd fed me sleeping pills with wine before placing me inside a running car in a sealed garage. It wasn't Mandy who'd put arsenic in my tea. Christina advanced on me, a razor-sharp knife in her hand and an insane smile on her lips. You're tired, she cooed. Your head hurts. Don't fight it. It will all be over soon. I stood woozily, knocking over the plates and dishes that had been my parents' wedding gift to Christina and I. They shattered on the floor, and I staggered towards the door. Mandy's voice screamed in my left ear with such force I dropped, clutching my head, and barely missed the shining edge of Christina's knife as it sliced through the air. My phone began to ring in the pocket of my denim jacket. Phone. I had no doubt that it was the unknown number again, or that my only hope was to call emergency services, get out in public, try to stop my wife's knife with a thick jacket cloth until help could arrive. As it turned out, the nightmare was over as soon as I made it out the door with my phone in my hand. My neighbor Taylor was out for a walk with his Labrador and 2 toddlers. As soon as he saw me practically falling off my porch with terror in my eyes, he knew something was wrong. And Christina knew that there would be witnesses. Christina didn't resist when the police came for her. She just stared into space with a vacant expression, a hollow look that explained it all, helping me start my career, marrying me, taking out a high-paying life insurance policy that I barely looked at before signing it. It was all part of her plan to profit from my death. Mandy had been trying to warn me. I didn't hear from Mandy for years after Christina's arrest. There was no more dark figures in the fog or gruesome words scrawled on the walls. In a strange way, I almost missed them. They were a reminder that someone was waiting for me on the other side. That somehow the strongest human emotions carry on, even through the veil of death. A few days ago, I went to the doctor for a routine checkup. As he came through the door with an armload of paperwork, I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. I received a text. "We got the results from your blood work back," my doctor began. There was a helpless look on his weathered face that I didn't understand. To be honest, it doesn't look good. You might want to sit down." My eyes were already drifting to the message from an unknown number that glowed on the screen of my phone. "See you soon." My family lives beside a pumpkin patch. We've been here since the beginning of the summer, living in this little 2-bedroom house with a leaky roof and bad plumbing. My parents said it was fixer-upper, but I haven't seen either one of them fixing anything yet. The pumpkin patch isn't ours, it belongs to our neighbor, Mr. Ashworth. He's the one who owns our house, so I guess he's our landlord too. My parents always talk about him while whispering, as if he might be right outside the window. We're listening in on their conversation. "That Mr. Ashworth is an odd fellow," my mom would quietly say. "You got that right," my dad would reply, even more silently. They think I can't hear, but kids must have better ears than grown-ups because they talk loud enough that I can make it out from the basement. That's how I overheard them saying the other day that they were going to be short on the rent this month, and they would need to make it up to Mr. Ashworth in some other way. "Why don't we tell him that Jason will help him harvest pumpkins this year?" my mom offered. "He could work for him every day after school." Suppose that might cover it," my dad said. "You're going to need to start looking for a new job, though, soon. If they can't give you full-time hours, they should have told you they would." "Tell that to Sharon," my mom retorted, in a tone that suggested there would be no further discussion on the matter. And so, I ended up in the pumpkin patch, harvesting fat orange pumpkins and loading them onto a wagon, my back straining and sweat pouring down my face, despite the chill of the evening air. Mr. Ashworth sat up high on his tractor, looking down at me condescendingly with his one good eye, sipping something from a brown bottle that looked cold and alcoholic. "All right, keep working. I'll be right back," he said, once the flatbed was stacked high with pumpkins. The tractor started to chug and belch black smoke from the exhaust stack as it lurched into gear with a jolt that sent several pumpkins teetering and tumbling from the back end. Mr. Ashworth seemed not to notice as they smashed and spilled seeds and guts everywhere on the grass. "Hey, you dropped some! Mr. Ashworth? When can I go home? I've been out here since 4 o'clock, I shouted after him, looking at my watch. The sun had already gone down. I hadn't eaten dinner. It was past 9:30 and I had school in the morning. Not to mention the pile of homework in my backpack, which had been nagging at me until I decided I didn't care about it anymore. Mr. Ashworth was gone up the hill, the steep slope sending a few pumpkins wobbling and rolling off the back of the flatbed. I realized suddenly what a terrible conveyance it was for our purposes. Something caught my attention as I was standing there, breathing heavily and waiting for him to come back. A scarecrow about 50 feet to the left of me was hidden between a few high corn stalks in the patchy field. For some reason, it began to draw me in, and I felt myself taking slow, tentative strides towards it. Something was odd about the scarecrow, I realized as I ambled over. Actually, there was several strange things about it that had drawn me in. For one thing, it was covered in crows, and I always thought they were meant to keep those pesky birds away. The scarecrow was hiding a small, hidden garden. I guessed it was Mr. Ashworth's special vegetable patch. There was a few sagging stalks of corn, a couple rotten pumpkins, a half-dozen blackened and collapsing gourds and zucchini swarming with flies, as well as a yellowed tomato plant covered in moldy, rotting fruit. Everything growing there was dead or dying. As I drew closer, I saw that the scarecrow wasn't alone. It was the outermost of a group of them, positioned in a low section of the field so that the vegetation disguised it and camouflaged it. I realized it was a perfect hiding place, completely indistinguishable from the road or the house. It was like a bunker in a golf course, minus the sand, hiding this little monument to decay from the rest of humanity. Maybe that's why my legs were so wobbly and my hands were a little shaky as I thought about the fact that I probably wasn't supposed to be exploring over here. But I couldn't help it, and I felt like my feet were on a conveyor belt, taking me inexorably closer to the group of scarecrow people, swaying gently in the breeze with broomsticks shoved up their... "Jason, get back over here. Day's almost done, boy. One more load and I'll be done with you for now." I shuddered at his phrasing and began walking over. I looked back over my shoulder at the group of scarecrows, and I could have sworn that I saw one move, twitching ever so slightly, but that was surely just a trick of the light. The one closest to me could just barely be made out in the dim glow of the moon, a burlap sack with a smiling face painted on it, and the bulge of something underneath the fabric that looked a bit like a nose. And that smell, it was like rotting vegetables, but also something else, sweet and pungent and unpleasant. Birds were picking at the scarecrow's arms with their sharp beaks, pecking and prodding at what was underneath this thick clothing, as if trying to get at something tasty hidden underneath. "Move it!" Mr. Ashworth shouted at me, and I began to run back towards him, my heart pounding in my chest. Trick of the light, my mind said. Nothing more. I didn't get home until around 11 p.m. that night, and I fell into bed exhausted. Still, despite my tiredness, I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing. Theories floated through my thoughts with no conclusion. Only questions. Answers just out of reach, teasing me from underneath burlap sacks painted bright with smiling faces. As I lay in bed, I thought about the scarecrow again. I imagined those birds pecking at the fabric of its arms like a thick and troublesome sausage casing. And as I fell asleep, I drifted into a fit of nightmares worse than any I'd had before. In them, my parents and I were pumpkins in Mr. Ashwood's field, our bodies buried up to our necks in the dirt. Another version of me with a horrifying, hollow-eyed pumpkin for a head came along and surveyed us, judging our ripeness. He stooped down with a knife in his hand, long and rusty, and began to hack at the exposed flesh of my neck, driving dirt and soil and worms into the wound with short, swift, sawing motions. I tried to scream, but I found my mouth was sealed shut, like the uncarved face of a pumpkin. All I could do was watch as he hacked and cut, and blood sprayed and splashed the doppelganger jack-o'-lantern me's face, covering him in fine, misty red droplets. Finally, he was done. And the thing, which looked like me but wasn't, picked me up in his arms and cradled me like a newborn. Then he took me over to that weird, hidden little garden with its distended, misshapen scarecrows and brought me over to one with no head. The stump end of a broomstick could be seen sticking from the farmer's overalls and clothing, stuffed full of hay to look like a body. Pumpkin me drove the bloody stump of my neck down on top of that pole. I could have sworn I felt real pain as he twisted and turned my skull to drive it deeper and deeper, and then, finally, it was finished. And the pumpkin-head me walked away, dusting off his hands and leaving me there. I looked around to see the faces of my parents and the scarecrows all around me. But they were frozen in gap-mouthed poses, their gazes blank white and rolled back, as the carrion birds began to swoop down and land upon us, and the crows and ravens began to feast on our eyes. I jolted awake with a terrified start. Feeling my clothing and sheets beneath me drenched with cold sweat, sitting up in bed, I was panting and trying to catch my breath, as if I'd just been running a marathon. My hands were shaking and my legs were wobbly as I stood up, wanting to get as far away from that dream as possible, and never wanting to sleep again. Despite my tiredness, my legs brought me into the window, and I found myself looking out into the field, at the pumpkin patch beside our house. Somehow I wasn't surprised to hear the sound of digging out there. A grunting, huffing sound as someone worked in the pumpkin field, despite the darkness, and then the noise stopped suddenly. Startled, I saw a glimpse of reflective eyes look back at me from the darkness between two cornstalks, golden and mirrored like a large cat's stare. But then they winked out of existence and disappeared, as if I had just imagined them. But I knew I hadn't imagined them. And I knew who they belonged to just as surely. Mr. Ashworth. I thought about telling my parents my outlandish theory the next morning, but they were already gone when I woke up for school. It was weird, but not totally unlike them. Half the time I was forgotten about, and the rest of the time they acted like I was a deliberate inconvenience to their lives. as if my existence was a gift they had bestowed upon me that I needed to be thankful for at all times. The kids at school looked at me funny when I expressed this truth as a mundane fact of my existence. Their faces were sad, and I eventually realized they were looking at me with pity. My parents had disappeared like this a couple of times before, but not for a while. They'd always apologize afterward. I would just eat frozen pizza and cereal and wait for them to come to their senses, like I was living out a far less glamorous version of Home Alone in a shittier house. I figured when I got home from school, they'd be there. They'd buy me ice cream or something to make it up to me. But they weren't there when I got home from school. Instead, Mr. Ashworth was waiting for me at my front door. My heart sank immediately. Feeling exhausted already from school and working the fields the prior day, I wasn't exactly thrilled to see him, but he reminded me that I had a job to do and that my family would be evicted if I didn't do it, and I agreed to head over to his place after changing out of my school clothes. "A fancy boy, ain't you?" he said mockingly. "Just wear what you got on." "Have you seen my parents?" I asked, hurrying to follow after him. "They've been gone since this morning." He looked at me sadly. "Your parents certainly take your maturity for granted," he said cryptically. What do you mean?" "Didn't they tell you? They said I should make sure to give you dinner for the next few days since they were going out of town. Told them it'd be no problem. By the way, I hope you like mutton." I was flabbergasted, and I felt a terrible sense of betrayal. For a few days? They went out of town? That's impossible. How could they do that and not tell me? "Are you sure they didn't? Young boys such as yourselves don't always have the best ears for listening, especially if there isn't candy and video games involved." I could feel my face getting hot with anger. No, they didn't tell me. Did they leave a phone number, anything? I need to talk to them." "Nothing of the sort. Now come on, let's get to harvesting. Those pumpkins won't pick themselves." Mr. Ashworth's house was a lot busier today. I realized as people were starting to show up to purchase pumpkins from his barn, where he had them stacked high in a line-up like a class photograph, arranged from smaller to larger going left to right. They were sorted on a set of long benches which appeared to be designed for that purpose. I was surprised to see a dozen or more children were also working with Mr. Ashford, taking cash from customers in exchange for pumpkins and assisting people with carrying them to their vehicles. I hadn't seen the kids in school, and I didn't recognize any of them. But I was new to town, and I figured they were just in different grades or different classes than I was. I tried to talk to one of the kids, but he just turned away, refusing to say anything to me. He looked a little frightened. He was dead set on tending the customers. He had no interest in speaking to me. "What are you doing here?" Mr. Ashford shouted when he saw me. "You're supposed to be out in the fields, hacking pumpkins. Get back down there, don't make me get the whip." I expected a grown-up to chastise Mr. Ashford for saying something like that to a child. I mean, even if it was a joke. But nobody said anything. They just kept going about their shopping. A woman's eyes strayed to look at me for a second, but then she looked away sharply, as if not wanting me to notice. She grabbed her young daughter's hand and made a showy display of picking up a pumpkin and hefting its weight in her hands. "Look, Sadie, this is a big one. Do you want to carve this one?" The little girl smiled, looking shy. I could sense something was off about all this. Something was left unspoken as a hushed tone carried throughout the barn. I felt like people were watching me intently. But when I turned to look at them, they were quick to glance away. I got that feeling you get when people are talking about you behind your back, saying unkind things. "Move it," Mr. Ashwood said, pushing me from behind. "Jack-o'-lanterns don't pick themselves." I walked down the hill towards the field with a forlorn look over my shoulder. The family's acting strange, picking out pumpkins while ignoring me, and the kids quietly working at Mr. Ashwood's farm. They all had something to do with the creepy scarecrows in that hidden garden. I just knew it. Like seeing the pieces of a puzzle and knowing it would make a picture, but not knowing quite what that picture was. I resolved to sneaking out to visit the hidden garden later that night, after Mr. Ashworth went to sleep, assuming he actually slept. Later on, I lay in bed, the sound of crickets outside my window the only noise in the world. I was exhausted after another long night working in the pumpkin patch. All evening I had watched with jealous anger as happy families with smiling children streamed in, one group after the next, laughing and picking out their pumpkins, talking about how they were going to carve them to look like clowns, witches, ghosts, and ghouls. The only ghoul I wanted to carve up was Mr. Ashworth. He had told me to come back bright and early in the morning before school. I need to help him for an hour or so before class. There wasn't much I could say to this. He was my impromptu guardian, it seemed, at least for the time being. It would be another short night with no sleep by the look of things. The lights in Mr. Ashworth's house were out suddenly, and it was still and dark. Was he finally going to sleep? I imagined him climbing into a coffin in the basement, closing the lid until morning like some sort of reverse vampire. I climbed out of my bedroom window, afraid of the squeaky sounds of our rusty-hinged front door, waking up the old man. My feet hit the ground with a muffled sound, the grass slightly damp with early morning dew that I could feel through the canvas-tipped toes of my shoes. With a deliberate effort to remain stealthy and hidden, I made my way towards the rickety wooden fence which divided the two properties. I slipped between the rails and began to march out into the pumpkin patch, staying low to avoid detection. The house stayed dim and quiet, and I took that for a good sign that Mr. Ashworth was fast asleep. I made my way out towards the secret garden and found an assortment of crows waiting for me, standing on the arms and heads of the scarecrows, their beady eyes watching me silently as I approached. One bird let out a soft, mournful caw and took off, flying up into the night sky to disappear amidst the stars. I imagined him as an undead scout going to report the enemy's position to the necromancer's general, the Dreadlord Ashwood. This would need to be quick. A peek under the burlap hood to see what was really underneath there. I began to take slow, tentative strides towards the closest scarecrow. The crows stayed where they were on it, watching me carefully. I approached even more cautiously as they refused to abandon their perch. They guarded it with jealousy. Their eyes looked angry as I got closer. Raising my hand to pull off the cuff to the scarecrow's shirt, I began to expose the wrist. Hoping I would only see straw beneath the plaid, I folded the fabric back. All the birds took off suddenly, their flapping wings and squawking cries, startling me and causing my heart to skip a beat as it fluttered into my chest. After recovering, I went back to it. In the dim light, it was difficult to see what was beneath the shirt. I stepped back to let the glow of the moon shine through. It was spongy and strange to the touch, but then I realized why and fell stumbling backwards. The arm, it felt like flesh. Just like my nightmare, the scarecrows were constructed from corpses, left out to rot and hanging in the sun. The only support for their weight was a sharpened pike sent through their body from the rear and up into their mouths like a rotisserie chicken. When I pulled off the hood, I saw the jagged end of a pike protruding from the man's mouth, with entrails and organs dangling from it. That smell. No wonder that stench was so powerful over here. My eyes were drawn to the other scarecrows. I couldn't help myself as I began to take wobbly strides towards the next one a few paces ahead. As I got closer to it, I saw that there were more of them. Far more scarecrows than I had seen the first time. There was a line of them extending into the distance. What I thought was a little sand bunker-shaped divot in the field was actually a meandering ditch that turned and twisted away from me, its length hidden by a low hill. There were dozens of scarecrows planted within this narrow gully. I began to rip the rotting clothes off the one closest to me and almost let out a scream of horror when I saw what was beneath. A body ravaged by the birds and the sun, the rain and the hail and all other elements. The skin was slewing and tearing in great long gashes. Pieces of rotting flesh came off of the clothing as I pulled the plaid shirt from the scarecrow. The head was still covered with a burlap sack with a dead-eyed, smiling face drawn upon it. And I had to pull it off, to be sure. The form beneath was almost unrecognizable as human, but I knew it wasn't either one of my parents, and I began to move on to the next one. Despite my terror, I had to know. I had to be certain. The next scarecrow was the same as the other two. Straw hanging out of the cuffs of a plaid shirt with sleeves too long. The entire form of it distended and drawn out, the limbs too stretched and lanky, but now I understood why. It was to conceal what was really inside. I ripped the hood and hat off this one as well, to see the face underneath. I nearly vomited a puddle of bile sitting bitterly in my mouth afterwards. The faces of these scarecrows were rotten, and I guess they were months or years old by the look of them, and the smell was worse than anything I'd ever experienced. It stuck with me and stayed in my nose as I walked further along the row of scarecrows. Instead of going for the next one, I wandered further towards the very back. The last 2 scarecrows looked newer than the others. Their clothes were brighter, not yet faded by the rain and the sun. Even in the darkness, I could tell the difference. And the other strange thing was that these last 2 scarecrows were moving. It was horrifying seeing those 2 figures squirming and writhing on their posts, their heads hidden by burlap sacks. The worst part was knowing deep down in my gut that those were my parents, impaled on pikes like victims of Vlad the Impaler. That story I had learned in school suddenly came to mind with a chilling clarity that made my blood run cold. Who knew how long they'd been out there? I had to help them. But I had to be sure first. I began to run, my feet sinking into a muddy section and getting soaking wet, and momentarily stuck, but I didn't care. I left my shoes behind as the muck swallowed them up with a hungry glurp sound, and staggered on my socks. When I got to the scarecrows, I began to blubber and cry and call out to them, no longer thinking about staying quiet. I could only think about helping them. My hands worked quickly, pulling the burlap sacks from their heads. It was my parents. To say that they were alive was a stretch. What that was could not be classified as living, but only an agonizing delay on the road towards death. They were in a purgatory of pain, impaled and balanced on the most horrifying way atop 2 pikes, which were slowly and inexorably making their way through their vital organs as their body weight caused them to slide downwards, the tips of the sharpened pikes inching out from behind their tongues. My mother's eyes drifted towards me as she looked at me with what I would have guessed to be remorse, her lips quivering up and down, and I realized she was trying to say, "I'm sorry." "It's okay, Mom," I said, taking her hand and squeezing it. "You can let go." Her eyes closed and she let out a deep, shuddering breath, and she was gone. I looked to see my dad had done the same, as if they were both out there waiting for me to show up to see me one last time and apologize. Before I had even 1 second left to grieve, I heard something behind me. A shuffling of feet and movement through the brush. It felt like I was being surrounded. A kid's voice said from the darkness. What the hell? As scared as I was also confused. Was the boy speaking in another language? Was this a Russian government spy project or something? It didn't sound like another language, I realized. It sounded familiar, like a record being played backwards. Without another thought, I began to run towards my house, bolting past the rotten tomato plants and sagging cornfields. Kids were waiting for me just on the other side of those, and reached out to grab me, their fingernails raking across my skin, leaving long gashes in my flesh. They called after me. "What's happening?" It was come back, you're one of us now, I realized. After I got back inside the little squat house I once called home, I realized that they were speaking backwards. Like, why, I had no idea. Just like I didn't know why Mr. Ashworth had been kidnapping kids and killing their parents for years, maybe decades. Just like I don't know why the town is protecting him. When I dialed 911 to try to report the murders of my parents, all I got is a recorded message with my address listed at the beginning, as if it was meant specifically for me. "Submit to Mr. Ashworth," the message said. "Mr. Ashworth knows what is right for us all. Mr. Ashworth is good. Mr. Ashworth is just. Do not question his authority. Open your doors to him. Open your heart to him. Open your mind to him. Submit, submit, Submit. I hung up the phone after that. I felt my eyelids getting heavy and my head was feeling fuzzy, and I began to walk to the front door with my hands outstretched. Part of me felt like I needed to go back over there, like I owe him a debt. My parents did agree to his terms, after all. And we did eat the delicious pumpkin pie he gave us when we moved in. Submit. The word flashes through my mind, and with it is a wave of terror. Because I know that eventually, whether I want to or not, I'll be back working in Mr. Ashworth's pumpkin patch tomorrow, and every day after that for as long as I live. Until one day, I too become a scarecrow in his fields. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and before we get started on tonight's video, I just wanted to let you know that you can find more from tonight's author, Mike Jesus, at his YouTube channel, Mike Jesus Lenger. You can find a link to it in the description down below, or click that little eye you see in the top corner. And now, on to tonight's story. So far, I've had two experiences with the European healthcare system. The first was a lesson in how free healthcare works, and the second was a lesson in the incomprehensible. My first interaction with a local hospital came approximately 3 hours after I touched down in Prague from Newark, and I nearly cut off my finger. On the flight over, I managed to drop one of my AirPods into a glass of orange juice, so I bought a cheap pair of headphones at the airport. The packaging of the headphones was impossible to pry open with my fingers, so my smartass decided to raid the hostel's knife cabinet for the sharpest blade that I could find. 10 minutes later, I was in an Uber with my gushing finger wrapped in countless paper towels. Growing up in the US, the European healthcare system has always been a mystery. My trip to Prague's model hospital did a fair amount to illuminate that enigma. No insurance? No problem. $30 patch-up, no questions asked. Spent about 15 minutes in the waiting room, and the doctor had the bedside manner of a prison guard. But it was nice not having to pay an arm and a leg for a simple mistake. When I did a free tour of Prague 2 days later, my tour guide assured me that most Czech doctors treat their patients like war criminals, awaiting trial. So, I shouldn't take it personally. I didn't. I was just happy my accident didn't include excessive paperwork. I thought I had a fun cultural experience. I thought I'd come home with a keepsake scar and spend the rest of my Central European adventure with my right hand wrapped in gauze. I was wrong. A week later, I typed this message with fingers that bear no evidence of my accident. Back in Prague, the doctor told me that it might take a couple of months for me to regain feeling in my sliced fingers, and that I should be ready for the possibility that 2 of those fingers will always feel somewhat numb. Yet as I type this message, they feel brand new. My whole body feels brand new tonight, because I had my second experience with the local healthcare system. So I'm standing outside the pub in Olomouc, Eastern Czech Republic, right? I'm enjoying a cigarette. It's well past 2 in the morning. The pub closed down 3 hours ago, but there's still a sizable party going on inside. My cousin, who I'm visiting, knows the owner, insisted that the place stay open so that he could show me a good time. There's enough plum schnapps at the bar to drive the whole city blind, and the patrons aren't particularly concerned about their eyesight. It's a fun night. These folks go hard, and I need a breather, so I pop outside for a cigarette. My parents used to live in Olomouc back in the communist days, but escaped over to the west when the Soviets sent 500,000 troops to Czechoslovakia as a gift of brotherly assistance. My parents escaped the system, but I was raised on stories of their youth. I distinctly remember looking out at the lamp-lit, cobbled streets, trying to imagine my mom and pops drunkenly strolling around, singing anti-government songs. My drunken imagination came to a sudden halt as I got punched in the stomach. The guy was wearing a dark hoodie and was at least a head taller than me. That's all I could make sense of. He just rushed by me, socked me in the stomach, then continued stumbling up the street. A couple of feet later, the man in the hoodie came upon a street sign. He seized the metal pole in one hand and started punching the sign itself with the other. 3 or 4 dull metal thuds later, my assailant turned the corner and he just disappeared down into one of the alleys. The punch had knocked the wind out of me. Before I could make sense of what had happened, another figure grabbed me and shook me by the shoulders, a woman in her 20s with enough metal in her face to make a headbutt deadly. I barely speak the language, but from her expression and the handful of Duolingo classes I took on the flight over, I could tell she was apologizing. She shook me, apologized, and then ran off after the man in the hoodie. "No police, please," she kept on yelling in Czech as she disappeared. "No police." I was drunk enough to not feel the initial impact of the hit, but as my breath returned, a sharp pain started to spread through my abdomen. Once I was sure I wasn't going to vomit, I made my way back into the pub. Again, I don't speak Czech very well. My cousin, to match me, barely speaks English. Took a good amount of gestures and Google Translate work to explain exactly what happened. As I was pantomiming my random assault, the party was in full swing, yet as my point started to come across, the merriment slowly drifted from the pub. "Stranger man on street hit you in belly?" my cousin finally asked. Everyone was quiet. Everyone was watching us. I nodded. My cousin shook his head in disappointment, slammed some colorful bliss on the bar, and then put on his coat. "Time to go find man who punch," he finally said, standing in the doorway. My stomach was still in pain, but I tried to argue. I had no interest in getting into a fist fight anywhere, let alone abroad. To all my arguments, my cousin shook his head. "If man punch you and you let him walk away without fight or sorry, you will hurt for rest of life. Come, time to find man who punch." I don't know how many of the pub patrons understood English, but they all nodded along in agreement. They had all decided it was best for me to leave with my cousin to go find the man who punch. The sweet smell of liquor and sweat in the bar felt infinitely safer than the cold streets outside, yet I was a guest of my cousin's. I didn't question him. I just put on my coat and followed him out into the night. As the door was closing behind us, the owner of the pub shouted something to my cousin. Again, Czech isn't my strong suit, so most of the sentence flew past me. I did, however, understand one phrase of the bartender's message. "Nockni doctor." The night doctor. I tried steering us off course and asking my cousin what the night doctor is then, but his aim was singular. He wanted to find the man who punched me. With some trepidation, I pointed to the street sign my hooded assailant had attacked. There were specks of blood right next to the indented direction to the city center. My cousin set out through the city in a confident pace, and I, reluctantly, followed behind. The impact of the sucker punch had ballooned up to my chest, and each breath I took made me twitch. I didn't feel like I needed medical attention, yet I did want the night to come to an end. I figured it soon would. The chances of randomly bumping into the guy who socked me seemed minimal. Yet after a 15-minute journey, we arrived at a large open square with a haunting Gothic column in the center. Next to the centuries-old monument stood the hooded giant who had hit me, and the woman who had begged me not to call the police. They were arguing about something. I'd never been in a fist fight, and judging by his physique, neither had my cousin. As chubby and short as he is, though, my companion approached the situation with blind courage. With theatrical flair, he put out a cigarette against the back of his shoe and then started to shout at the arguing couple. They quickly stopped arguing. I was drunk and hurt. Seeing the giant approach my cousin sent a shot of adrenaline up my spine. He looked as if he was about to swing at him as well, and that wouldn't end well. There was no cops on the street. I had no chance of backing my cousin up. I braced for the worst, but my panic quickly gave way to confusion. My cousin spoke in a low and assertive tone, occasionally pointing back to me, occasionally to the city behind. Instead of throwing another punch, the giant's shoulders slumped. He intently listened as my cousin spoke, outlining some sort of deal. The woman who'd been bickering with the giant listened too, but only for a bit. Before my cousin had finished talking, she rushed past him and began pleading with me directly. Again, I don't speak the language, so I couldn't figure out what she was saying. I could make out the phrase, "no police," and she seemed apologetic enough, but her eyes were wild. She was way too close. Walking backwards, I yelled to my cousin for a translation. "She say her boyfriend angry man. He catch her with other man. He gets angry, he hits everything. No control. Nothing personal when he hits you. She says everyone's sorry. She says, Do not call the police because boyfriend criminal. I agree. Maybe we don't call the police, but he must hit him, the woman yelled in English. She dragged her giant before me and illustrated her point by hitting him and making an equal sign. The giant looked at me from above, looking like a Slavic Moai head with puppy eyes. He had been crying. She says, you hit him, then everything equal. But I say, hit me, the giant ordered, lowering his head. Hit me, he said, tapping his cheek. Every ounce of self-preservation I had went against the giant's wishes. I didn't want to hit him. I was already in enough pain. For all I knew, his angry instincts would send another hit back in reflex and kill me. I didn't want to hit him, but there was alcohol on his breath, and he was a head taller than me. With a respectful amount of strength, I planted my fist in the giant's stomach. Throwing the punch sent a lightning bolt of pain up my abdomen, and the giant barely flinched. The moment I pulled my hand back, the woman grabbed the giant and started to drag him away from us. She considered the matter resolved. So did I. My cousin did not. Nay, he hissed, and then, with a familiar low tone of voice, proceeded to make demands. From his speech, I could only decipher a single phrase, repeated multiple times. Knock-knee doctor. The night doctor. With each mention of the name, the woman grew more and more agitated until finally she started to yell back. She started yelling at me to hit the giant again. When that didn't work, she started swinging her purse like a mace in the general direction of my cousin. The giant gently pushed her aside and shook his head. She says, you hitting makes justice, but I say no. You are a guest. Should be treated with honor. This man punch, you get justice. You can only get justice with the night doctor, my cousin said, producing another cigarette. So I make man call a night doctor. Okay, what is a night doctor? I asked. My cousin puffed on his cigarette and thought. He's a man who... With frustration, he pointed to the stars and snapped his fingers, hoping for words to manifest. None did in English. He said a couple of words in Czech, which I didn't comprehend. He is a man who helps. Both help you, help get justice, you see. Don't scared. Night doctor working quick. He snapped at the giant, and the giant's head went low. In a voice strained with fear, the man started to recite some sort of poem or prayer. I understood none of it, with the exception of one phrase. Knock-knee doctor. The night doctor. As the giant recited his prayer, the woman took a handful of steps aside and turned her back. My cousin also inched further away from me and the giant, but he kept his eyes locked on us. When the giant finished his recital, the air grew still. A piercing chill joined the numb aches that followed each breath I took. For a moment I saw my cousin puffing on his cigarette, but the ashes were traveling up the rolling paper far too fast. He breathed out a large cloud of smoke, and with it, he disappeared. Everything disappeared. My cousin was gone. The giant was gone. The Gothic column in the center of the square was gone. All that remained was a sea of cobblestone beneath my feet and the wild stars above. Then, out of the darkness, a terrible thing emerged. It wore a long, dark coat with golden buttons and had the facial features of a man, but it certainly wasn't a man. Its face was old and eyeless and possessed a thin mustache of white. The rest of its body was not of flesh, but of ethereal light that pulsed between a starlight white and a foggy blue. Without its formless feet touching the ground, the specter advanced towards me with its hand stretched out. I was far too paralyzed with drunkenness and fear to do anything. But the ghoul's hand touching my forehead shocked me awake. The touch of that terrible thing was colder than any winter I had ever felt. I screamed in pain and shock. Or at least, I tried to scream. Nothing but a weak hiss came out of my mouth. A shot of ice ran up my jaw. The specter used its free hand to cover my mouth shut. I stared on at the being in terror as it pulled its hand back and moved closer. The night doctor pressed its frigid lips against my forehead. My terror had reached the point of nausea, yet the moment the horror's lips touched my forehead, my stomach eased. The pain from the hit, the uneasiness from the alcohol, it all rocketed up through my being and exited without a trace. My perception cleared, and I could only sense one thing. The night doctor smelled like freshly roasted coffee, in an infection-ridden hospital. As the specter pulled back, my head grew light. The night doctor's form disappeared between the weight of an incoming faint, yet when my vision cleared, I was back in the square with my cousin. The body of the night doctor was imperceptible in the gaslight, but his coat remained. The long, formal coat of the night doctor was wrapped around the giant. The woman had her back turned away from the scene, but in the quiet night, gently hiding between the whistling of the wind, I could hear her sobbing. Soon enough, the soft cries of the woman got overtaken by guttural, dry heaves. My hooded assailant fell to his knees and reached for his stomach. Just before the giant started to vomit, the night doctor's jacket slid to the side. It flew off in the night wind and disappeared into the darkness, as if it had never existed. The giant was holding his stomach in the spot where he had punched me. Not only did he seem to inherit my wound, he seemed to inherit my drunkenness. When the man finally finished emptying his stomach, the giant looked up at my cousin with eyes so glassy it was a wonder they were conscious. My cousin nodded. And with that nod, the giant went on his way. He walked opposite the way in which the night doctor's coat flew. The woman ignored him at first, but eventually she caught up with him and gave him some paper towels from her purse. See? Justice. No longer hurt. Now only man who punch hurt, my cousin said, lighting up another cigarette. Now we go drink more. I told him I'd prefer to go home. He acquiesced. I was a guest, after all. My cousin passed out the moment we got home. He slept soundly like a baby and snored like a wood saw. The terrible visage of the night doctor kept me awake for a good chunk of the night, but eventually my exhaustion set in. I slept, at least I think I slept, because at some point the sun had risen. I was willing to catalog the whole affair as a drunken misremembering, but I can't do that anymore. I had drunk enough the night prior to be put out of commission for at least a day, but I don't feel hungover in the least bit. My stomach as well bears no signs of injury. Last night I was having trouble breathing, but today I feel more alive than I ever had. I feel as if every ache and pain from my back has been removed as well. I feel great. Yet it's not just my soberness and lack of aches that make me think that my ails were transferred by the night doctor. Had I simply woken up hungover and without bruises, I would have found a way to ignore what happened the night prior. I might have even avoided this whole corner of the internet altogether. But here I am. And I'm here for a reason. This morning, as my cousin snored in the living room, I made my way over to the bathroom. I wanted to brush my teeth. My bandages were due to be changed. And I'd never changed them before, and I haven't had a chance to look at the wound properly since it had been sewn up. I presume the sight would be unpleasant, but what I found was shocking enough to make me feel faint. Beneath the bandages, there were no wound. My fingers, the same fingers that I typed this message with, the same fingers that were nearly sliced off during my accident a week prior, they're completely whole. I don't understand what happened last night. The concept of the night doctor completely escapes my understanding, and I fear that with the language barrier, I'll never truly comprehend it. My mind keeps reeling back to watching the woman and her giant walk away into the dark night. I have visions of sitting in an Uber with my fingers wrapped in a mass of paper towels. I mean, even though he hit me, I hope the giant's okay. I hope that whatever scar he inherited from my misadventures with the headphone packaging didn't cause him too much of a headache. I hope he's fine. He should be fine. I mean, I hear the healthcare is pretty good here. My dad died nearly 2 years ago. And we just buried him today. Dad was a writer, though you've probably never heard of him. He was known in small circles, celebrated by the community where he lived, but his books will likely never grace the shelves of Barnes & Noble. I say that like it's a fact, but that may never be the case anymore. Dad, like one of those old painters from the 1800s, became infinitely more famous in his death than he ever did in life. People who wouldn't return his calls and wouldn't even think of publishing his work now come to see him from miles away. This probably seems strange given I just told you that he's dead. So, okay, let me start from the beginning. Dad died as he lived. At his keyboard. He's been writing the same book for as long as I can remember. It's a massive 7 or 8 volume series. In one of my earliest memories, I can remember toddling into his office and looking up at him as he smiled at me. His fingers never leaving the keyboard as he plinked away. Dad wrote other things for magazines, for freelance work, but the books were his magnum opus. He would tell anyone who would listen, usually interested friends of mine when I was in high school, how the book would be his greatest work once it was done. He had envisioned 10 books in all, detailing the hero's journey of his main character as he attempted to find his father's murderer across several continents, meeting people, finding clues along the way. I've heard him talk about that book almost every day since I was old enough to understand what he was talking about. But I couldn't tell you much about it. He never let anyone read it. He was so protective of it, and I don't know if more than a dozen people were aware of its existence. That being said, he was always in his study when he had time, tapping away at keys and refining his manuscript for the day that it would be picked up by an editor. I was the one who found him. And it will haunt me for the rest of my life. I was getting ready for college, packing up my things and moving out, and I came to see if he would help me move some furniture into the truck. He had been in his office all day, and I thought maybe he was mad at me. I knew he didn't want me to leave. He was sad to see me go, but he had to understand that I had to go to college. At a full-ride scholarship, I'd be a fool not to use it. Living on the campus, it would give me access to resources that I wouldn't have at home. It seemed like the best choice to move out. I couldn't believe that he couldn't see that. So I stuck my head and I asked him. I was surprised when he didn't turn around. And that only seemed to cement in my head the idea that he was mad at me. He had his back to the door as he always did, fingers tapping away, and when he didn't say anything, I just stood there and I looked at the back of his head for a moment. He had a bald spot forming, the hair receding away from the center. I thought it a little sad to watch my dad aging in such an obvious way. I asked him again, his fingers never slowing. But when he didn't say anything, I went downstairs and managed to manhandle the desk down to the U-Haul. I decided I wouldn't bother him if he wanted to act like this. He'd fold when it came time for me to leave, apologizing for acting like this, and we'd have a hug before I drove off into the sunset. Around lunchtime, I looked at my now empty room and realized I was finished packing. Mom was at work at the post office, and I had planned to swing in and say bye on my way out of town. We had said our goodbyes that morning, with lots of tears and hugs over breakfast, and Dad was the only one I felt that I still needed to say goodbye to. So I went upstairs again, saying I needed to leave and wondering if he'd come to give me a hug. His fingers just kept typing away, uninterrupted. "Come on, Dad," I said, stepping inside as he continued to ignore me. "I know you're bummed about this, but it's time for me to get out there and make it on my own. It's not like I'll never be back again. You'll see me on Thanksgiving. That's less than..." But when I put my hands on his shoulder, I noticed how cold it was. Dad had been up here for 3 days writing. Mom said that she didn't think he'd come to bed at all in that time. I mean, that wasn't uncommon for Dad. He would hyperfixate on a project or revisions and lose a day at a time. His office was towards the back of the house on the second floor, so without foot traffic or noise, he could lose himself for days as he worked. He usually came down for food after everyone was asleep, but I couldn't remember hearing him stumbling around lately. I turned him towards me, his hands moving comically in front of him as he swung away from the desk. And as he came away, he began to scream as if someone was stabbing him. I stumbled away, taking in his long face and sunken eyes, and found myself running from the room as I grabbed the phone out of my pocket. Mom said that she'd be home immediately, and as I waited downstairs, I could hear him screaming from his office. Mom came home in a rush, going up the stairs 2 at a time, and when the screaming finally stopped, I breathed a sigh of relief. When she came downstairs, she asked me to come to his office. "I need to talk to you about something." and I think this should be a family decision. I came back up to see Dad was still staring into the screen of his MacBook, tapping away like we weren't even there. I don't know how to explain this, but I think your father has died. Looking at his fingers as they went about their tireless typing, I asked her if she was kidding. I mean, Dad was clearly alive. His hands were moving. I could see words on the screen forming coherent sentences. Were they playing a joke or something? None of what she was saying made any sense. I checked his pulse. He has no pulse, no vitals. He's just gone, sweetie. But it appears that he's not quite gone. She tried to move him, and as she turned him away, I could see his lifeless face as it turned to regard me. His jaw had been hanging slack, his eyes open and staring, and as his hands came away from the keyboard, he started screaming all over again. It was a deep and tortured noise, similar to the one he'd made before. Without even meaning to, I turned him back to the keyboard, where his hands started typing again. I asked her what was going on. Mom shrugged as she tried to come up with a reason for it all. His book was important to him, you know that. I think maybe once he finishes it, he might stop on his own. I can't explain what's happening here, but I don't want him to die with his work unfinished. Your father kept saying it wasn't ready, but I'm going to send the first manuscript to his editor. I mean, maybe once he sees it and someone puts it in print, he'll finally be able to rest. But either way, let's keep this between us, okay? I want your father to pass on without regrets, don't you? I nodded, telling her that of course I wanted Dad to die at peace. Then do him this last favor. And don't tell anyone what you've seen here. Promise? I didn't know how to feel about this, but I told her I wouldn't tell anyone. And she thanked me as she hugged me goodbye. I left in my U-Haul unsure of how I felt about the situation, but I kept the secret. I didn't come home much for the next year. I came home for Thanksgiving as promised, but the whole thing felt uncomfortable. Mom and I sat downstairs eating, her curious about how school was going and me filling her in on my studies. As I ate turkey and tried to have a normal conversation over stuffing, all I could focus on was the tapping from upstairs. Mom had closed the door to Dad's office, something that I could never remember happening at any time in my life, but despite her best efforts, the tapping was still audible. It was also a smell from the room at the end of the hall. And I was worried about her living in a house with a decomposing body. She said he hadn't decomposed much, but I think she might have been trying to spare my feelings. Worse than the smell, though, was the tapping. It never stopped. Sounded too loud to be from whole fingers. Despite this, Mom was in pretty good spirits. She said Dad's first book was being edited, and his publicist thought that it would likely be ready for the shelves next year. He couldn't believe my dad had been keeping this gem to himself for so long, and I think that was when I realized how few people Dad had shared his book with. She said the initial payment on the book had allowed her to pay some overdue bills, and she would send him the second book sometime next year. If I release them slowly, it won't seem so odd when he finishes, and I let them know he passed. I asked if his writing had slowed at all. She said he was still typing night and day. He never rests. I've had to start sleeping in my noise-canceling headphones. The sound takes some getting used to, but I think I can almost put it out of my mind. I had meant to stay for a week, but I ended up making excuses and leaving the day after Thanksgiving. The sound of the keys as they clicked away was becoming too much for me to handle. After that, I made excuses not to come home. I told Mom I had a paper due during Christmas and stayed on campus over the holidays. I took extra classes so I didn't have to come home on semesters I would have been able to take a break from. I still called her on the phone, but our conversations became shorter and shorter as time went on. The longer I was on the line with her, the more pervasive the clicking became, and I felt like I could hear it over the phone no matter where she was. My mother's mental state began to deteriorate as well. She had sent the second book to his publicist, and he had fast-tracked it after the first one had done so well. She deflected any sort of interviews or phone calls for Dad, telling them how shy and anxious he was, but people really seemed to want to pick his brain about the direction of the book, and they were becoming harder and harder to put off. She didn't sound like her usual self either. It was clear that she wasn't sleeping, and she said the clicking was getting louder and louder the longer it went on. I tried to do some soundproofing in his office, but it never seems to help. I can't stand to be in there for very long. Even though he's looking at the screen, I can feel him watching me when I'm in there, I think. Mom took a breath, and I could almost see her looking in the direction of his office as she pitched her voice low. I think I can hear something moving around at night. I asked what she meant, afraid that maybe animals had gotten in to try and get at Dad's body, but she said it was just little sounds. You remember how he used to leave his office at night to get food? Sometimes I feel like I can hear someone coming down the stairs in the wee hours of the morning. While I was listening to it the other night, I realized I couldn't hear the keyboard anymore. And that scared me even more. She started crying then, and I think I had already decided to come home that weekend, so we'd sort this out. I hadn't come home in a long time and found a very different woman than I had over Thanksgiving the year before. And why not? It had to be nerve-wracking knowing you were sharing a house with a corpse. Mom looked like she'd aged 20 years. Her hair, light blonde, the same time I'd been home, was threaded with gray and looked thinner than ever. Her skin sagged, her eyes looked bruised from the bags under them. She was thin to the point of emaciation, and I wondered if she had been eating. When she hugged me, I could feel her ribs pressing against me, and I decided that something had to be done before I lost both my parents. I told her that we had to end this. I told her that we had to put him to rest, but she feebly resisted. He isn't done yet. He's still typing up there. I can't lay him to rest until he finishes. I asked her how long it would be, but she didn't seem to have the answer. I told her I was tired and wanted to rest, but after I heard her door close and the sound of her springs grumbling as she went to bed, I got up and I went downstairs. I wanted to see what this thing was that was moving around after dark. I knew just the place to hide. There was a small closet in the living room, a place for wrapping paper and old crafts. Mom hadn't gotten around to it yet, and after sliding some things around, I made myself comfortable and cracked the door. It took some time, and I wished that I had some coffee to keep me from dozing in the small, warm space. I was just starting to nod off, my phone showing 3:30 in the morning, when the landing at the top of the stairs creaked. Something glided down almost soundlessly, its body light, and I pressed my eye to the slit in the door to see what it was. It was dark in the living room, the curtains drawn, but I didn't dare turn on a light. If it knew I was here, it might flee, and then I'd have nothing to report to Mom in the morning. Luckily for me, it jostled right by the closet door, and the creature was impossible to miss. It was thin, almost lacking dimension, creaking as it ambled into the kitchen. I held my breath as it disappeared into the dim kitchen, but the pale head was hard to miss. When it turned to look at the closet from the kitchen doorway, I feared I had made a noise. When those empty sockets fixed on the door, I covered my mouth with my hand. When the creature creaked its way into the kitchen and disappeared from sight, I tripped out of the closet and made my way less than gracefully back up the stairs and into my old room. If it heard me, it didn't stop at the door to comment. Only then did I come to the same conclusion that Mom had, realizing what was missing from the silent house. The tapping had stopped. We called the police the next day, me threatening to call them myself if Mom didn't. I didn't know what the thing I'd seen was doing in the kitchen, but I couldn't very well leave her alone with it. She just nodded and picked up the phone, and I think she was ready to call them. She had lived with Dad's corpse for 2 years, and even she had to agree that it was time to end it. The paramedics weren't sure what to make of him, but he was definitely what I had seen the night before as it went to the kitchen. He had mostly rotted, but his bones had moldering flesh still attached in places. His scalp had some hairs clinging to it, the bald spot I had noticed still visible, but we had taken his hands off the keyboards before they got there. When we had taken him from the computer, his scream was little more than a wheeze of protest. He had no vocal cords to scream with, but still, he protested. The police had questions, but I think my mother managed to convince them that it was harmless. She said that when he died, she had gone a little crazy. She couldn't cope with him being gone, so she just pretended he was in his office typing away on his novel. I told them that that was what she had told me for months, and I think they believed me. Dad's remains were taken to the funeral home, and it goes without saying that his funeral was a closed casket affair. As we sat on the front row, though, I heard something that would haunt me until I went into the ground myself. Dad may not have been able to scream, but it seemed his work went on regardless. As I sat there with Mom, my mother sobbing as she heard the all-too-familiar sound, we both heard the low tapping as those bony fingers smacked against the lid of the coffin. I can only assume that they still press against the lid even now. My father's last story, worn into the wood. Worn into the wood. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and before we get started on tonight's story, I'm going to let you know a little bit more about C.M. Forrest. A new book called Infested, a fast-paced thriller horror novel, is available right now on Amazon, in Kindle, hardcover, and paperback. Something sinister is happening inside the New Leaf building. Olivia wakes on her bedroom floor in a pool of vomit, head spinning. The power is off and her husband is missing. A vicious storm assaults the building, but it's nothing compared to the storm raging outside her apartment door. A parasite has begun invading and possessing the residents, transforming them into twisted, murderous versions of their former selves, with one thing on their mind: to kill. Fans of Resident Evil and the Walking Dead series will love this fast-paced, visceral horror. To find Infested and many other books by C.M. Forrest, click the Amazon link in the description down below. And now, on to tonight's story. The smell. A stale combination of grease and sweat wafted through the open door as Robert followed his daughter into Playland. Beyond, a cacophony of gleeful screams mixed and mingled into a banshee's song. The glassed-in room located off the side of the fast food restaurant housed a jumble of brightly colored tubes and slides. A dozen children swarmed over the garish plastic like fleas on a stray. "Take your shoes off!" Robert yelled after Lily. The little girl flew towards the structure like a 40-pound cannonball, erupting giggles as she went. A series of tables surrounded the architectural acid trip that was the Playland, forming a semicircle. Most of the tables were occupied by tired-looking adults. The telltale signs of bags under their eyes and unkempt hair, of stained clothing and defeated slants to their mouths, said they were parents. Robert could sympathize with them. Before the divorce, when he was still a full-time parent, he found taking care of Lily to be a near overwhelming proposition. Now, only having the 5-year-old one weekend a month, she longed for those tired days. Lily's absence in his life created an unfillable hole, a void in his very guts, the kind of absence that should kill him, but didn't. Somehow, even with a vital piece missing, life went on. Spotting a table in the corner, Robert tightened his grip on the brown plastic food tray and wandered through the chaos. Although the fun was theoretically supposed to be contained to the plastic octopus-like Playland, the children, not only free from constraint, but outright encouraged to use up all their energy, would spill out with abandon all across the room. Two boys, both decked out in neon-colored garb, zigzagged around the tables, hooting and hollering. A chubby girl, who looked like she was pushing the limit on what was an acceptable age to be crawling through the tubes, bounded off the bottom of one of the slides and charged across to a table with appropriately obese adults. A little girl in a striped dress stared at what Robert could only assume was her twin sister, looking back at her from just within the entrance of the structure. The twin was singing some sort of eerie, tuneless lullaby. The girl outside was so preoccupied by her sister's song, she was nearly bowled over by the chubby girl as she darted back, mouthful of chicken nuggets. Robert shook his head. It was amazing. The places he found himself since having a kid. Under any other circumstance, wading into the stink and noise of such a place would have been about as appealing to him as a back-alley vasectomy. But if it made Lily happy, somehow, it transcended the part of his brain that cared about himself. Robert sat so he was facing the play area and slid the cardboard box containing Lily's kids' meal, complete with small plastic toy, across from him. He knew it would have to have been a fool's errand to try and get the girl to eat before playing, but if he arranged her meal, a cheeseburger, fries, and an apple juice, just so, she would return like a carrier pigeon every so often to take a bite. A sudden vibration issued from his pocket. Robert pulled out his cell phone and groaned at what greeted him. It was a message from his ex-wife, Nicole. "When are you dropping Lily off? Jeff wanted to see her before he goes into work tonight."
Jeff. Fucking Jeff.
Robert grumbled under his breath. When Nicole had dropped the news to Robert that her new guy, Jeff, would be moving in with her and Lily, it made Robert want to scream. It wasn't Nicole dating again after their divorce that bothered him. In fact, in that regard, Robert felt sorry for the chap. Nicole had been a hard person to live with. No, what really hurt about the whole situation was that, in terms of day-to-day life, Jeff was now effectively Lily's father. Robert's anger began to spike. His fingers flew across the screen. "I don't really give a fuck what Jeff wants. I'll bring her home when I'm ready to." Robert looked at his reply for several seconds, his thumb hanging like a guillotine over the send button. Before he could blast his nasty response towards the nearest cell tower, something caught his attention. Lily was calling for him. One of the true miracles of parenthood, Robert discovered, was the almost superhero-like ability to hear your child call out to you. It didn't matter if it was coming from a nightmarish structure filled with the lunatic glee of a dozen other children who, by all accounts, sounded almost identical to each other. Some corner of the parental brain could pull apart the audible layers and pick out that solitary voice as if it was the only sound in existence. Lily, a cherub's grin splitting her tiny face, waved energetically from a clear plastic bubble protruding like a tumor from the side of the Playland. The observation window, which was easily 15 feet off the ground and larger than the portholes, peppered throughout, was a hot spot for the tiny people skittering around within. Robert laughed, as honest a response as he had ever had, and waved back at his daughter. Apparently satisfied that her world still existed below, she ducked away, her rainbow-colored socks waving comically behind her before she was gone. God, I love that kid. He looked down at the unsent message and blew out a sigh, lost to the din around him before slowly erasing it. Robert stared at the blank screen, shook his head, and typed, "I'll have her home soon." It was a fun weekend. With Nicole placated, Robert plopped his phone down on the table and eyed his daughter's food. A pile of fries, a grease-soaked gravity that would give the tug of a black hole a run for its money, was too much to resist. He snatched one of the golden sticks from its paper sleeve and quickly gobbled it down. Heaven. "Daddy! Daddy!" Lily came sprinting over to the table. "There's a boy in there!" She momentarily paused as she breathlessly took a bite of her burger. "He's crying!" Robert laughed. "Oh no, why?" Lily looked back at the Playland. Her pigtails bobbed through the air. "He said there's a monster in there!" Robert leaned across the table and rested his hand on his daughter's slender shoulder. The little girl radiated heat, a tiny engine running at full capacity. "What? Not a monster?" "Yeah, a monster!" She nodded excitedly. He laughed again and rubbed Lily's head. "I'm sure he's just playing, honey." She seemed to weigh this reply before finding it to be adequate. With the update on the crying boy delivered, she inhaled 2 French fries, a second bite of burger, and a swallow of juice before tearing back across the padded floor. She dodged the rowdy neon boys, dove into one of the openings along the base of the structure, and vanished from sight. Robert resisted the urge to reach across the table and devour the rest of Lily's food. He tried to connect to the building's Wi-Fi, but the signal was spotty at best. After several attempts, he was granted access. Robert had a whole suite of game apps on his phone. Nothing too complicated, just simple time killers, something he was eager to do in that moment. As he waded through an ad for a better, more expensive game, he became vaguely aware of one of the parents, a woman in beige capris, peeling away from the viewing area and approaching the Playland. "Zachary? Is that you crying?" the woman asked, her voice not quite loud enough to compete with the parade of noise streaming from within the tangle of plastic and steel. A small boy, all tears and snot, burst from the end of one of the two slides. "He looked at me," he squealed as his mother scooped him off the foam-matted floor surrounding the Playland. Robert was mildly amused by the boy's hysterics. He always felt like his parenting skills were lacking, until he saw how messed up other people's children were. He returned his attention back to the screen and began sliding his thumb across its surface to get a series of colored columns to line up before time ran out. Okay. A distant rumble pulled Robert away from his phone. He stretched his arms, slipped his cell phone into his pocket, and looked around. Outside, the clear blue sky had been taken over by a collection of storm clouds. They extended, pulled dirty cotton as far as he could see. A slight patter of rain was already hitting the glass. Dozens of tiny specks of water appeared like freckles on the panes. Another deep, bass-filled boom of far-off thunder echoed through the sky. Not only had he been oblivious to the change in weather, but he had also apparently missed what was happening directly around him as well. The tables, which had previously housed the tired-looking parents, were all empty. Various cups and used food wrappers, crumpled and encrusted with mustard and finely diced onions, cluttered the tabletops. A single kid's meal box was overturned on the padded floor. The restaurant's mascot, a furry creature who loved hamburgers, stared at Robert from the side of the cardboard. He stood up, his back popping, and noticed Lily's food still sat across from him. The cheeseburger, minus the 2 bites she had taken earlier, remained otherwise untouched. A fly wandered lazily across the bun landscape. "Damn it, Lily." He shook his head, shooing the insect away. His knee-jerk reaction was to scold the child, but then he realized he was the one to blame. Instead of making sure she ate her dinner, he'd been on his phone. Robert scooped up the wasted food and placed it on the plastic tray before walking over to one of the trash cans and dumping it in. "As long as you don't tell your mom you didn't eat dinner, we'll be okay." The Playland was eerily quiet. Robert thought the place must be downright terrifying when the lights were off. He moved over to the purple cube with the hole cut into it and said, "Come on, Lily, we have to get you home." Her running shoes still sat where they fell. They looked comically small to him in that moment, like no human could be so tiny to wear such things. Lily had such a big personality, Robert sometimes forgot how little his daughter was. He bent over and collected them before returning his attention to the entrance. "Lily, your mom is not going to be happy with Daddy if I don't get you home, honey." Robert drummed his fingers on the lip of the plastic rim entrance to the Playland. He leaned into the opening and listened for any sound at all. "Lily?" A terrible thought came to him. What if someone's taken her? He shook his head to dislodge the idea from his brain, but a growing level of unease, like some dank fungus flourishing in the darkest of places, kept the horrible possibility present in his mind. "Lily, this isn't funny, baby." Robert stuck his head further into the hole, and his voice immediately echoed back at him, a dozen clones parodying his words. Panic, the likes of which Robert wouldn't have thought possible, certainly not so quickly anyway, raced through his body. He yelled again into the structure. Nothing. Not even the smallest knock or scratch to indicate there was anything alive in the Playland at all. He stood back up, spinning in a half circle, expecting to see the child hiding in a corner, hand over mouth, giggling at how good a trick she had just played on Daddy. But the room was empty. In fact, in that moment, it felt more than just empty. It was abandoned. A mausoleum made of colorful materials and cartoon decals. Even the stench of food was absent. Robert blasted through the glass door leading back to the main seating area of the restaurant and darted towards the counter. He knocked into a group of teens mixing various flavors of soda into their cups at the fountain machine. A nasty comment, followed by snickering, was left in his wake. Robert barely heard them, though, as his own breathing, short and rapid, filled his ears. He felt like maybe he was having a heart attack. Why can't I breathe? A girl, not yet 17, if her acne-covered cheeks were to be believed, smiled at Robert from the other side of the counter. The plastic badge on her chest revealed her name to be Edith, a name completely at odds with her apparent young age. "Welcome to my daughter," he cut her off. The unexpected response caused Edith to rock back slightly on her heels, like her voice had physically pushed her. Her eyes darted for a second in search of what Robert couldn't say. Is everything okay, sir? No! He could barely get the word out. I can't find her! My daughter! Edith visibly swallowed and glanced around a second time. Where was she, sir? She was in the Playland. We were eating, and I looked down at my phone for a minute. Oh, only it hadn't been a minute. His attention had been off his daughter for longer than that. And now I can't find her! He was aware he was twisting and bending Lily's shoes as he spoke. Edith, eyes wide, called over a young man wearing a black shirt. Robert realized this fellow had been the source of her wandering gaze. His name tag identified him as Timothy, and that he held the coveted position of shift manager. She relayed the message. Have you checked the bathrooms? Timothy said. His tone hovered between concerned and annoyed. It was as if he wanted Lily to be found so he wouldn't have to fill out the paperwork that would almost certainly be involved with the lost child. Robert flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't thought of the bathrooms, although he doubted Lily would venture off to the restroom without informing him. She was constantly trying to prove how much of a big girl she'd become. It wasn't completely out of the realm of possibility that she would attempt the trek alone. No, I haven't. Okay, Edith, go check the ladies' room for... Lily, Robert blurted out. Go check for Lily. Edith hurried around the counter and headed for the bathrooms. The shift manager, his dark hair stiff with too much product, leaned across the counter and smiled at Robert. No worries, sir. Well, I'm sure your little one's in the building. Did you check the Playland thoroughly? We've had kids play tricks on their parents before. He rolled his eyes and made a clucking sound with his tongue. They don't understand how upset it makes their folks, but kids will be kids. Maybe go take another look. If she isn't there or in the restroom, which she probably is, we can check the cameras. The cameras? Jesus Christ, this can't be happening. Robert nodded. His body had grown numb. As he rushed back to the glass door leading to the Playland, a single thought corkscrewed through his mind. She's already gone. He had visions of a car, probably something nondescript, a Toyota Camry or a Honda Accord, the kind of vehicle nobody looked twice at, driving farther and farther away from him. A car that had his daughter in it. Don't fucking think that, he scolded himself, but he couldn't help it. His mind had become something else, a gray matter, Mr. Hyde, tormenting him with visions of his baby in the most horrible possible places. Lily, he yelled as soon as he cleared the door. Nothing. The room was still empty. Robert wasn't sure if he would have felt better or worse with an audience. One thing was certain, he wanted to cry, but felt like it wasn't the time for such a thing. As if the act of crying would make the nightmare a reality, as if it would cement his daughter's fate. The Playland, looming like a many-armed leviathan, seemed to grow and breathe as Robert rushed towards the black maw, yawning open along the front. Lily! Please, Daddy's not playing anymore. If you're in there, it's time to come out. She's not in there. She's crying in the back seat of a forgettable car heading towards the highway as a man with dead eyes tells her to shut up before he gives her something to really cry about. Robert let out a frustrated groan at the thought. A small, playful laugh, born from deep inside the plastic innards of the Playland, bounced off the tubular walls until it reached the circular hole Robert leaned into. It was Lily. He was sure of it. A great wash of relief flooded through him, a deluge he was happy to drown in. Lily! He shouted, dropping her shoes and squeezing through the hole. Damp heat greeted him upon entering the structure. It was easily 10 degrees warmer within the confines of the plastic tubing. How can kids stand it in here? He wondered. Besides the temperature, which was already causing small beads of sweat to burst forth along his hairline, there was also the stench. A pungent aroma of dirty feet and filthy clothing, mixed with an underlying stink of vomit. Robert gagged with the first lungful of air he sucked in. It didn't take long to realize he was far too large to be navigating the thing with any sort of ease. The plastic underneath him was hard and unforgiving. Each crawling slide forward sent a rake of fiery pain through his knees. The sides of his jacket brushed against the interior of the tube, and his head grazed the ceiling. Lily, come out now! He stared into the length of pipe before him, the shaft ending at a 90-degree turn a half-dozen feet ahead. I'm stuck! Her voice wafted down from somewhere above. Robert sighed. All right, honey, I'm coming. A giggle, like the jingle of a delicate bell, was the only reply. The bend was too sharp and narrow for Robert to make the turn on his hands and knees. Shifting to his side, he formed his body around the curve, then pulled himself past it. He was dismayed to find the tunnel on the other side much tighter than what he was already used to. The only way to continue on was to worm his way through until it opened back up. A surge of primal panic filled him as he felt the pressing hardness of the colorful tube on all sides. He tried to reassure himself that even if he became stuck, he was hardly in any unreachable location. Still, the sensation of being pinned was enough to make his limbs jittery and his heart race. Just as he was sure the tube was starting to constrict around him, slowly crushing him like a plastic boa constrictor, he shimmied over a lip and fell into a small room. The walls of the space, approximately the size of a compact car, were bright yellow. The ceiling just high enough that he could rise to a crouch. His knees popped angrily as he took up the new position. Decals decorated every available space. They depicted a gaggle of cartoony-looking pirates, a mess of peg legs, eye patches, and shoulder-mounted parrots, chasing a dashing buccaneer. 3 nautical steering wheels jutted from the wall like perfectly round mushrooms. The wheels were made of the same yellow plastic, but the grips had been permanently stained black from countless dirty hands groping them. An upended box of French fries stood in the corner. The golden sticks had turned dark, almost gray. Lines of green mold sprouted from them. The food had to have been there for days. Don't they ever clean this place? He wondered how many children poured through the Playland on a daily basis. What horrific things must grow in the nooks and crannies, just waiting for small hands to rub across them. The idea that even after the restaurant closed, there was a plethora of life continuing to expand, fester within the place made him nauseous. Robert put aside the thought and continued to survey the area. On the far end of the room was a series of indented rungs, which led up through an opening in the ceiling. If he was picturing the Playland correctly in his mind, the ladder would ascend upwards, bringing him to the plastic observation bubble Lily had waved from earlier. He started making his way forward when a sudden dizzy spell caused him to stop. The heat was starting to get to him. It made his head spin. His thoughts took on a molten, sticky quality, and he felt like reality was pulling away, as if beyond the yellow walls of the room he crouched inside, the world had begun peeling back like the layers of an onion, revealing something new and terrifying underneath. He rubbed the palms of his hand across his forehead. He came back to soak with sweat. He had read a book once, a war story, and in it, the protagonist had been locked in a metal box in the middle of a field on a hot day. The narrator had described the situation as being as close to hell as a person could be while in the land of the living. As Robert blinked away the heat spots filling his vision, he thought it was very likely the author had never crawled through a Playland before. A shrill beep issued from his pocket, causing him to jump, which resulted in a painful bump on the head when he hit the ceiling. Robert reached into his pocket and pulled free his cell phone. Lit across the screen was a message from Nicole. "Where are you? I expected Lily home an hour ago. Is everything okay?"
Great,
Robert sighed. Nicole already thought him incompetent as a father, and now he might have to reveal that he had lost their child at a fast food restaurant. "We got sidetracked, having too much fun. We'll be there soon." His reply grew fuzzy in his sight, and the salt from his sweat stung his eyes. He shoved the phone back in his pocket. Somewhere around above him, there came a knock. It was sudden and light, just faint enough that when Robert leaned forward, he was convinced it hadn't been there at all. But then it came again, this time with more conviction. "Lily, are you still stuck? Daddy's having some trouble here. It'd be really helpful if you could just come back out." Robert fell absolutely still in anticipation of a reply as soon as the words left his lips. A soft whispering sound began to waft through the plastic innards of the structure. It was almost melodic, but Robert couldn't make out any clear words. Even the source was hard to identify. It might have been a child, or it might have been a loud radio from a car pulling in the drive-thru. "Is that you, Lily? Where are you?" The girl didn't answer, not even a giggle. Instead, he heard a wild clatter of small hands and feet scurrying over plastic. Oh, so much for being stuck. Something about the sound paralyzed Robert. It was frenzied, crazed, the kind of racket an animal would make, a raccoon breaking free from a trap, not a little girl. He hurried over to the hole in the ceiling and stood up. Robert imagined the ladder must be quite the obstacle for the Playland's usual population, but for him, it only went up to his shoulders. Standing allowed his head to pop through to the next level. "Lily, enough's enough. Come with me right now." Nothing. A long section of purple pipe stretched off in both directions. To the left, he could see the edges of the clear plastic bubble Lily had waved from. The bright fluorescent lights of the room beyond blared through the membrane, supercharging the violet hues of the plastic. To the right, the tube broke off into 3 paths: an oblong-shaped blue tube, an orange shaft, and a green tunnel with pink polka dots. He thought at least 2 of them led to slides. "Lily?" Sweat dribbled down his face. He wasn't sure how much longer he could stand to be within the confines of the Playland. "Daddy?" Lily's voice, barely above a whisper, wafted around him. "Where are you, baby?" Robert hefted himself up through the hole in the depths of the green tunnel. He caught a glimpse of movement and crawled forward. A pair of feet wiggled away, feet wrapped in rainbow socks. "Lily, come here right now!" Robert launched himself into the green tube with the pink polka dots. She was playing with him. She wasn't stuck at all. Anger began to flare inside of him. "You are in big trouble, Missy!" The thick miasma of funk filling the air made him gag as he took in breath, sucking lungs full of air. He could feel the entire structure shift and sway under his weight. "Come get me," Lily whispered again. Robert paused in his forward crawl. Something was not right about his daughter's voice. He couldn't place it exactly, but it sounded fake. Like an impersonation. Close to the real thing, but not quite. A slight stretching of words, a barely perceived stutter. "That's not Lily." It was a ridiculous thought, of course, and one Robert was quick to dismiss. He was stressed out, overtaxed. The heat was playing with his mind. The acoustics of the Playland distorted Lily's words. There was another burst of movement. This time it seemed to emanate from the exterior of the Playland's walls. An image of a huge spider scaling the plastic innards of the place flashed through his mind before he could stop it. What was that? "Lily?" Robert held his breath, waiting for a reply. His heart pounded furiously in his chest. And just when he thought that there would be nothing, a delicate voice began to sing. "The sweet little children all like to play. The sweet little children all like to stay. Sweet little children will live forever this day." The tone abruptly changed to something deeper, but still, "Lily, we are hungry and must be fed. We are tired and want to sleep in their bed. We will take their faces and go in their stead." The sweat coating his skin turned cold, sending a shiver across his body. He realized he had heard the tune before. The twin girls. The one inside the Playland had been looking at her sister, singing the same rhyme. "Honey?" He found himself crawling forward once again, but this time at a much slower pace. The green tunnel looped around a wide bend before joining the orange shaft. As Robert continued forward, he noticed deep gouges and scratches in the plastic. Little hard orange curls stood out along the floor like somebody had taken 4 knives and dragged them across the walls. What could do this? He had no answers to his question. "You're getting so close, Daddy." Robert looked ahead, and there she was, right in front of him, scurrying away. Her rainbow socks, loose and saggy on her feet, bounced and bobbed as she crawled. The girl rocketed from the orange shaft back into the purple tube and continued toward the observation bubble. "Lily, stop!" Robert shot forward, snatching at her, his fingers gripping the floppy toe of one sock, pulling it free. Just before she disappeared around the corner of the bubble, he saw the newly exposed appendage. Instead of a child's small, delicate foot, the limb was wrinkled and splotchy. Slowly, Robert crawled along until he was fully bathed in the light of the clear bubble. Ahead of him, he could see the huddled form of his daughter, where the tube terminated into a dead end. His breath came in ragged, whistling bursts as he stared at the child. She sat hunched, her face hidden behind her hair. "Lily?" Movement through the observation dome pulled him away from the child. It was the shift manager, Timothy, entering through the glass door in the room. The man walked with a cocky swagger which affected his entire body, except for his stiff hair. Behind him came Edith. The young woman smiled proudly, and next to her, gripping the cashier's hand, was Lily. The little girl had a strip of toilet paper hanging out of the side of her pants. Lily's eyes lit up when she noticed Robert inside the Playland. She waved and laughed, her small finger pointing. She couldn't hear what she said, but her words drew the attention of the 2 employees. Edith appeared to chuckle at the sight of a grown man wedged inside the children's playplace, while Timothy rolled his eyes. Slowly, hesitantly, Robert returned his attention to the child that he had been chasing. His mind suddenly made connections he had no idea existed until that moment. The twins. The little boy crying about a monster trying to take him. A monster that looked just like him. And of course, the lullaby. Robert. The voice coming from the thing before him was much deeper than it had been the other time it spoke, and with a growing fountain of horror filling his body with icy terror. He saw why. It no longer looked like Lily. In fact, it was not a child at all. In the purple haze piercing the plastic of the Playland, the thing he had been pursuing now looked exactly like him. Robert tried to back away, but it was too fast. It grabbed him and it pulled him away from the observation bubble. Away from Lily. Away from the light. Jacob Masterson was dreaming of a man, an executioner plagued by the devil. In his left hand, he held a hell-bound blade that burned with eternal fire. In his right, an endless stream of blood poured forth, turning into molten lava as it hit the scorched and blackened earth. Then I saw an angel, he said, turning to face Jacob, sitting in the sun with a loud voice. He called to all the birds of mid-heaven, "Come and gather for the great supper of God, to eat the flesh of kings and captains, the flesh of mighty men, the flesh of horses and their riders. For he has set his mark upon them, the mark of the beast. And they who bear the mark shall cast down, and the birds will gorge upon their ruined flesh." Suddenly the man's mouth shot open, stretching impossibly wide, eating up his face as a mass of ravens issued forth. Hundreds, thousands. They screeched as they flew at Jacob, tearing at his face, gouging out his eyes. Jacob stirred in his sleep as one dream gave way to another. Now he was standing in a mist-shrouded graveyard, a skeletal tree growing from the blasted earth, crawling with maggots and all manner of squirming things. Overhead, ravens circled, mocking him with their caw-like laughter. Jacob looked down at the open grave before him. The tombstone read, "Jane Mary Masterson, beloved wife of Jacob, gone down into dark waters." A rotting hand caressed his shoulder, the smell of decay suffocating him. "Come home, my beloved," she crooned, her cold breath caressing his cheek. "Come home, Jacob, for the dead do not rest." Suddenly she pushed him into the very grave she had crawled out of. He began to scream, dirt filling his mouth as he was buried alive by an army of dead. With a cry, Jacob awoke, his feet thrashing in the dirt as he scrambled away from the remains of his dying campfire, breathing hard, his hand hovering close to his revolver. Taking a long, shuddering breath, he looked out at the sky with one good eye before leaning heavily against a nearby rock, the sound of the ocean calming his torn and battered nerves. "Goddamn dreams," he growled, wiping the sweat from his brow and letting up a smoke. It would be light soon, and he could continue the last leg of his journey, back to Shoresvale, finally back home, after all these years. He wondered if the old place had changed much, and what was afoot there. Jacob had been having the same dream on and off for more than a month now, his long-dead wife calling to him from the cold iron earth. "Jane," he whispered her name, conjuring up a vision of her. That flowing corn-silk hair and eyes as blue and deep as the ocean. Even after all these years, he could still recall the sound of her laughter and the way her lips tilted when she smiled at him. Jacob had only ever loved one woman, and now, for some reason, it seemed she was haunting his dreams and calling him back home. Or perhaps something masquerading as her. If that was the case, then whatever this thing was, it would pay a high price for its deception. Sighing, Jacob stoked up the fire and laid on a pot of coffee just as the first rays of dawn started to stain the night sky.
"Blessed is the man whose patience exceeds his temperament,"
Jacob muttered. His words were carried on the night air and cast into the wind. Later that day, Jacob found himself in the lush forests of New England. By his reckoning, he was perhaps only 10 miles from home. He'd grown up in Shoresvale, the only son of a preacher. His mother had died, bringing him into the world. His father had tried his best not to hold it against him. Still, he never seemed to have much time for his wild-eyed son, except to administer a whooping when Jacob found himself in trouble, which was often. As a youth, Jacob had been prone to mischief. Whether this was a cry for attention or just his restless nature, nobody could tell. But if there was ever an incident in the small coastal town, you could bet a silver dollar Jacob Masterson was involved. The other children lived in fear of his quick temper and hard fists, but when Jane's family moved into the town, and Jacob saw her for the first time, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. Jacob's father used to rattle on about angels, and Jacob was never too sure if they existed or not, but after seeing Jane for the first time, he became a believer. Nobody could be that graceful and beautiful without somehow being touched by God. Jacob, who by then had turned into a tall, gangly teen, had gone out of his way to bump into Jane whenever he could, and they had soon struck up an unlikely friendship. The townsfolk had looked on with awe as Jacob's temper first cooled, then evaporated, as if Jane was a damp cloth upon a fevered brow. It was Jane who had convinced Jacob to follow in his father's footsteps and to give back to the community he had once so badly terrorized, and Jacob, wanting to be a better man for her, had done just that. A few years later, they were married, and Jacob filled the role of the town's preacher shortly after his father's passing. Their lives had been quiet in the dreamy New England town, and they had started to talk about having children and starting a family of their own. But that was before hell had come to their little town. Jacob had been in the pantry, taking stock of the winter supplies, when he had heard Jane scream. A tin of canned goods had slipped through his fingers as the scream was repeated, and then suddenly cut short. Leaping from the stool, Jacob had crashed through the door and out into the yard where Jane had been gathering her drying sheets. It was almost full dark, but Jacob easily picked out Jane's crumpled form. Jacob let out a cry and ran to her, falling to his knees, gathering her up, looking in disbelief at her clawed and bloody face, and what was left of her torn throat. That same throat he had kissed 1,000 times. "Jane!" he cried, shaking her roughly, already knowing she was dead but unable or unwilling to accept it. "For the love of God, Jane, please, please wake up!" But she only lay there, her glassy eyes reflecting the emerging moon. They found him there the next day, silent tears streaming down his face, clutching her poor broken body tightly. They had tried to take her from him, but he had fought them like a wild man until at last the sheriff had bushwhacked him from behind with the butt of his revolver. He had awoken in a cell ranting and raving. There he stayed for the next 10 days until a kind of icy calmness fell over him, and he convinced them that his fit of madness had passed. He was released with their verdict of an animal attack ringing in his ears. Although what kind of animal it was, no one could say. Jacob had gone back to his church and fallen before the altar, praying furiously for some kind of answer and a way to make sense of it all. But when no answers had been forthcoming, he had flown into a rage, tearing at the altar, sending hot wax flying. He had grabbed up the large wooden cross, smashing it into so many kindling, before collapsing in a dead faint, his exhaustion and heartbreak overcoming him. It was in this moment of utmost despair that God had finally spoken to him, not with words, but with a multitude of images. The first thing he saw was Woodsville, an abandoned town a little way down the coast. The second was a graveyard, covered with the headstones of dead children. Something moved through the darkness, shrouded by a creeping mist that seems to crawl and undulate with a life of its own. It dwelled in the mist, a presence that gloated and fed on fear, pain, and blood. Jacob awoke in the ruins of his own sin and uttered a single word: vampire. Jacob spent the rest of the night cleaning up the church, all the while begging God for forgiveness and his aid in the coming days. In the long years ahead, he would come to wonder if such an apology was warranted, and if God had sacrificed Jane to rouse Jacob's wrath and make him an instrument of his own vengeance. But such thoughts were way into the future, and, for now, there was no doubt in Jacob's mind, just a burning need for blood and retribution against the thing that had torn his life apart. When the daybreak finally came, Jacob was ready. Filling an old water skin with holy water from the font, a silver crucifix about his neck, he saddled his horse and rode into town. Many people saw Jacob that day and gave him a wide berth as he strode up the stairs and into the gunsmith. The man behind the counter licked his lips nervously as Jacob approached. "Reverend," he stuttered, "I was mightily sorry to hear about your Jane." "Stop flapping your mouth," Jacob snarled, slamming a wad of full bills on the counter. "Gonna need some pistols. You mean the best ones you got?" Yes, sir." The other man jumped to it, quickly opening up the gun case before popping back up like a jack-in-the-box. "These are Colt Pattersons, Reverend. 36 caliber 5-shot. Even the Texas Rangers prefer this model. Many a Comanche fallen by the wayside to a good Patterson." "And you think that's a good thing?" Jacob said, hefting the revolvers, liking the feel of them in his hands. The man didn't quite know how to answer that, so wisely kept his mouth shut. Jacob picked out a gun belt that hung low on his slender hip. "May as well give me the double barrel, too, and a whole mess of cartridges." "You plan on some kind of hunting trip, Reverend?" The other man finally got up the courage to ask, deathly afraid Jacob had lost his mind and, in his anguish and grief, was perhaps planning on shooting up the entire town. "Yeah," Jacob grinned a grin that made the other fella feel sick to his guts. "That's damn right. A hunting trip." That said, Jacob stomped away carrying a small arsenal, and that same sickly grin stamped across his rough features. As soon as Jacob left, the gunsmith ran across the street into the sheriff's office. Jacob was halfway to Woodsville when the sheriff caught up to him along the coast road. "Afternoon, Reverend," he said, pulling his horse up in front of Jacob, who had to pull harshly on the reins to head off a collision. "The hell do you think you're doing, Finley?" he spat. "You trying to send us both tumbling in the goddamn ocean?" "It's harsh words for a man of God," the sheriff replied, patting the side of the big mare's neck. "Then maybe you mind telling me we're off to in such a damn hurry with those revolvers strapped to your hip?" "And what if I ain't in the frame of mind about telling you such a thing?" Jacob replied. "Well, then I guess I'll be taking you back to town," Finley said, shifting uncomfortably in his saddle. "That ain't gonna happen. Not without blood being spilled on this here road." "No need for such talk. The hell's gotten into you, Jacob? You're a man of God, for Christ's sake. Not some gunslinger or a hired killer." "That man's gone," Jacob spat into the dirt. "The thing that killed my Jane's out here in Woodsville." "Woodsville's been abandoned for close to 5 years now. I had a pestilence. Sweat and sickness had killed off most of the population. You know that, Jacob." "Yeah," Jacob replied. "That's what I thought I knew. God showed me different. There's a creature that killed these people, spread a disease amongst them with its bite. The same bastard thing that killed my Jane. And I have a feeling it means to take our town next. And I ain't about to let that happen." The sheriff sighed, knowing it would do no good to try and talk Jacob out of his delusion, so decided to play along. Figuring if Jacob went to the old town and saw nothing was amiss, he may accept some help and come back without too much fussing. "All right, then. Let's say what you're saying's true. You want to go up there against this thing, whatever it is, alone?" he asked. "Or do you think a little help could be called for? It's my town too, Jacob, huh? Hell, I'm the sheriff, ain't I?" Jacob thought about it for a moment. "Yeah, I guess you are. And you're welcome to come along. Free country, after all. I have a feeling you're humoring me all the same. If you are, you can humor me a little more and put this on," he said, reaching into his pocket and throwing something to the sheriff. He caught it up in midair. It was a crucifix. Slipping it over his neck, he followed on behind Jacob, wondering what the hell he was getting himself into. They were on the outskirts of town when the two men spoke again. "So this thing," Finley said. "This creature that God showed you, what is it exactly?" "Reckon some kind of vampire," Jacob replied. "But not in those old books and fairy tales. This thing doesn't just drink blood, it also spreads fear and disease." "And you think it was this thing that killed the townsfolk?" the sheriff said, dismounting and tying up his horse close to Jacob's. "Yeah," Jacob said, flinging his shotgun behind his back. "I do." "And how do we kill it?" Jacob stood stock still, remembering the old folklore. "Well, they say crosses and other holy objects will drive it off, burn its hide. But a stake through the heart or decapitation should finish it off. You can cut the head off anything and it'll lay still, I guess." "Okay, then," the sheriff said, leading the way. "If we see anyone up in that old place, you keep your guns holstered unless they make some kind of play, and let me do the talking." "Sure," Jacob said, but his hands had already drifted down towards his guns. Woodsville itself had once been a thriving town situated on the coast. The people had made their living from the ocean by selling and salting fish, also from logging the nearby forest. Up until 5 years ago, the town had been flourishing and expanding, but that was before the pestilence had come, wiping out the entire colony and causing the survivors to flee to whatever nearby towns and villages would have them. There had been some talk of a flame-eyed monster that stalked the night, but the days of believing in such things were well behind the folks in New England, who viewed their ancestors as superstitious fools and religious zealots, who would cry witch at the drop of a hat. And so these stories were discarded and written off as grief and madness in the wake of such a terrible tragedy. But now, Jacob knew better. Hadn't God himself shown him the truth of things? Hadn't Jane paid the price of people's disbelief in the things that stayed hidden in the dark corners of the world and reveled in men's pain and misery? "Sure is a hell of a spooky place," the sheriff said, taking in the deserted building all around them as they made their way up the main street. "Look there," Jacob said, heading towards the general store. "That bolt of cloth must be worth $20, he said, peering through the window before trying the door and pushing his way inside. "Oh, would you look at that?" the sheriff said, following on behind. "Entire store's still stocked. Whoever left here, they left in a hurry." Jacob said nothing, taking in the canned goods that still stocked the dusty shelves before heading over to a pile of farming tools, grabbing up a wicked-looking sickle, pleased to see its dusty edge was still firm and sharp. Meanwhile, the sheriff headed over to the cobweb-strewn counter and rung up the till, which popped open, revealing a few silver dollars within. "Can't believe this stuff hadn't been touched." "Not many people willing to walk in a plague town," Jacob said, heading outside, glad for the fresh air. "Wonder if the saloon's the same. Could use a stiff drink." Jacob didn't want to admit it, but the place had him on edge. There was a feeling in the air, a kind of anticipation of dreadful things still to come. If the sheriff felt the same, he didn't show it. Both men entered the saloon at the same time, pushing through the creaking batwing doors. If anything, the saloon was in even better condition. The bar was filled with dust-covered bottles. Even the piano was still intact where it sat in the corner like a forgotten relic. A hand of blackjack lay face up on a nearby table. Jacob wasted no time and went behind the bar. Blowing the dust from a couple of shot glasses, he poured them both a shot of whiskey. "So what now, Jacob?" Finley asked. "I don't see any sign of the creature you mentioned. Just an old town starting to rot. A lot of people left in a damn hurry to avoid whatever disease is trying to kill them." Jacob nodded his agreement. "Sure looks that way, but God showed me another place. Old boneyard up the hill. Reckon we should check that place next." "And if there still ain't nothing?" Finley asked, throwing back the drag of his drink. "Then I intend to wait around until nightfall and see what happens." "You're welcome to leave at any time," Jacob said sourly. Think I'll stick around some, the sheriff said, grabbing up his hat. Let's go take a look at this graveyard of yours. The Woodsville Cemetery sat atop a small flat hill in the western side of town. It was shaped like an upside-down horseshoe and surrounded by tall trees, their leaves just starting to pick up a hint of red as summer gave way to fall. Most of the graves were marked with nothing more than a simple wooden cross hastily erected and hammered into the ground, the names of loved ones carved into the wood, but every now and again, a stone angel reared around these paupers' graves, as if patiently awaiting the day of judgment. The whole place was silent. There was no trilling birdsong, no chirping of crickets in the long grass. Nothing. Just an eerie, waiting silence.
Quiet, ain't it?
Jacob said, licking his lips nervously. The sheriff said nothing, but his hands had dropped to the pistol by his side, and his eyes scanned the lengthening shadows.
Well, we ain't gonna see much stood up here chewing the breeze, Jacob said, leading the way. You go left, I'll go right. Cover more ground that way.
What are we looking for? The sheriff replied. Jacob shrugged.
Not rightly sure. Let's get to looking anyway.
It was less than 5 minutes later when Jacob heard a squawk of surprise, followed by a scream of pain. Drawing his revolver, Jacob came on the run, calling the sheriff's name. "Careful!" the sheriff screamed as Jacob skidded to a halt. There was a massive hole before him, the smell driving him backwards. It was a smell of rot and decay, of fly-blown maggots. Jacob could almost feel it sliming the back of his throat. As he edged closer to the shallow grave, "Get me out, Jacob!" the sheriff pleaded and looked up at him. "For the love of God, please get me out!"
Jesus Christ,
Jacob said, making the sign of the cross. The grave was filled with bodies of children in various states of decay. The whole thing seemed to be moving, undulating, and Jacob realized to his horror, the pit was filled with swarming maggots. "Please!" the sheriff begged, his hand stretched towards Jacob. "Get me out of this!" Jacob wasted no time and laid on his stomach, ignoring the smell as best he could. He grabbed hold of the sheriff's hand and hauled him out, both men collapsing in the dirt. Immediately, the sheriff shot to his feet and tore at his slime-covered clothes, vomiting and cursing until at last he stood there in his drawers. "Their hands are tied," he finally croaked. "Their hands and feet are tied, as if someone was scared they'd get back up. And why are they all together that way?"
"'Cause someone dug him up and threw him there,"
Jacob replied, clambering to his feet.
"I found disturbed and empty graves all over the place. Look,"
Jacob said, pointing a blunt finger to his left.
"And there," he said, shifting to his right. "All these graves have been disturbed in one fashion or another. This is a sacrilege, and them all being innocent children and all. Someone or something is spitting in the eye of God."
"Whatever it is, I ain't sticking around to find out," Finley said, gathering up his gun belt band and kicking at his clothes. "I'm heading back to town, getting the hell out of here. Reckon you should do the same, Jacob. We can call the marshal's office when we get back and report this desecration."
"You go on,"
Jacob said, heading back down the hill, the sheriff limping by his side.
"I don't hold it against you. Besides, look like that fall busted you up some. Do me a favor before you go," he said, putting some distance between them. "Get yourselves cleaned up. Find some goddamn clothes. You stink like a dead polecat."
"Well, excuse me," the sheriff huffed before storming away. Now Jacob sat alone in the saloon, his back against the wall, revolvers on the table before him. He checked his pocket watch. It was 1 a.m. in the morning. If whatever was haunting this town didn't come for him soon, he'd have to go out and search for the damn thing. The thought of walking around in this dead, haunted town gave him the shudders as he sat tight, smoking cigarette after cigarette, his lined face lit by the glow of a nearby oil lamp. He didn't have to wait long. It was as if his very thought had summoned the creature as it slunk through the batwing doors, grinning at Jacob through a mouthful of fanged teeth. The remains of an ancient-looking suit clinging to its gaunt, skinny frame. "Well, well, well," he laughed. "And what do we have here? Usually I have to go out to eat, but tonight the prey comes to me." Jacob straightened and grabbed for his revolvers. The creature halted but did not retreat, sniffing at the air. Lead. It grinned. Painful, yes, but far from fatal. Is that all you've brought to destroy such as me? And what the hell are you? Jacob snarled. It wants a conversation. The creature chuckled. Very well. I shall indulge you before I drink your life's blood. I am Morio Vicoricos. In the West, they call us vampire. There was no place for me among my own kind, not in the old world, but here, in the fresh land. I'm free from their hate and oppression. Hated by your own kind? Jacob said, trying to buy time, his mind racing. Oh yes, the creature growled, slowly edging forward. I was diseased when I was bitten. I should never have survived. But I did. Now my bite brings only death and pestilence. No immortality for my victims, only the cold earth. It chuckled. Suddenly it lunged forward, but Jacob shot to his feet, grabbing up his revolvers and kicking the table over, causing the creature to trip. It howled in pain as Jacob unloaded into its back and head, but the thing almost instantaneously began to heal as it caught up to Jacob's foot and sent him crashing backwards. It was dragging itself up his body now, its shattered skull reforming at the touch of its vile cold flesh. Jacob began to shudder, but he lay still, his hands at his throat. The creature grinned, revealing teeth grown impossibly long. I'm going to drink you slow. For days you will last, it said, rearing above him, ready to strike. Jacob removed his hands as if accepting his fate, and the creature struck with blind hunger. Jacob waited until he felt its cold lips against his throat, then rammed the silver crucifix he had torn from his neck to the side of its face. There was a blue flash, and it reared back, howling in pain, the side of its face smoking. Jacob scrambled backwards. Bastard thing, he cried, meaning to thrust the now glowing cross through the creature's forehead, but it stumbled away as if half-blinded, giving Jacob the opportunity he needed. Grabbing the water skin from around his back, he doused the creature in holy water, burning its vile flesh as it fled into the night. Even wounded and half-blind, he was fast. But Jacob was young and strong, full of hate, and he pursued it relentlessly up to the old graveyard. There it dived into the pit and burrowed down amongst the old poor rotting dead children, and was soon gone from sight. Jacob nodded knowingly and marched away. He spent the rest of what was left of the night gathering up every oil lamp he could find, knowing the creature was too badly injured to do him any more harm. With the rising sun, he stood above the grave, smashed and emptied oil lamps all around him. They say that fire purifies. But fuck that. And he grinned, striking a match. I say it only destroys. That said, he cast the match into the grave. For a second, nothing happened. Then the whole thing went up like a tar barrel with a great whoosh and tower of flames. From inside the grave, something began to scream and howl in pain. Seconds later, the vampire crawled over the edge of the grave, its skin blackened and burned. It stared at Jacob as if marking him forever, before the weak rays of the rising sun finished the fire's dreadful work. Jacob pulled out his maypole and pissed on the ashes before riding away. He never did return home. That must have been close to 20 years ago, and now he was finally coming back. The landmarks and the forest looked more and more familiar to him until at last he came to a wide open field, not more than 5 miles outside of town. Here he found a sea of tents, small campfires smoldering from the night before and people busying themselves with their morning chores. Jacob rode into this makeshift town, slowly concealing his revolvers under his long coat, not wanting to frighten these uprooted townsfolk any further. But even so, he was soon noticed and approached by a tall, slender man with graying hair and a rather large, bushy handlebar mustache. Howdy, stranger, the man said, his eyes searching Jacob's hands, one hand on his hip close to his pistol, the other he put flat against the big mare's neck,
patting it fondly. Afraid we ain't got nothing for you here, stranger. And there been some bad trouble around these parts. Think it's, best if you move right along. You still playing it, Sheriff? Jacob grinned down at him. For a moment, the man seemed confused, but then his weathered face broke into a sunny grin. Jacob Masterson, is that you? Reckon so. Jacob grinned back, sliding off his horse. We thought you dead. There was fire up the old town. The whole place burned flat. Good. Jacob spat in the mud. A few people had gathered round now to see what the commotion was about. Some faces Jacob recognized, some he didn't. After all, 20 years was a long time. A woman came forward now. She was tall and pretty, missing beauty by only a bare inch. She looked Jacob up and down before slapping him hard across the face. The crowd let out a murmur and backed up a little. So you come back here, have you, after all this time? Not in close to 20 years. You bother to tend your wife's grave or pay your respects to my poor murdered cousin? You have some damn nerve showing your face around here, Jacob Masterson. Anna, listen, Jacob began, but didn't know really where to go from there.
Like there ain't been enough trouble around here already,
she said, great tears standing out in her eyes. Now listen up, Anna, Finley began. Jacob here is a preacher. Perhaps God sent him to lift his curse he's seen fit to put upon us.
You hush your mouth,
she said to him, cutting at him with her flashing blue eyes. The sheriff clammed up quickly as she turned back to Jacob.
We don't need you here, Masterson. And if you finally come to do right by Jane, I wouldn't recommend riding into town.
With that hanging between them, she stormed away, leaving Jacob hurt and embarrassed. Come on, Jacob, Finley said, leading Jacob away. I have a bottle in my tent and could use some drinking. You can tell me about where you've been, things you've seen.
A little while later, both men were seated comfortably in Finley's tent, a small campfire smoldering outside to keep the autumn chill at bay.
What's going on here, Finley? Jacob asked, ignoring the man's many questions. Why are you folks camped out here and not in town?
The sheriff took a hard pull from his bottle before offering it to Jacob, who refused.
I don't think you believe me if I told you. The sheriff laughed, a hint of hysteria in his voice. Try me. You'd be surprised by the things I've seen.
Finley nodded, looking at Jacob's scarred and battered face.
Where'd you lose your eye?
He asked.
Why don't you stop avoiding the questions and start talking? Jacob replied.
The sheriff nodded, not sure if he liked this new version of the man he had once known. Jacob seemed harder now and somewhat colder, as if the world had broken him and reforged him into something else.
All right,
he said, taking another drink. His voice was starting to slur now. Jacob reached over, ignoring the other man's protest, as he plucked the bottle from his fingers and placed it by his side.
Talk. You can drink yourself into a stupor on another man's time. Well, okay, goddammit. You want the truth? Here we go. Dead are walking in Shoresvale. How do you like that? The dead themselves clawed their way out of their very own graves. Just started murdering people.
Jacob suddenly heard a voice in his head. Come home, Jacob, for the dead do not rest.
When did this all start?
Jacob asked.
You mean you believe me?
The sheriff said incredulously.
Yeah, I believe you. Now tell me everything. It started with dreams. People in town all began to have the same dream. A dark figure shrouded in shadows, chanting in the darkness, calling someone forth. Something forth. Flash of a blade, the screams of the tormented and the damned. But soon after, the crops began to die, and a massive dead fish washed up on the shore with them. And came the flies, hundreds, thousands of them, laying their eggs everywhere. Our pantries were crawling with maggots. Soon after, the graveyard gave up its dead all in one night. Massive, rotting corpses, grabbing people up off the street, carrying them away. They were unstoppable, unkillable. And any who tried had their throats torn open and their flesh devoured. It was chaos, anarchy. We fled, set up camp here. Hell, where else did we have to go? How long ago was this? A few weeks ago, Henley replied. Some people tried to go back, they never returned. So, what have you done about any of this? Done? The other man laughed. What do you expect me to do, Jacob? We're cut off from anywhere. Nearest town you burned down years ago. Nobody ever rebuilt it. And who would believe such an outrageous story? So you just been sat here? What, just waiting for the whole thing to blow over? Jacob said angrily. Look, Jacob, the nearest town is over 100 miles away. One that would have a telegraph anyway. Some have already left, but winter's coming on fast. You know damn well what winter is like in these parts. And you expect to survive it out here? Jacob said, raising to his feet, knowing the man was lost, too wrapped up in his own self-pity and grief. Where's Anna's tent? He said, giving him back his bottle. Finley told him. And Jacob left. Anna's tent was in a cold, damp glade at the rear of the camp. Jacob approached quietly, sticking to the tree line, watching her as she pegged out clothes on a makeshift washing line. When he had last seen her, she had been a pretty young woman with a flashing smile. Now, like himself, she was older, but just as pretty, with the same corn silk hair and blue eyes that so reminded him of her cousin Jane. The only difference was Jane had always been kind of quiet and shy, unlike Anna, who had always had a quick temper behind that coy smile of hers. Coughing nervously, Jacob stepped out into view. Anna took one look at him and her eyes narrowed, her brow furrowing. I thought I told you to get out of here, Jacob. Yeah, you did, Jacob said, whipping his hat from his head and crushing it to his chest. But I think I'll stay just the same. I think the town needs me right now. The sheriff told me everything that's happened. That man is a drunken fool, she snapped. I won't argue that one, but still reckon there's a little strength left inside him yet. Always so forgiving. She turned on him, her hands on her hips. Still playing the holy man, Jacob? I ain't playing at nothing, Jacob snapped back at her. I spent the last 20 years doing God's will, whether I liked it or not. If you only knew the things I'd seen, the things I've done, Anna. What have you done, Jacob? She replied, her voice softening somewhat at the sound of the anguish in his voice. I kill, Anna. Killed things like the creatures now haunting your town. I spent the better part of my youth hunting them down and destroying them in the name of God. If I hadn't seen the things I'd seen recently, I'd say you'd lost your mind somewhere out there on the trail, she said. But I saw them, Jacob. The dead walking in the streets. Even my own mother and father. She started to sob now. The last of her defiance breached as she fell to her knees, her skirt hiding her face. Jacob went to her, then fell before her, taking her in his embrace. At first she fought him, slapping at his face, but Jacob withstood it, until at last she sagged in his arms and wept hopelessly into his shoulder. All the time Jacob crooned at her softly and stroked her hair. After a little while, her sobbing turned to sniffling, and she gently pushed him away and climbed to her feet. Well, I guess you can stay for supper, Jacob Masterson, she said haughtily before quickly turning away and heading for her tent. That's some woman, Jacob grinned, before following after her, careful to wipe the mud from his boots before he stepped inside. Supper consisted of a rabbit stew, heavy with vegetables and thick gravy. Jacob ate 2 bowls and nearly a full basket of biscuits. Good to see a man with a good appetite, Anna laughed. Jacob burped guiltily and put down his spoon. Been a long time since I ate a home-cooked meal. Mainly had tack and jerky on the range. And you're a damn fine cook, if I may say so. You may, she smiled, happy with the compliment. My husband Sam used to say so. But there she tapered off, looking down into her half-finished meal. Your husband passed, Jacob said, lighting up a smoke. Yes, she snapped at him. And don't you be getting your cigarette ash on my good tablecloth. Yes, ma'am,
Jacob said, flicking his ash outside the tent's entrance.
Was it recent?
She nodded. I saw it happen. He died fighting those things so I could get away. They tore him apart in the middle of the street. She wiped at her eyes irritably.
I'm sorry, Anna,
Jacob said, reaching for her hand, but she withdrew, looking at him angrily. So, what do you intend to do about all this, Jacob Masterson? She asked. You said that you have fought these kinds of things before, and I'm willing to take your word for it. You've always been many things, Jacob. Not all of them good. But you ain't never been no liar. Besides, I seen those scars you have on your body as you washed up for supper.
You spying on me?
Jacob joked gently. Well, it's a small damn tent, ain't it? She replied, her eyes flashing.
Okay, settle down.
Jacob tried not to grin.
You're right, of course. Something must be done.
He told her then of the dream that he'd been having on and off over the past few weeks. She mulled over his words for quite some time before looking back at him. Under normal circumstances, I would say it was your own guilty conscience plaguing you for deserting your flock and leaving poor Jane's grave so unattended. Although I visited often after you left. Now you say that she's called you back. Jacob nodded solemnly. Then you better get back to town and see what's going on up there. You can spend the night here on the floor, mind you, she said quickly. I got a spare blanket or two, and in the morning, you can ride out.
Thank you, Anna,
Jacob said. She waved that away. Now go get some more water from the creek. There's an old wash tub at the back of the tent. You still smell like a mule, Jacob Masterson. Jacob got up, sighed, and went to fetch a bucket, not really minding at all. In the morning, he awoke early. Anna made him some coffee and eggs, all cooked over the campfire. After they finished eating, Jacob helped her clean up, before wishing her a fond farewell and heading back towards the sheriff's tent. He only turned back once to find her still stood there watching him. She stood like that for some time, watching until he passed out of sight, before retreating back inside. Jacob had expected to find the sheriff in a drunken stupor, but the man was up and about, clean-shaven and dressed.
Are you ready?
He said, strapping on his guns.
Ready for what exactly?
Jacob said.
To ride into town, Finley said. That's where you're going, ain't you? I'm coming with you. The hell you are!
No, was that you tried to say to me all those years ago when I tried to stop you, going off half-cocked on your own?
Something about blood being spilt if I tried to stop you. Well, now it's the same. If you want to stop me from coming, you have to shoot me, Jacob. It's a free country after all. I'm the goddamn sheriff. Well, you're saying I'm a good one. Yeah, I made mistakes, scared witless. I ain't gonna lie about that, but I mean to come with you all the same. See this thing through.
Jacob weighed the man's words.
Tell me, the old Stapleton farm still outside of town? He asked.
The hell's that got to do with anything? Finley replied hotly.
Just answer the goddamn question.
Yeah, it's still there. Run by his two sons, old Stapleton passed a few summers back.
Still got that old sword of his hanging on the wall? The one his father brought over from England.
Last time I visited the boys a few months back, it was there hanging over the fireplace as usual.
Well, that's just grand, Jacob said. Let's saddle up and ride.
The two men rode in silence until the Stapleton ranch came into view. There, Jacob pulled up the big mare and turned to the sheriff.
I fought these things before, Finley. They ain't easy to kill. Only sure way to kill 'em is to take off their heads. Gunfire will slow 'em down if you take 'em out at the knee. The sons of bitches will crawl after you. So you take this, he said, drawing the double barrel from under his saddlebag and tossing it over. If any of those things are inside, you give 'em both barrels, either to the face or the knee. You understand me, Sheriff? Sure, I understand, but what about you? Me? Jacob grinned. I got God on my side.
Together they rode down towards the waiting ranch. The ranch itself was a one-story affair, long and wooden with a large porch surrounded by barns, silos, and outbuildings. A few pigs lay dead and stinking in the nearby pen. Others had smashed their way through out of hunger and desperation and took to the hills.
Well, Finley said nervously, looks like the old place has gone to hell since I was last here. Yeah, Jacob said, pulling out his revolver. Sure looks that way. Come on, let's go take a look inside.
They were just entering the porch when a low groan came from behind them. Jacob spun about, almost knocking the sheriff over who had been standing close behind him.
Son of a bitch,
Finley cursed.
That's old man Stapleton.
The corpse was shambling towards them now, worms in its hair, leaving squirming parts of itself behind as it came on, a wicked-looking sickle clasped in its dirt-boned hand. Only its eyes truly looked alive, where it glared at them from the deep recesses of its skull-like face. Jacob was just about to raise his pistol when the window shattered behind him, and a pair of torn and tattered arms dragged him backwards, screaming as he went. The broken glass raked at his legs, cutting easily through his worn jeans and the flesh beneath. From outside came the deafening roar of a shotgun. But Jacob had concerns of his own. As the arms tightened around him, a wet, stinking mouth clamped down, tearing at his shoulder. Bellowing in pain, Jacob raised his legs, kicked against the wall, sending himself and the creature crashing into the rear wall with numbing force. The vibrations slackened the creature's grip only for an instant, but that was all Jacob needed. Using that same uncanny quickness that had saved his life so many times, he slid down and out of the creature's grip, leaving a goodish amount of flesh behind, which the creature swallowed greedily. Without turning, Jacob fled through the door, out of the bedroom and into the hall, heading for the front of the house. Another creature lurched at him as he entered the sitting room, but Jacob easily dodged its feeble attempts and raced over to the mantelpiece. The sword was still there, ancient and slightly curved. He grabbed it up and tore it from the scabbard, just as the creature reached for him. With a cry, he backed up and swung the sword. It sheared through the creature's neck like a hot knife through butter, decapitating the shambling horror in one fell swoop. The other brother was coming down the hall towards him, its mouth stained red with Jacob's blood. "Bastard thing!" Jacob said, swinging the sword downwards, cleaving the thing's head in two. It fell to its knees, but still reached for him, grasping, twisting hands until Jacob took the head, and at last it lay still. Another shotgun blast came from the yard, and Jacob stumbled through the door, calling the sheriff's name. "Over here!" Finley cried from the side of the barn. Jacob ran over. "Kill the fucking thing," Finley said, breathless. "Shot its legs, just like you said. Gave it both barrels to the face. Blew its head clean off. Jesus, Jacob, you're bleeding all over the place." "Nothing too serious," Jacob said, wadding the bandage and stuffing it inside his shirt over the bite in his shoulder and picking a few pieces of glass from the shallow cuts in his legs. "You best take the sickle with you. Come on, let's ride into town and finish this thing." They entered the town with the midday sun at their backs. Everywhere, there were signs of a titanic struggle. Some of the houses and stores had been burned to the ground, and the streets were awash with pieces of torn, bloody flesh and half-eaten corpses. Flies buzzed all around them, and the whole place smelled of carrion and rotten flesh. "How did this happen?" Finley gasped. "I mean, how is it even possible, Jacob?" "Powerful witch, maybe," Jacob replied, his eyes watchful. "Saw something like this a couple months back. Nothing to this degree, but similar all the same. Whatever it is, whoever it is, we need to stop it now, today." "But why?" Finley asked. "Why would anyone want to do this?" But Jacob only shook his head sadly. "Why does anyone do anything? Let's just find it and stop this madness." "Where do you want to start?" the sheriff asked. "Guess we better take turns around town. The streets seem pretty quiet. Undead aren't overly fond of the sunlight. They could be anywhere. Hell, they could be watching us right now." "Yeah," Finley replied. "Let me just go over to the sheriff's office first. I got 2 whole boxes of shells for this thing," he said, hefting the shotgun, "and a spare for your good self, just in case you get tired of swinging that old sword." "Not fucking likely," Jacob retorted. "But the more firepower, the better." "It's just up the street," Finley said, pointing. "Yeah, I see it," Jacob said, his eyes restless. "You go on. I'll sit right here, watch your back. Now hurry the hell up. This place is all manners are wrong." "Sure," the sheriff replied and quickly hurried away. As soon as Finley entered the building, a voice floated out of the shadow of a nearby barn. Jacob turned towards the voice, his eyes wide, his mouth trembling. From behind him came a scream of anguish, but Jacob barely noticed it. He knew that voice. It was the voice of Jane, as soft and as pure as freshly fallen snow. Jacob dismounted and, almost trance-like, walked towards the barn, his dead wife's name falling from his lips. "Jane," he said, entering the gloom. "Jane, where are you? I come just like you said." "Let me give you peace, Jacob," the voice whispered. "Outside. Now." Turning, Jacob fled back outdoors. He could see her now, a distant figure beckoning to him from the far-off tree line. "Jane!" he screamed, running towards her. But she turned and fled as he drew closer. He burst from the tree line and into an open field, a church in the near distance. He realized where she was headed. She was taking him home. Jacob walked towards the church, his church, where it all began. There was no need to hurry now. He knew Jane would be waiting for him inside. Slowly, he mounted the steps and pushed his way inside, his wife's name falling from his lips like a desperate prayer, his trance-like state breaking as he looked on in horror at the carnage within. The church was full of dead, some still animated, but most truly dead. In the middle of the room, sat in a pentagram of blood and burning wax, knelt a robed figure, an upside-down cross looming above him in mockery of Christ. Stood by his side was Jane, who, unlike the rest, was seemingly unafflicted by time or decay. She was perfect, as the first time that Jacob had seen her all those many years ago. "Welcome to our little mass, Mr. Masterson," the man on the floor tittered. "We've been awaiting your arrival with eager anticipation for quite some time." "What have you done here?" Jacob gasped. "Who, me?" the man said mockingly. "Just a little reaping of souls, both dead and alive," he chuckled. "You could say I am about my master's business, Jacob. See, the end is coming, and hell needs its army. I'm just buffering the numbers, you might say." "The dead have no souls. All you have here is meat," Jacob growled, his hand falling towards his revolvers. His wife, Jane, saw the move and stepped in front of the hooded figure. "You're quite wrong, you know," the man said. "With my power and little help from the dark arts, I can wrench these souls from heaven itself, put them back into their own rotting meat sacks. I can actually hear them screaming in here," he said, tapping at his own forehead. "Hear them screaming as their bodies rot all about them. Then all I have to do is sacrifice them to the Dark Lord, and down they go. One less soul, one less body for Gabriel to use against us when he blows his trumpet on the day of judgment. And that day's coming sooner than you may think, Jacob. A man is coming, a servant of my master, coming to end it all, to end everything. You, of course, are not much of a threat, but your descendants, well, I've been told that's quite a different story, and so, you see, you have to die." "I'm sorry," he laughed. "Jane, if you would be so good as to bring Mr. Masterson into the fold." "Vile necromancer!" Jacob spat, but he was backing up now as Jane approached him, a sly smile upon her face. "Haven't you missed me, Jacob?" she crooned. "You've been alone for so long. Come to me, my love." She reached for him, but Jacob circled her, staying at arm's length. "There is no God, Jacob," she grinned at him. "No divine mission? You went mad, my love, stricken with grief and loneliness. You've slain so many innocent people, seeing monsters that were never real." Jacob continued to retreat until his back came against something hard. He spared a quick glance behind him. It was a chopping block, a rusted axe buried deep within. "Jane?" Jacob said, fumbling behind him and freeing the axe. "I know you're in there, trapped in this thing." The creature stopped and hissed at him as if scolded. "I want you to know that I love you, Jane. I always have, and that's why I have to do what I'm gonna do.
I won't let him make a sacrifice of you. I won't let your soul be condemned to eternal hellfire.
He was walking towards her now. She smiled as he came on, pulling a large kitchen knife from between the folds of her dress. Yes, come to me, Jacob. Hold me like you once did. Suddenly she lunged at him, her face a rigor of hate, but Jacob dodged her clumsy attack, easily ducking under a swinging arm. Coming up behind her, he swung the axe in a whistling arc, her neck splitting open in a welter of blood, spraying Jacob's snarling face. He hacked at her, the blade falling over and over again until at last her head flew free. The rest of the dead were swarming from the church now, but Jacob, beyond caring and berserk with grief and rage, waded into them, hacking at them, cutting them down, not freeing their tearing mouths and gouging fingers, until at last he stood alone, covered in gore, twitching limbs strewn all about him. The necromancer, seeing his doom, turned to flee, but Jacob flung the axe at him, burying it deep in his back. The man went down hard, screaming in pain, his legs flopping uselessly as he tried to crawl away.
It was I who knew you were in the wilderness, Jacob intoned. In a land of drought, I brought you forth. Once you'd quenched your thirst, you forgot about me. So like a lion, I'll be on to you. I will fall upon you like a bear robbed of her cubs. I shall tear at your breast, and like a wild animal I'll render you. For all the wicked in the world shall be turned to dross, and their flesh tremble in fear of my judgment.
That said, Jacob reached down and spun the man about, straddling his twisting form.
Please,
the man begged, raising his hands in a feeble effort to ward off Jacob, but Jacob slapped them away.
You wanted hell?
Jacob grated.
I'll show you hell.
With a howl of rage, he thrust his thumbs into the other man's terrified eyes, bearing down with all of his might.
You want hell?
He was screaming now.
You tell Lucifer he don't know what hell is compared to my wrath. I'll kill anything he sends, anyone he sends. You tell him, you hear me? You tell him!
He bellowed, grinding his thumbs deeper, the muscles in his arms standing out in huge knots, the cords of his neck like sprung steel.
You tell him fucking with Jacob Masterson was the worst mistake he ever made!
But the man was already dead. Jacob's thumbs lodged deep in his brain.
You tell him,
Jacob said, staggering away.
You tell that son of a bitch.
But the world was already tilting as he staggered from the church, crashing to his knees as he sank down into the merciful darkness. He awoke a few days later, back at the makeshift camp, Anna and Sheriff Finley standing over his bed. The sheriff was lucky to be alive. His left ear and 3 fingers of his right hand were all missing. Still, he greeted Jacob with a sunny smile.
Well, look at that, he grinned. Lazarus returned to the land of the living. How did I get here?
Jacob croaked. The sheriff brought you in, Anna said, placing a damp cloth upon Jacob's fevered brow.
I don't know what you did, the sheriff continued. Whatever it was, it worked. I was in a tight spot, though my goose was well and truly cooked. Then all of a sudden, those things started dropping like flies all around me. Found you outside your old church, dead scattered about you, even your own.
But there he stopped, looking down at his dusty boots.
Yeah, I know,
Jacob sighed.
Jane, her soul's finally at rest.
Suddenly he started coughing and lay back down, shivering and exhausted. Okay, Anna said, standing, her hands planted firmly upon her hips. You clear out of here now, Finley James, and tell that doctor to drag his ass right here smart.
Yes, ma'am,
the sheriff said, tipping his hat and fleeing the tent.
That is one hell of a woman,
Jacob murmured, a small smile playing across his parched lips, before he spiraled back down into darkness. Anna stayed by Jacob's side day and night through his long recovery, taking care of his every need. Slowly, An affection grew between them. That affection turning to love. No longer did Jacob hear the voice of God whispering to him on the wind, and finally, his restless soul was set at ease. In the following weeks and months, he helped the townsfolk set their town back to rights, and after much convincing, he lay up his pistols and took up the good book once again as the Shawsville preacher. Shortly after, Jacob and Anna were married in the same church Jacob had grown up in as a child. For 2 years, they lived in marital bliss. Until one day, Anna told Jacob she was expecting. Some few months later, Jacob had the old dream. A dream about a man who was a servant of the devil. In one hand, he held a glowing blade. Streams of blood ran like a river from the other, as nation after nation fell before him. Everywhere he walked, he brought death and destruction in his wake. Jacob awoke to the start, covered in cold sweat as he stood by the window smoking, awash in cold moonlight. "You're leaving, aren't you?" Anna said from behind, a soft hand against his shoulder. Jacob nodded.
"Someone coming. I have to stop him, Anna."
He turned to face her.
"Not just for you, or the baby,"
he said, stroking her rounded stomach gently.
"but for everyone. If this evil wins, if it prevails, the whole world will be hellbound. You understand?"
She nodded, but said nothing. Silent tears streamed down her face as she led him back to bed. They spent the night holding each other, but not saying much. In the morning, Jacob strapped on his pistols, gathered up a Bible that was missing many pages, and rode away. When I was 17, my mother was murdered. But this story isn't about her. My mother's killer is still in prison for her crime. Now, see, this story is about what happened after. About a year after my mother's funeral, my dad started mentioning that she would come visit him at night. He said she glowed in a pure white light and reached out to him with a warm smile on her face. He said she looked the way she did the last time that he saw her, before she left for the store on the last night of her life. My sister and I both missed our mother very much. We wanted to believe it was true. We did whatever we could think of to try and contact her, but it was only my dad who ever saw her. We just wanted to say our goodbyes. Ouija boards, spirit boxes, automatic writing, psychics and mediums. We tried them all, and all proved to be little more than distractions. About 3 months into our efforts, my dad had his first blackout. He claimed it was just stress, but my sister and I agreed in confidence that it was more than that. He'd forget things all the time, talk about old memories out of the blue, and then he started getting these horrible migraines. We didn't learn the source of it all until he finally agreed to go to the doctor. He had a brain tumor. Inoperable. His doctor told us it was the likely source of all he'd been experiencing, including the hallucinations of his dead wife. My sister and I lost all hope of ever saying goodbye to our mom and focused on our dad instead. By then, I was nearly 19, and my sister was 22. She ended up moving back in with Dad and me to help care for him. Even with treatment, he only lasted 6 months, though, which was 3 months longer than the prognosis. When our dad finally passed away, we were both devastated. I can still remember that night so vividly in my mind. The loneliness. The realization that both my parents were gone. And it was worse to realize that in all of our attempts to find proof of some kind of afterlife, we found nothing. Dad's last words to us were about Mom. She's telling me to come to her. She looks so beautiful. So beautiful. My actual story starts almost a year later, when I finally decided to move out of my parents' house and in with my longtime girlfriend. "Alex!" I could hear my sister yelling for me downstairs. She had moved back in with her boyfriend months ago, but she was home to help me pack up the last of our parents' things for sale or donation. "Alex, what do you want to do with all these dishes?" I poked my head out of my half-packed room and yelled back down to her, "Donate!" "What?" I sighed and went bounding down the stairs, taking the last 5 in a single jump, landing in the hallway. My sister stood in the kitchen doorway and repeated her question. "What do you want to do with all these dishes?" "Donate. Clean your ears, Lily. I could hear you just fine." "You're telling me to clean something? That's a fucking laugh." Lily spun around and went back into the kitchen, talking as she went. "Are you sure you don't need any of this stuff?" "No. Carla has everything we need in the dishes department." I followed her into the kitchen and saw her staring down at a beige plate, decorated with a chicken and 2 ears of corn, that sat below its feet. It was from our usual dining set. I remembered sitting down to dinner every night to those plates in front of me. "I think I want to keep one of these." Lily's eyes had misted over, and I knew how she felt. It was the little things that seemed to catch you. I smiled and I walked over to her, placing my hand on her shoulder. Yeah, you should. Save one for me too, okay?" She looked up at me and smiled. Suddenly, we both felt something whiz between our heads at high speed and crash against the far wall just below my mom's old cat clock. Lily nearly dropped the plate she was holding as she jumped back and let out a yelp. We both had been startled right out of our family moment, and I could feel my heart beating a mile a minute. "What the fuck was that?" Lily yelled, setting the plate down on the kitchen table and stepping towards the far wall. She bent down and disappeared behind the tablecloth for a second before re-emerging with a piece of broken plate in her hand. She had a confused look on her face, the one I must have mirrored. We were the only 2 people in the house. No one else could have thrown that plate. On the sliver of porcelain Lily was holding, I could see a chicken's foot rising up from behind an ear of corn. It was from the same set we had been discussing. "Gotta be kidding me," I said, turning my head to glance at the cupboard full of dishes, and then back at Lily. She shrugged and gave me the, I don't know, look. And that's when I noticed that familiar ticking from my mother's cat clock. A sound I had been accustomed to hearing for years. Yet it stopped. I looked up at the wall behind Lily and noticed the cat's tail had stopped swinging, and its always shifting eyes had frozen in place. It was staring directly at me. I shivered involuntarily and went to help Lily pick up the pieces of broken dish scattered about the kitchen floor. The plate incident reminded us of all of our efforts to contact our mother. In all of our attempts, we never saw anything even remotely paranormal happen. Yet, here we were, face to face with an event that neither of us could explain. It didn't take long to decide that we should pursue it. The incident had also cast doubt on the theory that my father had been hallucinating prior to his death. In our desperation, we eagerly jumped on the small chance to talk to them one more time. I know now that hope can be as dangerous as it is comforting. Lily and I went to our significant others and explained what we were going to attempt. We wanted to give the old Ouija board and the spirit box one more try. Carla was open to the idea when I told her about it. She actually seemed kind of excited. Lily had a harder time with David, as she relayed it to me. She had to, quote, drag him along, kicking and screaming. In the end, though, he showed up. I knew that even if he didn't buy into any of it, he'd be there for my sister. 2 nights later, we all gathered at my parents' house. And at the time we were excited, we were giddy. We had no idea what we were signing up for. If we had, I would have walked away from that place and never looked back. "Is everyone ready?" Lily asked, her fingers already resting on top of the planchette. Carla looked at me, green eyes that darkened to a near black in the dim orange candlelight. She winked at me and put her hands on the planchette next to Lily's. Then I placed my fingers on the other side of the plastic toy and did my best to ignore the disapproving look on David's face. He had reluctantly agreed to be our scribe, writing down words that might be spelled out during our seance. Lily started moving the planchette around the board in the infinity shape that we had always used before. I could feel the same excitement welling up inside of me that I'd had the first time we tried this. I could see the same fervor reflected in my sister's expression. "What now?" Carla whispered over the board. "Now we ask some questions." Lily held her head high like she was trying to channel some kind of divine energy. My sister always got a little bit too into theatrics of the whole thing. "Is there anyone here with us?" I took the lead. We all watched the board with bated breath, hoping to feel some movement beneath our fingers. Suddenly, the infinity-shaped motion stopped and we watched the planchette move slowly across the board toward the top left corner before stopping at the word yes. "Okay, you guys aren't fucking with me, right? Because I didn't do that." Carla was looking at me again. I could see out of the corner of my eye. I was stunned. In the million times we tried this, nothing had ever really happened at all. "No, we aren't fucking with you." "Ask another question!" Lily's voice had gone up at least 2 octaves, and she was smiling like a crazy person. It was the same look she would get on Christmas morning when we were kids. A look of discovery and satisfaction. Satisfaction of finally getting what you've been waiting for. Okay. What's your name?" I asked, diving right in. This was going to be the moment of truth. I was surprised at just how quickly the planchette started moving around the board. We called out each letter as the planchette briefly stopped, and I heard David scribbling away. I, T, S, D, A, D. "It's Dad?" David murmured the words in a voice that contrasted his previously cool demeanor. Lily's hands left the planchette and she slapped them across her mouth. I could see her eyes quickly filling with tears. Carla and David both sat there slack-jawed, and I'm sure my face had a similar look. "Lil, put your hand back on the thing," I said weakly, feeling like the wind had been knocked out of me. "Lily, please, put your hand back on." She did as I asked, and when her hand left her face, I noted the smile she'd been hiding. "Daddy, is that really you?" Lily's question choked out through a mixture of laughter and tears. Yes. The response was immediate. We miss you so much, Daddy. It's been so hard since you and Mom have been gone. WEMISSYOUTO. Oh, we miss you too. Holy shit. Carla couldn't contain herself any longer, and I found myself smiling at the use of the word we. Dad? I couldn't even hope to disguise the excitement in my voice. Is Mom there with you? Yes. My sister, now suffering through full-blown sobs of joy, leaned her head over and rested it on David's shoulder. He stared down at his notepad, rereading the words, barely registering that she was there. I don't know if he was stunned by what we were seeing or horrified at how deluded we all were. David had never been much of a believer. Dad, can Mom talk to us? I wanted to keep the dialogue going. Why? I'm sorry. I raised an eyebrow at the response. What are you sorry about? I asked, unsure if I was speaking to my mother or my father. SHESTO. She's too cold. Too hard for her. The smile fell from Lily's face, and the mood of the room became more solemn as David read the last sentence out loud. The planchette continued to move, then without any more prompting. So cold? Here. So lonely. We miss you. We miss you. It's Dad. Please help. Please. We need you. We need you. Please help. We miss you. It's Dad. So cold. We need you. And after the last you, the planchette suddenly shot out from under our hands, paused just milliseconds over goodbye, then fired across the room and hit the wall at roughly the same speed as the plate that morning. I jumped up and away from the board in shock. Lily was now sobbing loudly as David held her, but his eyes remained fixed on the board as if it was the most alien object he'd ever seen. Carla touched my hand with shaking fingers, and I looked down to see fear in her eyes. I don't understand, Carla said, and stood up. I'm so sorry, baby. She wrapped her arms around me, and it was only then that I noticed the wetness on my own cheeks. I hadn't cried since Mom's murder, and I figured something in me had broken that day. Even when Dad passed, I didn't cry. Now, though, in this moment, the tears finally came. We tried to contact my parents all night, but the planchette didn't move again. We hoped contact with our parents would make us feel better, give us some sense of closure, but instead it had devastated us. Lily most of all. Most days she would sit in the living room for hours listening to the static of the spirit box, hoping to hear a voice. As the weeks went on, Lily became quieter and more introverted. She retreated into herself, hardly speaking to anyone. The conversation with the Ouija board had made an impression on me too, but Lily had become obsessed. I gradually became less interested in contacting our parents again, and more concerned about my sister's mental state. And then, one night, I woke from that nightmare to a more real, more horrifying one. I answered my ringing phone to hear David's voice yelling through the earpiece. Alex, your sister just took off. Took off? What do you mean? David's tone was panicked, and I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and tried to focus. Alex, she's been way worse than she's letting on. Lily doesn't sleep anymore. She just sits in the kitchen and she listens to that damn little radio. The spirit box? Yeah, that fucking thing. She says she can hear your parents talking to her. I want to believe her, man, but I sat for hours with her one night. Didn't hear a single thing. Jesus. Alex, I'm scared for her. Tonight she was listening to it and talking back to it. Her voice woke me up. I couldn't understand exactly what she said, but she was crying, and then I heard her bolt out of the door and slam it behind her. She went back to my parents' house. It wasn't a question. I could feel it in my bones. I might not have known the full extent of what was happening, but I did know that something very, very bad had just happened to my sister. She couldn't cope with what the Ouija board had told us, and after all these years of suppressing her sadness, she had just cracked. You think? That's what I was thinking too. I know you have the keys, man. Meet me there. I think we need to get her help. I sighed into the phone, knowing he was right. Lily may never forgive us, but I was quickly becoming convinced that she needed professional care. The weight of the decision to admit her somewhere felt smothering. I looked down at Carla, who was awake, staring warily out the window with lines of worry etched on her face. Yeah, let me get dressed. I can be at my parents' in about 45 minutes. Let me see if I can talk to Lily. Thanks, Alex. I'm gonna head over now. I'm a lot closer, so I'll let her know you're coming. We hung up and I relayed the entire conversation to Carla. Despite my best efforts to keep her safe at home, she insisted on going with me, and when I protested, she challenged me to try to stop her. 10 minutes later, we were in the car heading to my old house. The argument with Carla had delayed my departure, and we actually arrived at the house more than an hour later. Both Lily and David's cars were parked in the driveway, so I parked on the street and Carla and I headed to the front door. I noticed as we climbed the porch steps that no lights were on inside the house. The front door was slightly ajar, and I took a deep breath before pushing it all the way open with a creak. Beyond the door was utter blackness, seeming void instead of a welcoming foyer. I had never seen the house this dark before. As I let my eyes adjust, I listened intently for any sound. All I could hear was the clicking of the spirit box rapidly changing channels through the soft static. I finally stepped inside and made my way down the hall, taking Carla's hand as she followed behind me. "Lily!" I yelled out. I could hear the acute fear in my weak, shaking voice. I couldn't understand why I was suddenly so terrified in my own house, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I hugged the wall until we rounded the corner into the softly lit living room. A dull blue light was emanating from somewhere, and I could see Lily sitting in front of it. She was cross-legged on the floor. The spirit box was in front of her, and her head was hung between her shoulder blades, blonde hair covering her face. "Lily?" I whispered, squeezing Carla's hand as I let go to walk towards my sister. I was halfway to her when Carla suddenly flipped on the light switch and screamed. I was blinded at first and disoriented by the screaming, but my eyes gradually made the adjustment. I blinked a few more times and found myself still facing Lily, who had remained sitting on the floor with a spirit box in front of her. Her forearms were cut wrist to elbow, and she was sitting in a pool of blood. David was there, laying next to her, stabbed God knows how many times in the chest, neck, and face. I could only assume it was him, as the body was unrecognizable. I heard Carla take off down the hall and slam the front door as she left the house. As I adjusted to my state of absolute shock, I scanned the room calmly before hysteria set in. The walls were covered in writing, the same 3 phrases over and over again, written in fresh blood. "It's Daddy. We miss you. We need you. It's Dad. We miss you. We need you. It's Dad. We miss you. We need you." I snapped out of my trance suddenly and stumbled over to Lily. I begged every god I had ever heard of to please let her be alive somehow, to let me save her. I choked on my prayers as I rescued Lily's limp body from the crimson puddle and screamed for Carla to call 911. Her skin lacked the warmth of life, and I pressed my face to hers, begging her to wake up. My whispers falling on dead ears. I cried. The soft static of the spirit box played the score to my pain. How many eternities passed before Carla returned, I don't know. But I saw her there finally, standing in the doorway, talking to emergency services and staring at us. I cradled Lily's body. I rocked her back and forth.
I could tell from the look of disgust and pity set upon her face that Carla couldn't hear the sounds coming from the spirit box.
Alex? It's Mommy. We need you.
It was faint, but it was her. My mother's voice was unmistakable. A year later, when the detectives finally called to let me know they were releasing my sister's things, I brought the spirit box home. I didn't let Carla know that I had it. She had never quite recovered from what she'd seen the night of the murder-suicide. The media had called Lily's case a tragic descent into madness. Carla and I couldn't have agreed more, but sometimes, late at night, when Carla is asleep, I slip out of bed and I sneak into the living room. I pull the spirit box from behind a stack of books, and I turn it on just for a few seconds. But in those moments, I listen closely to the clicking sounds of the radio, quickly scanning through static. I strain to hear their words, the voices of my family. Sometimes I hear them. In the few seconds, I've heard them say many things. They tell me that they need me, that they love me, and that it's lonely without me. They claim that it's cold. They beg me to join them. Lily says that it's easy and that I can bring Carla with me. They say, we'll all be happy here. But there's something behind their voices. Something that sometimes bleeds through. Lily must have either ignored the sound or blocked it out completely. Behind their warm invitations and desperate pleading, I can hear something laughing. Something inhuman.
Hey guys, I just want to make sure that all of you take a look in the description down below for multiple different reasons. The main reason I'm talking about right now, though, is to look at the author's links. Every time that I do a story on one of these platforms, I post links from the authors. Some of them are books that the authors put out. If you like the stories that you hear, then I highly, highly encourage you to go scroll down, take a look in the description, click one of those links. If you like that author, I guarantee you they have something else that you're going to like. And if they have a book out there, you're going to love that book. I mean, hell, that's how Tales from the Gas Station became what it is, okay? If you guys heard it on YouTube, then hey, there are more, bigger, better versions of it out there that you can get on Amazon or Audible or No Sleep or what have you. So for reals, scroll down, check out the links. And that's not like an advertisement thing. I'm just like, look, this is for your benefit. Check it out. And as always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who supports me on Patreon. Thank you so much. A very big thank you to Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Stephanie Butler, Reaper61167, Bobby Karman, Tristain, Pelton, Chance Burnett, Diana Kraus, Thiccy McQuicky, SamaHigh, Crusader-Chocobo, SpookyShel, Atomaurus, Grand Moth the Milky, Big Smoke 369, Captain Scurvy, SaltyIrishPoet, Esteban, Raiden Morris, Nate Cull, HorrorFan1212, Hour Minute Second Time, Kyle Resnack, David Martin, Scare-ington the Unkempt, Robert Malcolm, Angelus, Spanky, Snoochie Boochie, Seclude, Lupita Galvin, That Creepy Chick, Tyler Fletcher, Merxenum, Red Shadow Cat, Xavier the Cheyenne, Demix, Sean Cadieu-baker, 6 Gay Rats in a Trenchcoat, Turtleman, Rob Like Sharp Things, Cryolinian, Xavier Graphius, Lord Life's Best, Goring Tramagasi, Maria Walker, Emily Mitchell, Crazy Kid, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Eka Limchok, Dirt Diver 030, Matt Bach, Voice of Sand, Coffee Zombie, Hidden Tiger, Shelly J, Jeremy H, Psychomel, Nana, Deleted Account, Melted Lake, Tali Sue, William King, Darth Miver, Michael Ortiz, Titanic Aries, Bardo Hawk 764, Lambda M98, Harley, Sashi Suzaku, Cronut 509, Kaylee Ambrose, Suji Campbell, Stricken, Freddy Krueger, Happy Birthday Jason Wilson, Lisa Cottrell, Caspian, Hades Nephew, Tater Chip, Acid System, Prozac and Pancake Appreciation Society, Benjamin Welvert, Cryptic Nightmares, Kiri the Sloth, Fester's Lampshade, Sky Harbor, Nico Kyle, Rafael Rodriguez, The Ginger Bros, Aaron Stormcrow, Daniel Polson, and Corey Kenshin. As always, thank you guys so much, because you guys help me do everything that I do here. You guys help pay authors for stories and commission stories and do everything that I can do to make this channel and make this podcast the best it could possibly be. So thank you all for supporting me here. And as always, everyone,
Sweet dreams.